Chapter 15 of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2, by John Foxe, edited by William Byron Forbush. Chapter 15. An account of the persecutions in Scotland during the reign of King Henry VIII. Like as there was no place, either of Germany, Italy, or France, wherein there were not some branches sprung out of that most fruitful root of Luther, so likewise was not this Isle of Britain without his fruit and branches. Amongst whom was Patrick Hamilton, a Scotchman born of high and noble stock and of the king's blood, of excellent towardness, 23 years of age, called Abbot of Ferne. Coming out of his country with 3 companions to seek godly learning, he went to the University of Marburg in Germany, which university was then newly erected by Philip, Landgrave of Hesse. During his residence here, he became intimately acquainted with those eminent lights of the gospel, Martin Luther and Philip Melanchthon, from whose writings and doctrines he strongly attached himself to the Protestant religion. The Archbishop of St. Andrews, who was a rigid papist, learning of Mr. Hamilton's proceedings, caused him to be seized, and being brought before him, after a short examination relative to his religious principles, he committed him a prisoner to the castle, at the same time ordering him to be confined in the most loathsome part of the prison. The next morning Mr. Hamilton was brought before the bishop and several others, for examination, when the principal articles exhibited against him were, his publicly disapproving of pilgrimages, purgatory, prayers to saints, for the dead, etc. These articles Mr. Hamilton acknowledged to be true, in consequence of which he was immediately condemned to be burnt; and that his condemnation might have the greater authority, they caused it to be subscribed by all those of any note who were present, and to make the number as considerable as possible, even admitted the subscription of boys, who were sons of the nobility. So anxious was this bigoted and persecuting prelate for the destruction of Mr. Hamilton, that he ordered his sentence to be put in execution on the afternoon of the very day it was pronounced. He was accordingly led to the place appointed for the horrid tragedy, and was attended by a prodigious number of spectators. The greatest part of the multitude would not believe it was intended that he should be put to death, but it was only done to frighten him, and thereby bring him over to embrace the principles of the Romish religion. When he arrived at the stake, he kneeled down, and for some time prayed with great fervency. After this he was fastened to the stake, and the faggots placed round him. A quantity of gunpowder having been placed under his arms, was first set on fire which scorched his left hand and one side of his face, but did no material injury, neither did it communicate with the faggots. In consequence of this, more powder and combustible matter were brought, which being set on fire took effect, and the faggots being kindled, he called out, with an audible voice, "Lord Jesus, receive my spirit. How long shall darkness overwhelm this realm? And how long wilt thou suffer the tyranny of these men?" The fire burning slow put him to great torment, but he bore it with Christian magnanimity. What gave him the greatest pain was, the clamor of some wicked men set on by the friars, who frequently cried, "Turn, thou heretic! Call upon Our Lady! Say Salve Regina, etc." To whom he replied, "Depart from me, and trouble me not, ye messengers of Satan." One Campbell, a friar, who was the ringleader, still continuing to interrupt him by opprobrious language, he said to him, "Wicked man, God forgive thee." After which, being prevented from further speech by the violence of the smoke and the rapidity of the flames, he resigned up his soul into the hands of Him who gave it. This steadfast believer in Christ suffered martyrdom in the year 1527. One Henry Forrest, a young inoffensive Benedictine, being charged with speaking respectfully of the above Patrick Hamilton, was thrown into prison; and in confessing himself to a friar, owned that he thought Hamilton a good man, and that the articles for which he was sentenced to die might be defended. This being revealed by the friar, it was received as evidence, and the poor Benedictine was sentenced to be burnt. Whilst consultation was held, with regard to the manner of his execution, John Lindsay, one of the Archbishop's gentlemen, offered his advice, to burn Friar Forest in some cellar, for, said he, "the smoke of Patrick Hamilton hath infected all those on whom it blew." This advice was taken, and the poor victim was rather suffocated than burnt. The next who fell victims for professing the truth of the Gospel were David Stratton and Norman Gourlay. When they arrived at the fatal spot, they both kneeled down, and prayed for some time with great fervency. They then rose, when Stratton, addressing himself to the spectators, exhorted them to lay aside their superstitious and idolatrous notions, and employ their time in seeking the true light of the Gospel. He would have said more, but was prevented by the officers who attended. Their sentence was then put into execution, and they cheerfully resigned up their souls to that God who gave them, hoping, through the merits of the great Redeemer, for a glorious resurrection to life immortal. They suffered in the year 1534. The martyrdoms of the two before mentioned persons were soon followed by that of Mr. Thomas Forret, who, for a considerable time, had been dean of the Romish Church; Killor and Beveridge, two blacksmiths; Duncan Simpson a priest, and Robert Forrester a gentleman. They were all burnt together, on the Castle Hill at Edinburgh, the last day of February, 1538. The year following the martyrdoms of the before mentioned persons, viz., 1539, two others were apprehended on a suspicion of heresy, namely, Jerome Russell and Alexander Kennedy, a youth of about 18 years of age. These two persons, after being some time confined in prison, were brought before the Archbishop for examination; in the course of which Russell, being a very sensible man, reasoned learnedly against his accusers, while they in turn made use of very opprobrious language. The examination being over, and both of them deemed heretics, the Archbishop pronounced the dreadful sentence of death, and they were immediately delivered over to the secular power in order for execution. The next day they were led to the place appointed for them to suffer; in their way to which, Russell, seeing his fellow sufferer have the appearance of timidity in his countenance, thus addressed him: "Brother, fear not; greater is he that is in us, than he that is in the world. The pain that we are to suffer is short, and shall be light; but our joy and consolation shall never have an end. Let us, therefore, strive to enter into our Master and Saviour's joy, by the same strait way which he hath taken before us. Death cannot hurt us, for it is already destroyed by him, for whose sake we are now going to suffer." When they arrived at the fatal spot, they both kneeled down and prayed for some time; after which being fastened to the stake, and the faggots lighted, they cheerfully resigned their souls into the hands of him who gave them, in full hopes of an everlasting reward in the heavenly mansions. An account of the life, sufferings, and death of Mr. George Wishart, who was strangled and afterward burned, in Scotland, for professing the truth of the Gospel. About the year of our Lord 1543, there was, in the University of Cambridge, one Master George Wishart, commonly called Master George of Bennet's College, a man of tall stature, polled-headed, and on the same a round French cap of the best; judged to be of melancholy complexion by his physiognomy, black-haired, long-bearded, comely of personage, well spoken after his country of Scotland, courteous, lowly, lovely, glad to teach, desirous to learn, and well travelled; having on him for his clothing a frieze gown to the shoes, a black million fustian doublet, and plain black hosen, coarse new canvas for his shirts, and white falling bands and cuffs at his hands. He was a man modest, temperate, fearing God, hating covetousness; for his charity had never end, night, noon, nor day. He forbare one meal in 3, one day in 4 for the most part, except something to comfort nature. He lay hard upon a puff of straw and coarse new canvas sheets, which, when he changed, he gave away. He had commonly by his bedside a tub of water, in the which, his people being in bed, the candle put out and all quiet, he used to bathe himself. He loved me tenderly, and I him. He taught with great modesty and gravity, so that some of his people thought him severe, and would have slain him. But the Lord was his defense. And he, after due correction for their malice, by good exhortation amended them and went his way. Oh, that the Lord had left him to me, his poor boy, that he might have finished what he had begun! For he went into Scotland with divers of the nobility, that came for a treaty to King Henry. In 1543 the Archbishop of St. Andrews made a visitation into various parts of his diocese, where several persons were informed against at Perth for heresy. Among those the following were condemned to die, viz., William Anderson, Robert Lamb, James Finlayson, James Hunter, James Revellison, and Helen Stark. The accusations laid against these respective persons were as follows. The 4 first were accused of having hung up the image of St. Francis, nailing ram's horns on his head, and fastening a cow's tail to his rump. But the principal matter on which they were condemned was having regaled themselves with a goose on fast day. James Revellison was accused of having ornamented his house with the 3-crowned diadem of Peter, carved in wood, which the Archbishop conceived to be done in mockery to his cardinal's cap. Helen Stark was accused of not having accustomed herself to pray to the Virgin Mary, more especially during the time she was in childbed. On these respective accusations they were all found guilty, and immediately received sentence of death. The 4 men, for eating the goose, to be hanged; James Revellison to be burnt; and the woman, with her sucking infant, to be put into a sack and drowned. The 4 men, with the woman and the child, suffered at the same time, but James Revellison was not executed until some days after. The martyrs were carried by a great band of armed men, for they feared rebellion in the town except they had their men of war, to the place of execution, which was common to all thieves, and that to make their cause appear more odious to the people. Every one comforting another, and assuring themselves that they should sup together in the kingdom of heaven that night, they commended themselves to God, and died constantly in the Lord. The woman desired earnestly to die with her husband, but she was not suffered; yet, following him to the place of execution, she gave him comfort, exhorting him to perseverance and patience for Christ's sake, and, parting from him with a kiss, said, "Husband, rejoice, for we have lived together many joyful days; but this day in which we must die ought to be most joyful unto us both, because we must have joy forever. Therefore I will not bid you good night, for we shall suddenly meet with joy in the kingdom of heaven." The woman, after that, was taken to a place to be drowned, and albeit she had a child sucking on her breast, yet this moved nothing in the unmerciful hearts of the enemies. So, after she had commended her children to the neighbors of the town for God's sake, and the sucking bairn was given to the nurse, she sealed up the truth by her death. Being desirous of propagating the true gospel in his own country, George Wishart left Cambridge in 1544, and on his arrival in Scotland he first preached at Montrose, and afterwards at Dundee. In this last place he made a public exposition of the Epistle to the Romans, which he went through with such grace and freedom as greatly alarmed the papists. In consequence of this, at the instigation of Cardinal Beaton, the Archbishop of St. Andrews, one Robert Milne, a principal man at Dundee, went to the church where Wishart preached, and in the middle of his discourse publicly told him not to trouble the town any more, for he was determined not to suffer it. This sudden rebuff greatly surprised Wishart, who, after a short pause, looking sorrowfully upon the speaker and the audience, said, "God is my witness, that I never minded your trouble, but your comfort. Yea, your trouble is more grievous to me than it is to yourselves; but I am assured to refuse God's word, and to chase from you his messenger, shall not preserve you from trouble, but shall bring you into it. For God shall send you ministers that shall fear neither burning nor banishment. I have offered you the word of salvation. With the hazard of my life I have remained among you. Now you yourselves refuse me, and I must leave my innocence to be declared by my God. If it be long prosperous with you, I am not led by the Spirit of truth. But if unlooked for troubles come upon you, acknowledge the cause and turn to God, who is gracious and merciful. But if you turn not at the first warning, he will visit you with fire and sword." At the close of this speech he left the pulpit and retired. After this he went into the west of Scotland, where he preached God's word, which was gladly received by many. A short time after this Mr. Wishart received intelligence that the plague had broken out in Dundee. It began 4 days after he was prohibited from preaching there, and raged so extremely that it was almost beyond credit how many died in the space of 24 hours. This being related to him, he, notwithstanding the importunity of his friends to detain him, determined to go there, saying, "They are now in troubles, and need comfort. Perhaps this hand of God will make them now to magnify and reverence the word of God, which before they lightly esteemed." Here he was with joy received by the godly. He chose the east gate for his place of preaching, so that the healthy were within, and the sick without the gate. He took his text from these words, "He sent his word and healed them," etc. In this sermon he chiefly dwelt upon the advantage and comfort of God's word, the judgments that ensue upon the contempt or rejection of it, the freedom of God's grace to all his people, and the happiness of those of his elect, whom he takes to himself out of this miserable world. The hearts of his hearers were so raised by the divine force of this discourse, as not to regard death, but to judge them the more happy who should then be called, not knowing whether he should have such comfort again with them. After this the plague abated, though, in the midst of it, Wishart constantly visited those that lay in the greatest extremity, and comforted them by his exhortations. When he took his leave of the people of Dundee, he said that God had almost put an end to that plague, and that he was now called to another place. He went from thence to Montrose, where he sometimes preached, but he spent most of his time in private meditation and prayer. It is said that before he left Dundee, and while he was engaged in the labors of love to the bodies as well as to the souls of those poor afflicted people, Cardinal Beaton engaged a desperate popish priest, called John Wayton, to kill him. The attempt to execute which was as follows. One day, after Wishart had finished his sermon, and the people departed, a priest stood waiting at the bottom of the stairs, with a naked dagger in his hand under his gown. But Mr. Wishart, having a sharp piercing eye, and seeing the priest as he came from the pulpit, said to him, "My friend, what would you have?" and immediately clapping his hand upon the dagger, took it from him. The priest being terrified, fell to his knees, confessed his intention, and craved pardon. A noise was hereupon raised, and it coming to the ears of those who were sick, they cried, "Deliver the traitor to us, we will take him by force," and they burst in at the gate. But Wishart, taking the priest in his arms, said, "Whatsoever hurts him shall hurt me, for he hath done me no mischief, but much good, by teaching more heedfulness for the time to come." By this conduct he appeased the people, and saved the life of the wicked priest. Soon after his return to Montrose, the cardinal again conspired his death, causing a letter to be sent him, as if it had been from his familiar friend, the Laird of Kennier, in which it was desired with all possible speed to come to him, as he was taken with a sudden sickness. In the meantime the cardinal had provided 60 men armed to lie in wait within 1.5 miles of Montrose, in order to murder him as he passed that way. The letter came to Wishart's hand by a boy, who also brought him a horse for the journey. Wishart, accompanied by some honest men, his friends, set forward; but something particular striking his mind by the way, he returned, which they, wondering at, asked him the cause. To which he said, I will not go; I am forbidden of God; I am assured there is treason; let some of you go to yonder place, and tell me what you find. Which doing, they made the discovery, and, hastily returning, they told Mr. Wishart, whereupon he said, I know I shall end my life by that bloodthirsty man's hands, but it will not be in this manner. A short time after this he left Montrose, and proceeded to Edinburgh, in order to propagate the gospel in that city. By the way he lodged with a faithful brother, called James Watson of Innergory. In the middle of the night he got up, and went into the yard, which two men hearing they privately followed him. While in the yard he fell on his knees, and prayed for some time with the greatest fervency, after which he arose and returned to his bed. Those who attended him, appearing as though they were ignorant of all, came and asked him where he had been; but he would not answer them. The next day they importuned him to tell them, saying, Be plain with us, for we heard your mourning, and saw your gestures. On this he, with a dejected countenance, said, I had rather you had been in your beds. But they still pressing upon him to know something, he said, I will tell you. I am assured that my warfare is near at an end, and therefore pray to God with me, that I shrink not when the battle waxeth most hot. Soon after, Cardinal Beaton, Archbishop of St. Andrews, being informed that Mr. Wishart was at the house of Mr. Cockburn of Ormistone in East Lothian, applied to the regent to cause him to be apprehended; with which, after great persuasion, and much against his will, he complied. In consequence of this, the cardinal immediately proceeded to the trial of Wishart, against whom no less than 18 articles were exhibited. Mr. Wishart answered the respective articles with great composure of mind, and in so learned and clear a manner as greatly surprised most of those who were present. After the examination was finished, the archbishop endeavored to prevail on Mr. Wishart to recant; but he was too firmly fixed in his religious principles, and too much enlightened with the truth of the gospel, to be in the least moved. On the morning of his execution there came to him 2 friars from the cardinal, one of whom put on him a black linen coat, and the other brought several bags of gunpowder, which they tied about different parts of his body. As soon as he arrived at the stake, the executioner put a rope round his neck, and a chain about his middle, upon which he fell on his knees, and thus exclaimed, O thou Saviour of the world, have mercy upon me! Father of heaven, I commend my spirit into thy holy hands. After this he prayed for his accusers, saying, I beseech thee, Father of heaven, forgive them that have, from ignorance or an evil mind, forged lies of me. I forgive them with all my heart. I beseech Christ to forgive them that have ignorantly condemned me. He was then fastened to the stake, and the faggots being lighted immediately set fire to the powder that was tied about him, which blew into a flame and smoke. The governor of the castle, who stood so near that he was singed with the flame, exhorted the martyr, in a few words, to be of good cheer, and to ask the pardon of God for his offenses. To which he replied, This flame occasions trouble to my body, indeed, but it hath in no wise broken my spirit. But he who now so proudly looks down upon me from yonder lofty place, pointing to the cardinal, shall, ere long, be ignominiously thrown down, as now he proudly lolls at his ease. Which prediction was soon after fulfilled. The hangman, that was his tormentor, sat down upon his knees, and said, Sir, I pray you to forgive me, for I am not guilty of your death. To whom he answered, Come hither to me. When that he was come to him, he kissed his cheek, and said, Lo, here is a token that I forgive thee. My heart, do thine office. And then he was put upon the gibbet and hanged, and burned to powder. When that the people beheld the great tormenting, they might not withhold from piteous mourning and complaining of this innocent lamb's slaughter. It was not long after the martyrdom of this blessed man of God, Master George Wishart, who was put to death by David Beaton, the bloody Archbishop and Cardinal of Scotland, A.D. 1546, the first day of March, that the said David Beaton, by the just revenge of God's mighty judgment, was slain within his own castle of St. Andrews, by the hands of one Leslie and other gentlemen, who, by the Lord stirred up, brake in suddenly upon him, and in his bed murdered him the said year, the last day of May, crying out, Alas, alas, slay me not, I am a priest. And so, like a butcher he lived, and like a butcher he died, and lay 7 months and more unburied, and at last like a carrion was buried in a dunghill. The last who suffered martyrdom in Scotland for the cause of Christ was one Walter Mill, who was burnt at Edinburgh in the year 1558. This person, in his younger years, had travelled in Germany, and on his return was installed a priest of the church of Lunan in Angus, but on an information of heresy, in the time of Cardinal Beaton, he was forced to abandon his charge and abscond; but he was soon apprehended, and committed to prison. Being interrogated by Sir Andrew Oliphant, whether he would recant his opinions, he answered in the negative, saying that he would "sooner forfeit 10,000 lives than relinquish a particle of those heavenly principles he had received from the suffrages of his blessed Redeemer." In consequence of this, sentence of condemnation was immediately passed on him, and he was conducted to prison in order for execution the following day. This steadfast believer in Christ was 82 years of age, and exceedingly infirm, whence it was supposed that he could scarcely be heard. However, when he was taken to the place of execution, he expressed his religious sentiments with such courage, and at the same time composure of mind, as astonished even his enemies. As soon as he was fastened to the stake and the faggots lighted, he addressed the spectators as follows: "The cause why I suffer this day is not for any crime, though I acknowledge myself a miserable sinner, but only for the defense of the truth as it is in Jesus Christ. And I praise God who hath called me, by his mercy, to seal the truth with my life; which, as I received it from him, so I willingly and joyfully offer it up to his glory. Therefore, as you would escape eternal death, be no longer seduced by the lies of the seed of Antichrist, but depend solely on Jesus Christ and his mercy, that you may be delivered from condemnation." And then added, that he trusted he should be the last who would suffer death in Scotland upon a religious account. Thus did the pious Christian cheerfully give up his life in defense of the truth of Christ's gospel, not doubting but he should be made partaker of his heavenly kingdom. Chapter 16.
Part 1 of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Derek Woodley. Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2, by John Foxe. Edited by William Byron Forbush. Chapter 16. Persecutions in England during the reign of Queen Mary, Part 1. The premature death of that celebrated young monarch, Edward VI., occasioned the most extraordinary and wonderful occurrences which had ever existed from the times of our blessed Lord and Saviour's incarnation in human shape. This melancholy event became speedily a subject of great regret. The succession to the British throne was soon made a matter of contention, and the scenes which ensued were a demonstration of the serious affliction in which the kingdom was involved. As his loss to the nation was more and more unfolded, the remembrance of his government was more and more the basis of grateful recollection. The very awful prospect, which was soon presented to the friends of Edward's administration, under the direction of his counselors and servants, was a contemplation which the reflecting mind was compelled to regard with most alarming apprehensions. The rapid approaches which were made towards a total reversion of the proceedings of the young king's reign denoted the advances which were thereby represented to an entire resolution in the management of public affairs, both in church and state. The king, in his long and lingering affliction, was induced to make a will, by which he bequeathed the English crown to Lady Jane, the daughter of the Duke of Suffolk, who had been married to Lord Guilford, the son of the Duke of Northumberland, and was the granddaughter of the second sister of King Henry by Charles, Duke of Suffolk. By this will the succession of Mary and Elizabeth, his two sisters, was entirely superseded, from an apprehension of the returning system of popery, and the king's council, with the chief of the nobility, the Lord Mayor of the city of London, and almost all of the judges and the principal lawyers of the realm, subscribed their names to this regulation, as a sanction to the measure. Lord Chief Justice Hale, though a true Protestant and an upright judge, alone declined to unite his name in favor of the Lady Jane, because he had already signified his opinion that Mary was entitled to assume the reins of government. Others objected to Mary's being placed on the throne, on account of their fears that she might marry a foreigner, and thereby bring the crown into considerable danger. Her partialities to popery also left little doubt on the minds of any that she would be induced to revive the dormant interests of the Pope, and change the religion which had been used both in the days of her father, King Henry, and in those of her brother Edward. For in all his time she had manifested the greatest stubbornness and inflexibility of temper, as must be obvious from her letter to the Lords of the Council, whereby she put in her claim to the crown on her brother's decease. When this happened, the nobles, who had associated to prevent Mary's succession, and had been instrumental in promoting, and perhaps advising the measures of Edward, speedily proceeded to proclaim Lady Jane Grey to be Queen of England, in the city of London and various other populous cities of the realm. Though young, she possessed talents of a very superior nature, and her improvements, under a most excellent tutor, had given her many very great advantages. Her reign was of only 5 days' continuance, for Mary, having succeeded by false promises in obtaining the crown, speedily commenced the execution of her avowed intention of extirpating and burning every Protestant. She was crowned at Westminster in the usual form, and her elevation was the signal for the commencement of the bloody persecution which followed. Having obtained the sword of authority, she was not sparing in its exercise. The supporters of Lady Jane Grey were destined to feel its force. The Duke of Northumberland was the first who experienced her savage resentment. Within a month after his confinement in the Tower he was condemned, and brought to the scaffold to suffer as a traitor. From his varied crimes, resulting out of a sordid and inordinate ambition, he died unpitied and unlamented. The changes which followed with rapidity unequivocally declared that the Queen was disaffected to the present state of religion. Dr. Poinet was displaced to make room for Gardiner, to be Bishop of Winchester, to whom she also gave the important office of Lord Chancellor. Dr. Ridley was dismissed from the See of London, and Bonnet introduced. J. Story was put out of the bishopric of Chichester, to admit Dr. Day. J. Hooper was sent prisoner to the Fleet, and Dr. Heath put into the See of Worcester. Miles Coverdale was also excluded from Exeter, and Dr. Viessy placed in that diocese. Dr. Tunstall was also promoted to the See of Durham. These things being marked and perceived, great heaviness and discomfort grew more and more to all good men's hearts, but to the wicked great rejoicing. They that could dissemble took no great care in how the matter went, but such, whose consciences were joined with the truth, perceived already coals to be kindled, which after should be the destruction of many a true Christian. The words and behavior of the Lady Jane upon the scaffold. The next victim was the amiable Lady Jane Grey, who, by her acceptance of the crown at the earnest solicitations of her friends, incurred the implacable resentment of Bloody Mary. When she first mounted the scaffold, she spoke to the spectators in this manner: "Good people, I am come hither to die, and by a law I am condemned to the same. The fact against the Queen's Highness was unlawful, and the consenting thereunto by me. But, touching the procurement and desire thereof by me, or on my behalf, I do wash my hands therefore in innocency before God, and the face of you, good Christian people, this day." And therewith she wrung her hands, wherein she had her book. Then she said, "I pray you all, good Christian people, to bear me witness, that I die a good Christian woman, and that I do look to be saved by no other mean, but only by the mercy of God, in the blood of his Son, Jesus Christ. And I confess that when I did know the word of God, I neglected the same, loved myself and the world, and therefore this plague and punishment is happily and worthily happened unto me for my sins. And yet I thank God, that of his goodness he hath thus given me a time and a respite to repent. And now, good people, while I am alive, I pray you assist me with your prayers. And then kneeling down, she turned to Feckenham, saying, Shall I say this psalm? And he said, Yea. Then she said the psalm of Miserere mea Deus, in English, in a most devout manner throughout to the end. And then she stood up, and gave her maid, Miss Ellen, her gloves and handkerchief, and her book to Mr. Bruges, and then untied her gown, and the executioner pressed her to help her off with it. But she, desiring him to let her alone, turned towards her two gentlewomen, who helped her off therewith, and also with her froze, poft, and neckerchief, giving to her a fair handkerchief to put about her eyes. The executioner kneeled down and asked her forgiveness, whom she forgave most willingly. Then he desired her to stand upon the straw, which doing, she saw the block. Then she said, I pray you dispatch me quickly. Then she kneeled down, and saying, Will you take it off before I lay me down? And the executioner said, No, madam. Then she tied a handkerchief about her eyes, and feeling for the block, she said, What shall I do? Where is it? Where is it? One of the standers by guiding her thereunto, she laid her head upon the block, and then stretched forth her body, and said, Lord, into thy hands I commend my spirit. And so finished her life in the year of our Lord, 1554, the 12th day of February, about the 17th year of her age. Thus died Lady Jane, and on the same day Lord Guilford, her husband, one of the Duke of Northumberland's sons, was likewise beheaded, two innocents, in comparison with them that sat upon them. For they were both very young, and ignorantly accepted that which others had contrived, and by open proclamation consented to take from others, and give to them. Touching the condemnation of this pious lady, it is to be noted that Judge Morgan, who gave sentence against her, soon after he had condemned her, fell mad, and in his raving cried out continually to have the Lady Jane taken away from him, and so he ended his life. On the 21st day of the same month, Henry, Duke of Suffolk, was beheaded on Tower Hill, the 4th day after his condemnation, about which time many gentlemen and yeomen were condemned, whereof some were executed at London, and some in the country. In the number of whom was Lord Thomas Grey, brother to the said Duke, being apprehended not long after in North Wales, and executed for the same. Sir Nicholas Throgmorton, John Rogers, Vicar of St. Sepulchre's, and Reader of St. Paul's, London. John Rogers was educated at Cambridge, and was afterward many years chaplain to the merchant adventurers at Antwerp, in Brabant. Here he met with the celebrated martyr William Tyndale and Miles Coverdale, both voluntary exiles from their country for their aversion to popish superstition and idolatry. They were the instruments of his conversion, and he united with them in that translation of the Bible into English, entitled The Translation of Thomas Matthew. From the Scriptures he knew that unlawful vows may be lawfully broken. Hence he married, and removed to Wittenberg in Saxony, and he there learned the Dutch language, and received the charge of a congregation, which he faithfully executed for many years. On King Edward's accession, he left Saxony to promote the work of Reformation in England, and after some time Nicholas Ridley, then Bishop of London, gave him a prebend in St. Paul's Cathedral, and the dean and chapter appointed him reader of the divinity lesson there. Here he continued until Queen Mary's succession to the throne, when the gospel and true religion were banished, and the Antichrist of Rome, with his superstition and idolatry, introduced. The circumstances of Mr. Rogers having preached at Paul's Cross, after Queen Mary arrived at the Tower, has already been stated. He confirmed in his sermon the true doctrine taught in King Edward's time, and exhorted the people to beware of the pestilence of popery, idolatry, and superstition. For this he was called to account, but so ably defended himself that for that time he was dismissed. The proclamation of the Queen, however, to prohibit true preaching, gave his enemies a new handle against him. Hence he was again summoned before the council, and commanded to keep his house. He did so, though he might have escaped, and though he perceived the state of the true religion to be desperate. He knew he could not want a living in Germany, and he could not forget a wife and 10 children, and to seek means to succor them. But all these things were insufficient to induce him to depart, and when once called to answer in Christ's cause, he stoutly defended it, and hazarded his life for that purpose. After long imprisonment in his house, the restless Bonner, Bishop of London, caused him to be committed to Newgate, there to be lodged among thieves and murderers. After Mr. Rogers had been long and straitly imprisoned, and lodged in Newgate among thieves, often examined and very uncharitably entreated, and at length unjustly and most cruelly condemned by Stephen Gardiner, Bishop of Winchester, the 4th day of February in the year of our Lord 1555, being Monday in the morning, he was suddenly warned by the keeper of Newgate's wife to prepare himself for the fire, who, being then sound asleep, could scarce be awaked. At length, being raised and awaked, and bid to make haste, then said he, "If it be so, I need not tie my points." And so was had down, first to Bishop Bonner, to be degraded, which being done, he craved of Bonner but one petition, and Bonner asked him what that should be. Mr. Rogers replied that he might speak a few words with his wife before burning, but that could not be obtained of him. When the time came that he should be brought out of Newgate to Smithfield, the place of his execution, Mr. Woodroof, one of the sheriffs, first came to Mr. Rogers and asked him if he would revoke his abominable doctrine, and the evil opinion of the sacrament of the altar. Mr. Rogers answered, "That which I have preached I will seal with my blood." Then Mr. Woodroof said, "Thou art a heretic." "That shall be known," quoth Mr. Rogers, "at the day of judgment." "Well," said Mr. Woodroof, "I will never pray for thee." "But I will pray for you," said Mr. Rogers. And so was brought the same day, the 4th of February, by the sheriffs, towards Smithfield, saying the psalm of Miserere. By the way, all the people wonderfully rejoicing at his constancy, with great praises and thanks to God for the same. And there in the presence of Mr. Rochester, comptroller of the Queen's household, Sir Richard Southwell, both the sheriffs, and a great number of people, he was burnt to ashes, washing his hands in the flame as he was burning. A little before his burning, his pardon was brought, if he would have recanted, but he utterly refused it. He was the first martyr of all the blessed company that suffered in Queen Mary's time, that gave the first adventure upon the fire. His wife and children being 11 in number, 10 able to go, and 1 sucking at her breast, met him by the way, as he went towards Smithfield. This sorrowful sight of his own flesh and blood could nothing move him, but that he constantly and cheerfully took his death with wonderful patience, in the defense and quarrel of the gospel of Christ. The Reverend Lawrence Saunders. Mr. Saunders, after passing some time in the school of Eton, was chosen to go to King's College in Cambridge, where he continued 3 years, and profited in knowledge and learning very much for that time. Shortly after he quitted the university, and went to his parents, but soon returned to Cambridge again to his study, where he began to add to the knowledge of the Latin, the study of the Greek and Hebrew tongues, and gave himself up to the study of the Holy Scriptures, the better to qualify himself for the office of preacher. In the beginning of King Edward's reign, when God's true religion was introduced, after license obtained, he began to preach, and was so well liked of them who then had authority, that they appointed him to read a divinity lecture in the College of Forthringham. The College of Forthringham being dissolved, he was placed to be a reader in the Minster at Lichfield. After a certain space, he departed from Lichfield to a benefice of Leicestershire, called Church Langton, where he held a residence, taught diligently, and kept a liberal house. Thence he was orderly called to take a benefice in the city of London, namely, All Hallows in Bread Street. After this he preached at Northampton, nothing meddling with the state, but boldly uttering his conscience against the popish doctrines which were likely to spring up again in England, as a just plague for the little love which the English nation then bore to the blessed word of God, which had been so plentifully offered unto them. The Queen's party who were there and heard him were highly displeased with him for his sermon, and for it kept him among them as a prisoner. But partly for love of his brethren and friends, who were chief actors for the Queen among them, and partly because there was no law broken by his preaching, they dismissed him. Some of his friends, perceiving such fearful menacing, counselled him to fly out of the realm, which he refused to do. but seeing he was with violence kept from doing good in that place, he returned toward London to visit his flock. In the afternoon of Sunday, October 15th, 1554, as he was reading in his church to exhort his people, the Bishop of London interrupted him by sending an officer for him. His treason and sedition the bishop's charity was content to let slip until another time, but a heretic he meant to prove him, and all those, he said, who taught and believed that the administration of the sacraments and all orders of the church are the most pure, which come the nearest to the order of the primitive church. After much talk concerning this matter, the bishop desired him to write what he believed of transubstantiation. Lawrence Saunders did so, saying, "My lord, you seek my blood, and you shall have it. I pray God that you may be so baptized in it that you may never after loathe blood-sucking, and become a better man." Upon being closely charged with contumacy, the severe replies of Mr. Saunders to the bishop, who had before, to get the favor of Henry VIII, written and set forth in print, a book of true obedience, wherein he had openly declared Queen Mary to be a bastard, so irritated him that he exclaimed, "Carry away this frenzied fool to prison." After this good and faithful martyr had been kept in prison 1 year and a quarter, the bishops at length called him, as they did his fellow prisoners, openly to be examined before the Queen's Council. His examination being ended, the officers led him out of the place, and stayed until the rest of his fellow prisoners were likewise examined, that they might lead them all together to prison. After his excommunication and delivery over to the secular power, he was brought by the sheriff of London to the Compter, a prison in his own parish of Bread Street, at which he rejoiced greatly, both because he found there a fellow prisoner, Mr. Cardmaker, with whom he had much Christian and comfortable discourse, and because out of prison, as before in his pulpit, he might have an opportunity to preach to his parishioners. On the 4th of February, Bonaire, Bishop of London, came to the prison to degrade him. The day following, in the morning, the Sheriff of London delivered him to certain of the Queen's Guard, who were appointed to carry him to the city of Coventry, there to be burnt. When they had arrived at Coventry, a poor shoemaker, who used to serve him with shoes, came to him and said, "O my good master, God strengthen and comfort you." "Good shoemaker," Mr. Saunders replied, "I desire thee to pray for me, for I am the most unfit man for this high office that ever was appointed to it. But my gracious God and dear Father is able to make me strong enough." The next day, being the 8th of February, 1555, he was led to the place of execution in the park without the city. He went in an old gown and shirt, barefooted, and oftentimes fell flat on the ground and prayed. When he was come to nigh the place, the officer appointed to see the execution done said to Mr. Saunders that he was one of them who marred the Queen's realm, but if he would recant, there was pardon for him. "Not I," replied the holy martyr, "but such as you have injured the realm. The blessed gospel of Christ is what I hold. That do I believe. That have I taught, and that will I never revoke." Mr. Saunders then slowly moved towards the fire, sank to the earth, and prayed. He then rose up, embraced the stake, and frequently said, "Welcome, thou cross of Christ! Welcome, everlasting life!" Fire was then put to the faggots, and he was overwhelmed by the dreadful flames, and sweetly slept in the Lord Jesus. End of chapter 16, part 1. Recording by Derek Woodley, San Angelo, Texas.
Chapter 16, Part 2 of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2, by John Foxe, edited by William Byron Forbush. Chapter 16, Persecutions in England during the reign of Queen Mary, Part 2. The history, imprisonment, and examination of Mr. John Hooper, Bishop of Worcester and Gloucester. John Hooper, student and graduate in the University of Oxford, was stirred with such fervent desire to the love and knowledge of the Scriptures that he was compelled to move from thence, and was retained in the house of Sir Thomas Arundel as his steward, until Sir Thomas had intelligence of his opinions and religion, which he in no case did favour, though he exceedingly favoured his person and condition, and wished to be his friend. Mr. Hooper now prudently left Sir Thomas's house, and arrived at Paris, but in a short time returned to England, and was retained by Mr. Sentlow, until the time that he was again molested and sought for, when he passed through France to the higher parts of Germany, where, commencing acquaintance with learned men, he was by them free and lovingly entertained, both at Basel and especially at Zurich, by Mr. Bullinger, who was his singular friend. Here also he married his wife, who was a Burgundian, and applied very studiously to the Hebrew tongue. At length, when God saw it good to stay the bloody time of the 6 Articles, and to give us King Edward to reign over this realm, with some peace and rest unto the Church, amongst many other English exiles, who then repaired homeward, Mr. Hooper also, moved in conscience, thought not to absent himself, but seeing such a time and occasion, offered to help forward the Lord's work to the utmost of his ability. When Mr. Hooper had taken his farewell of Mr. Bullinger and his friends in Zurich, he repaired again to England in the reign of King Edward VI, and coming to London, used continually to preach, most times twice, or at least once a day. In his sermons, according to his accustomed manner, he corrected sin, and sharply inveighed against the iniquity of the world and the corrupt abuses of the Church. The people in great flocks and companies daily came to hear his voice, as the most melodious sound and tune of Orpheus's harp, insomuch that oftentimes when he was preaching, the church would be so full that none could enter farther than the doors thereof. In his doctrine he was earnest, in tongue eloquent, in the Scriptures perfect, in pains indefatigable, in his life exemplary. Having preached before the King's Majesty, he was soon after made Bishop of Gloucester. In that office he continued 2 years, and behaved himself so well that his very enemies could find no fault with him, and after that he was made Bishop of Worcester. Dr. Hooper executed the office of a most careful and vigilant pastor, for the space of 2 years and more, as long as the state of religion in King Edward's time was sound and flourishing. After he had been cited to appear before Bonner and Dr. Heath, he was led to the council, accused falsely of owing the Queen money, and in the next year, 1554, he wrote an account of his severe treatment during near 18 months' confinement in the Fleet, and after his 3rd examination, January 28, 1555, at St. Mary Overies, he, with the Reverend Mr. Rogers, was conducted to the Compter in Southwark, there to remain until the next day at 9 o'clock, to see whether they would recant. "Come, Brother Rogers," said Dr. Hooper, "must we, too, take this matter first in hand, and begin to fry in these faggots?" "Yes, Doctor," said Mr. Rogers, "by God's grace." "Doubt not," said Dr. Hooper, "but God will give us strength." And the people so applauded their constancy that they had much ado to pass. January 29th, Bishop Hooper was degraded and condemned, and the Reverend Mr. Rogers was treated in like manner. At dark, Dr. Hooper was led through the city to Newgate. Notwithstanding this secrecy, many people came forth to their doors with lights, and saluted him, praising God for his constancy. During the few days he was in Newgate, he was frequently visited by Bonner and others, but without avail. As Christ was tempted, so they tempted him, and then maliciously reported that he had recanted. The place of his martyrdom being fixed at Gloucester, he rejoiced very much, lifting up his eyes and hands to heaven, and praising God that he saw it good to send him among the people over whom he was pastor, there to confirm with his death the truth which he had before taught them. On February 7th he came to Gloucester, about 5 o'clock, and lodged at one Ingram's house. After his first sleep he continued in prayer until morning, and all the day, except a little time at his meals, and when conversing such as the guard kindly permitted to speak to him, he spent in prayer. Sir Anthony Kingston, at one time Dr. Hooper's good friend, was appointed by the Queen's letters to attend at his execution. As soon as he saw the bishop, he burst into tears. With tender entreaties he exhorted him to live. "True it is," said the bishop, "that death is bitter and life is sweet. But alas, consider that the death to come is more bitter, and the life to come is more sweet." The same day a blind boy obtained leave to be brought into Dr. Hooper's presence. The same boy, not long before, had suffered imprisonment at Gloucester for confessing the truth. "Ah, poor boy," said the bishop, "though God hath taken from thee thy outward sight, for what reason he best knoweth, yet he hath endued thy soul with the eye of knowledge and of faith. God give thee grace continually to pray unto him, that thou lose not that sight, for then wouldst thou indeed be blind, both in body and soul." When the mayor waited upon him preparatory to his execution, he expressed his perfect obedience, and only requested that a quick fire might terminate his torments. After he had got up in the morning, he desired that no man should be suffered to come into the chamber, that he might be solitary until the hour of execution. About 8 o'clock on February 9th, 1555, he was led forth, and many thousand persons were collected, as it was market day. All the way being straitly charged not to speak, and beholding the people who mourned bitterly for him, he would sometimes lift up his eyes toward heaven, and look very cheerfully upon such as he knew. And he was never known, during the time of his being among them, to look with so cheerful and ruddy a countenance as he did at that time. When he came to the place appointed where he should die, he smilingly beheld the stake and preparation made for him, which was near unto the great elm tree over against the college of priests, where he used to preach. Now, after he had entered into prayer, a box was brought and laid before him upon a stool, with his pardon from the Queen, if he would turn. At the sight whereof he cried, "If you love my soul, away with it." The box being taken away, Lord Chandos said, "Seeing there is no remedy, dispatch him quickly." Command was now given that the fire should be kindled. But because there were not more green faggots than 2 horses could carry, it kindled not speedily, and was a pretty while also before it took the reeds upon the faggots. At length it burned about him, but the wind having full strength at that place, and being a lowering cold morning, it blew the flame from him, so that he was in a manner little more than touched by the fire. Within a space after, a few dry faggots were brought, and a new fire kindled with faggots, for there were no more reeds, and those burned at the nether parts, but had small power above, because of the wind, saving that it burnt his hair and scorched his skin a little. In the time of which fire, even as the first flame, he prayed, saying mildly, and not very loud, but as one without pain, "O Jesus, Son of David, have mercy upon me, and receive my soul." After the second fire was spent, he wiped both his eyes with his hands, and beholding the people, he said with an indifferent, loud voice, "For God's love, good people, let me have more fire." And all this while his nether parts did burn, but the faggots were so few that the flame only singed his upper parts. The third fire was kindled within a while after, which was more extreme than the other 2. In this fire he prayed with a loud voice, "Lord Jesus, have mercy upon me. Lord Jesus, receive my spirit." And these were the last words he was heard to utter. But when he was black in the mouth, and his tongue so swollen that he could not speak, yet his lips went until they were shrunk into the gums. and he knocked his breast with his hands until one of his arms fell off, and then knocked still with the other, while the fat, water, and blood dropped out at his fingers' ends, until by renewing the fire his strength was gone, and his hand clave fast in knocking to the iron upon his breast. Then, immediately bowing forwards, he yielded up his spirit. Thus he was 3/4 of an hour or more in the fire. Even as a lamb, patiently he abode the extremity thereof, neither moving forwards, backwards, nor to any side, but he died as quietly as a child in his bed. And he now reigneth, I doubt not, as a blessed martyr in the joys of heaven, prepared for the faithful in Christ before the foundations of the world, for whose constancy all Christians are bound to praise God. The Life and Conduct of Dr. Rowland Taylor of Hadley. Dr. Rowland Taylor, vicar of Hadley in Suffolk, was a man of eminent learning, and had been admitted to the degree of Doctor of the Civil and Canon Law. His attachment to the pure and uncorrupted principles of Christianity recommended him to the favor and friendship of Dr. Cranmer, Archbishop of Canterbury, with whom he lived a considerable time, until through his interest he obtained the living at Hadley. Not only was his word a preaching unto them, but all his life and conversation was an example of unfeigned Christian life and true holiness. He was void of all pride, humble and meek as any child, so that none were so poor that they might boldly, as unto their Father, resort unto him. Neither was his lowliness childish or fearful, but, as occasion, time, and place required, he would be stout in rebuking the sinful and evildoers, so that none was so rich but he would tell them plainly his fault, with such earnest and grave rebukes as became a good curate and pastor. He was a man very mild, void of all rancor, grudge, or evil will, ready to do good to all men, readily forgiving his enemies, and never sought to do evil to any. To the poor that were blind, lame, sick, bedred, or that had many children, he was a very father, a careful patron, and diligent provider, insomuch that he caused the parishioners to make a general provision for them, and he himself, beside the continual relief that they always found at his house, gave an honest portion yearly to the common alms-box. His wife also was an honest, discreet, and sober matron, and his children well nurtured, brought up in the fear of God and good learning. He was a good salt of the earth, savorily biting the corrupt manners of evil men, a light in God's house, set upon a candlestick for all good men to imitate and follow. Thus continued this good shepherd among his flock, governing and leading them through the wilderness of this wicked world, all the days of the most innocent and holy king of blessed memory, Edward VI. But on his demise, and the succession of Queen Mary to the throne, he escaped not the cloud that burst on so many beside. For 2 of his parishioners, Foster an attorney, and Clark a tradesman, out of blind zeal, resolved that Mass should be celebrated, in all its superstitious forms, in the parish church of Hadley on Monday before Easter. This Dr. Taylor, entering the church, strictly forbade. But Clark forced the doctor out of the church, celebrated Mass, and immediately informed the Lord Chancellor, Bishop of Winchester, of his behavior, who summoned him to appear and answer the complaints that were alleged against him. The doctor, upon receipt of the summons, cheerfully prepared to obey the same, and rejected the advice of his friends to fly beyond the sea. When Gardiner saw Dr. Taylor, he, according to his common custom, reviled him. Dr. Taylor heard his abuse patiently, and when the bishop said, "How darest thou look me in the face? Knowest thou not who I am?" Dr. Taylor replied, You are Dr. Stephen Gardner, Bishop of Winchester and Lord Chancellor, and yet but a mortal man. But if I should be afraid of your lordly looks, why fear ye not God, the Lord of us all? With what countenance will you appear before the judgment seat of Christ, and answer to your oath made first unto King Henry the Eighth, and afterward unto King Edward the Sixth, his son? A long conversation ensued, in which Dr. Taylor was so piously collected and severe upon his antagonist, that he exclaimed, "Thou art a blasphemous heretic. Thou indeed blasphemest the blessed sacrament," here he put off his cap, "and speakest against the Holy Mass, which is made a sacrifice for the quick and the dead." The bishop afterward committed him into the king's bench. When Dr. Taylor came there, he found the virtuous and vigilant preacher of God's word, Mr. Bradford, who equally thanked God that he had provided him with such a comfortable fellow prisoner, and they both together praised God and continued in prayer, reading and exhorting one another. After Dr. Taylor had lain some time in prison, he was cited to appear in the arches of Bow Church. Dr. Taylor, being condemned, was committed to the clink, and the keepers were charged to treat him roughly. At night he was removed to the poultry compter. When Dr. Taylor had lain in the compter about a week on the 4th of February, Bonner came to degrade him, bringing with him such ornaments as appertained to the massing mummery. But the doctor refused these trappings until they were forced upon him. The night after he was degraded, his wife came with John Hull, his servant, and his son Thomas, and were by the gentleness of the keepers permitted to sup with him. After supper, walking up and down, he gave God thanks for his grace, that had given him strength to abide by his holy word. With tears they prayed together and kissed one another. Unto his son Thomas he gave a Latin book, containing the notable sayings of the old martyrs, and in the end of that he wrote his testament. I say to my wife and to my children, the Lord gave you unto me, and the Lord hath taken me from you, and you from me. Blessed be the name of the Lord. I believe that they are blessed which die in the Lord. God careth for sparrows, and for the hairs of our heads. I have ever found him more faithful and favorable than is any father or husband. Trust ye therefore in him, by the means of our dear Saviour Christ's merits. Believe, love, fear, and obey him. Pray to him, for he hath promised to help. Count me not dead, for I shall certainly live and never die. I go before, and you shall follow after, to our long home. On the morrow the sheriff of London with his officers came to the compter by 2 o'clock in the morning, and brought forth Dr. Taylor, and without any light led him to the Woolsack, an inn without Aldgate. Dr. Taylor's wife, suspecting that her husband should that night be carried away, watched all night in St. Botolph's church porch beside Aldgate, having her 2 children, the one named Elizabeth of 13 years of age, whom, being left without father or mother, Dr. Taylor had brought up of alms from 3 years old. The other named Mary, Dr. Taylor's own daughter. Now when the sheriff and his company came against St. Botolph's church, Elizabeth cried, saying, "O my dear father, mother, here is my father led away." Then his wife cried, "Roland, Roland, where art thou?" For it was a very dark morning, that the one could not well see the other. Dr. Taylor answered, "Dear wife, I am here," and stayed. The sheriff's men would have let him forth, but the sheriff said, "Stay a little, masters, I pray you, and let him speak to his wife." And so they stayed. Then came she to him, and he took his daughter Mary in his arms, and he, his wife, and Elizabeth, kneeled down and said the Lord's Prayer, at which sight the sheriff wept apace, and so did divers others of the company. After they had prayed, he rose up and kissed his wife, and shook her by the hand, and said, "Farewell, my dear wife. Be of good comfort, for I am quiet in my conscience. God shall stir up a father for my children." All the way Dr. Taylor was joyful and merry, as one that counted himself going to a most pleasant banquet or bridal. He spake many notable things to the sheriff and yeomen of the guard that conducted him, and often moved them to weep, through his much earnest calling upon them to repent, and to amend their evil and wicked living. Oftentimes he also caused them to wonder and rejoice to see him so constant and steadfast, void of all fear, joyful in heart, and glad to die. When Dr. Taylor had arrived at Aldham Common, the place where he should suffer, seeing a great multitude of people, he asked, "What place is this, and what meaneth it that so much people are gathered hither?" It was answered, "It is Aldham Common, the place where you must suffer, and the people have come to look upon you." Then he said, "Thanked be God, I am even at home." And he alighted from his horse, and with both hands rent the hood from his head. His head had been notched and clipped, like as a man would clip a fool's, which cost the good Bishop Bonner had bestowed upon him. But when the people saw his reverend and ancient face with a long white beard, they burst out with weeping tears, and cried, saying, "God save thee, good Dr. Taylor. Jesus Christ strengthen thee and help thee. The Holy Ghost comfort thee," with such other like good wishes. When he had prayed, he went to the stake and kissed it, and set himself into a pitch barrel, which they had put for him to stand in, and stood with his back upright against the stake, with his hands folded together, and his eyes toward heaven, and continually prayed. They then bound him with the chains, and having set up the faggots, one Warwick cruelly cast a faggot at him, which struck him on the head, and cut his face, so that the blood ran down. Then said Dr. Taylor, "O friend, I have harm enough. What needed that?" Sir John Shelton, standing by, as Dr. Taylor was speaking, and saying the psalm Miserere in English, struck him on the lips. "You knave," he said, "speak Latin, I will make thee." At last they kindled the fire, and Dr. Taylor, holding up both his hands, calling upon God, and said, "Merciful Father of heaven, for Jesus Christ my Saviour's sake, receive my soul into thy hands." So he stood still, without either crying or moving, with his hands folded together, until Seuss, with a halberd, struck him on the head until his brains fell out, and the corpse fell down into the fire. Thus rendered up this man of God his blessed soul into the hands of his merciful Father, and to his most dear Saviour, Jesus Christ, whom he most entirely loved, faithfully and earnestly preached, obediently followed in living, and constantly glorified in death. Martyrdom of William Hunter. William Hunter had been trained to the doctrines of the Reformation from his earliest youth, being descended from religious parents who carefully instructed him in the principles of true religion. Hunter, then 19 years of age, refusing to receive the communion at Mass, was threatened to be brought before the bishop, to whom this valiant young martyr was conducted by a constable. Bonner caused William to be brought into a chamber, where he began to reason with him, promising him security and pardon if he would recant. Nay, he would have been content if he would have gone only to receive and to confession. But William would not do so for all the world. Upon this, the bishop commanded his men to put William in the stocks in his gatehouse, where he sat 2 days and nights, with a crust of brown bread and a cup of water only, which he did not touch. At the 2 days' end, the bishop came to him, and finding him steadfast in the faith, sent him to the convict prison, and commanded the keeper to lay irons upon him, as many as he could bear. He continued in prison 3/4 of a year, during which time he had been before the bishop 5 times, besides the time when he was condemned in the consistory in St. Paul's, February 9th, at which time his brother, Robert Hunter, was present. Then the bishop, calling William, asked him if he would recant, and finding he was unchangeable, pronounced sentence upon him, that he should go from that place to Newgate for a time, and thence to Brentwood, there to be burned. About a month afterward, William was sent down to Brentwood, where he was to be executed. On coming to the stake, he knelt down and read the 51st Psalm, until he came to these words: "The sacrifices of God are a broken spirit. A broken and contrite heart, O God, thou wilt not despise." Steadfast in refusing the Queen's pardon, if he would become an apostate, at length one Richard Pond, a bailiff, came and made the chain fast about him. William now cast his psalter into his brother's hand, who said, "William, think on the holy passion of Christ, and be not afraid of death." "Behold," answered William, "I am not afraid." Then he lifted up his hands to heaven, and said, "Lord, Lord, Lord, receive my spirit." And casting down his head again into the smothering smoke, he yielded up his life for the truth, sealing it with his blood to the praise of God. Dr. Robert Farrar. This worthy and learned prelate, the Bishop of St. David's in Wales, having in the former reign, as well as since the accession of Mary, been remarkably zealous in promoting the reformed doctrines, and exploding the errors of popish idolatry, was summoned, among others, before the persecuting Bishop of Winchester, and other commissioners set apart for the abominable work of devastation and massacre. His principal accusers and persecutors, on a charge of praemunire in the reign of Edward VI, were George Constantine Walter, his servant, Thomas Young, chanter of the cathedral, afterward Bishop of Bangor, etc. Dr. Farrar ably replied to the copies of information laid against him, consisting of 56 articles. The whole process of this trial was long and tedious. Delay succeeded delay, and after that Dr. Farrar had been long unjustly detained in custody under sureties, in the reign of King Edward, because he had been promoted by the Duke of Somerset, whence after his fall he found fewer friends to support him against such as wanted his bishopric by the coming in of Queen Mary. He was accused and examined not for any matter of praemunire, but for his faith and doctrine, for which he was called before the Bishop of Winchester, with Bishop Hooper, Mr. Rogers, Mr. Bradford, Mr. Saunders, and others, February 4th, 1555, on which day he would also with them have been condemned, but his condemnation was deferred, and he sent to prison again, where he continued until February 14th, and then was sent into Wales to receive sentence. He was 6 times brought up before Henry Morgan, Bishop of St. David's, who demanded if he would abjure, from which he zealously dissented, and appealed to Cardinal Pole, notwithstanding which the bishop, proceeding in his rage, pronounced him a heretic excommunicate, and surrendered him to the secular power. Dr. Farrar, being condemned and degraded, was not long after brought to the place of execution in the town of Carmarthen, in the marketplace of which, on the south side of the market cross, March 30th, 1555, being Saturday next before Passion Sunday, he most constantly sustained the torments of the fire. Concerning his constancy, it is said that one Richard Jones, a knight's son, coming to Dr. Farrar a little before his death, seemed to lament the painfulness of the death he had to suffer, to whom the bishop answered that if he saw him once stir in the pains of his burning, he might then give no credit to his doctrine. And as he said, so did he maintain his promise, patiently standing without emotion, until one Richard Gravel with a staff struck him down. End of chapter 16, part 2. Chapter 16, Part 3 of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2, by John Foxe. Edited by William Byron Forbush. Chapter 16. Persecutions in England during the reign of Queen Mary, Part 3. Martyrdom of Rawlins White. Rawlins White was by his calling and occupation a fisherman, living and continuing in the said trade for the space of 20 years at least, in the town of Cardiff, where he bore a very good name amongst his neighbours. Though the good man was altogether unlearned, and withal very simple, yet it pleased God to remove him from error and idolatry to a knowledge of the truth, through the blessed Reformation in Edward's reign. He had his son taught to read English, and after the little boy could read pretty well, his father every night after supper, summer and winter, made the boy read a portion of the Holy Scriptures, and now and then a part of some other good book. When he had continued in his profession the space of 5 years, King Edward died, upon whose decease Queen Mary succeeded, and with her all kinds of superstition crept in. White was taken by the officers of the town, as a man suspected of heresy, brought before the Bishop Llandaff, and committed to prison in Chepstow, and at last removed to the castle of Cardiff, where he continued for the space of 1 whole year. Being brought before the bishop in his chapel, he counselled him by threats and promises. But as Rawlins would in no wise recant his opinions, the bishop told him plainly that he must proceed against him by law, and condemn him as a heretic. Before they proceeded to this extremity, the bishop proposed that prayer should be said for his conversion. "This," said White, "is like a godly bishop, and if your request be godly and right, and you pray as you ought, no doubt God will hear you. Pray you, therefore, to your God, and I will pray to my God." After the bishop and his party had done praying, he asked Rawlins if he would now revoke. "You find," said the latter, "your prayer is not granted, for I remain the same, and God will strengthen me in support of his truth." After this, the bishop tried what saying Mass would do, but Rawlins called all the people to witness that he did not bow down to the host. Mass being ended, Rawlins was called for again, to whom the bishop used many persuasions, but the blessed man continued so steadfast in his former profession that the bishop's discourse was to no purpose. The bishop now caused the definitive sentence to be read, which being ended, Rawlins was carried again to Cardiff, to a loathsome prison in the town, called Cockmarel, where he passed his time in prayer and the singing of psalms. In about 3 weeks the order came from town for his execution. When he came to the place where his poor wife and children stood weeping, the sudden sight of them so pierced his heart that the tears trickled down his face. Being come to the altar of his sacrifice, in going toward the stake, he fell down upon his knees and kissed the ground. And in rising again, a little earth sticking on his face, he said these words: "Earth unto earth, and dust unto dust. Thou art my mother, and unto thee I shall return." When all things were ready, directly over against the stake, in the face of Rawlins White, there was a stand erected, whereon stepped up a priest, addressing himself to the people. But as he spoke of the Romish doctrines of the sacraments, Rawlins cried out, "Ah, thou wicked hypocrite! Dost thou presume to prove thy false doctrine by Scripture? Look in the text that followeth. Did not Christ say, do this in remembrance of me? Then some that stood by cried out, Put fire, set on fire. Which, being done, the straw and reeds cast up a great and sudden flame, in which flame this good man bathed his hands so long, until such time as the sinews shrank, and the fat dropped away, saving that once he did, as it were, wipe his face with one of them. All this while, which was somewhat long, he cried with a loud voice, O Lord, receive my spirit, until he could not open his mouth. At last the extremity of the fire was so vehement against his legs that they were consumed almost before the rest of his body was hurt, which made the whole body fall over the chains into the fire sooner than it would have done. Thus died this good old man for his testimony of God's truth, and is now rewarded, no doubt, with the crown of eternal life. The Reverend George Marsh. George Marsh, born in the parish of Deane, in the county of Lancaster, received a good education and trade from his parents. About his 25th year he married, and lived, blessed with several children, on his farm until his wife died. He then went to study at Cambridge, and became the curate of Reverend Lawrence Saunders, in which duty he constantly and zealously set forth the truth of God's word, and the false doctrines of the modern Antichrist. Being confined by Dr. Coles, the Bishop of Chester, within the precincts of his own house, he was dept from any intercourse with his friends during 4 months. His friends and mother earnestly wished him to have flown from the wrath to come, but Mr. Marsh thought that such a step would ill agree with that profession he had during 9 years openly made. He, however, secreted himself, but he had much struggling, and in secret prayer begged that God would direct him, through the advice of his best friends, for his own glory and to what was best. At length, determined by a letter he received, boldly to confess the faith of Christ, he took leave of his mother-in-law and other friends, recommending his children to their care, and departed for Smethahills, whence he was, with others, conducted to Latham, to undergo examination before the Earl of Derby, Sir William Norris, Mr. Sherburne, the parson of Garpnell, and others. The various questions put to him he answered with a good conscience, but when Mr. Sherburne interrogated him upon his belief of the sacrament of the altar, Mr. Marsh answered like a true Protestant that the essence of the bread and wine was not at all changed. Hence, after receiving dreadful threats from some and fair words from others for his opinions, he was remanded to Ward, where he lay 2 nights without any bed. On Palm Sunday he underwent a second examination, and Mr. Marsh much lamented that his fear should at all have induced him to prevaricate, and to seek his safety, as long as he did not openly deny Christ. And he again cried more earnestly to God for strength, that he might not be overcome by the subtleties of those who strove to overrule the purity of his faith. He underwent 3 examinations before Dr. Coles, who, finding him steadfast in the Protestant faith, began to read his sentence. But he was interrupted by the Chancellor, who prayed the bishop to stay before it was too late. The priest then prayed for Mr. Marsh, but the latter, upon being again solicited to recant, said he durst not deny his Saviour Christ, lest he lose his everlasting mercy, and so obtain eternal death. The bishop then proceeded in the sentence. He was committed to a dark dungeon, and lay deprived of the consolation of any one, for all were afraid to relieve or communicate with him, until the day appointed came that he should suffer. The sheriffs of the city, Amory and Cooper, with their officers, went to the north gate, and took out Mr. George Marsh, who walked all the way with the book in his hand, looking upon the same, whence the people said, This man does not go to his death as a thief, nor as one that deserveth to die. When he came to the place of execution without the city, near Spittal Boughton, Mr. Caudry, deputy chamberlain of Chester, showed Mr. Marsh a writing under a great seal, saying that it was a pardon for him if he would recant. He answered that he would gladly accept the same did it not tend to pluck him from God. After that he began to speak to the people, showing the cause of his death, and would have exhorted them to stick unto Christ, but one of the sheriffs prevented him. Kneeling down, he then said his prayers, put off his clothes unto his shirt, and was chained to the post, having a number of faggots under him, and a thing made like a firkin with pitch and tar in it over his head. The fire being unskilfully made, and the wind driving it in eddies, he suffered great extremity, which notwithstanding he bore with Christian fortitude. When he had been a long time tormented in the fire without moving, having his flesh so broiled and puffed up that they who stood before him could not see the chain wherein he was fastened, and therefore supposed that he had been dead, suddenly he sprang abroad his arms, saying, Father of heaven, have mercy upon me, and so yielded his spirit into the hands of the Lord. Upon this, many of the people said he was a martyr, and died gloriously patient. This caused the bishop shortly after to make a sermon in the cathedral church, and therein he affirmed that the said Marsh was a heretic, burnt as such, and is a firebrand in hell. Mr. Marsh suffered April 24th, 1555. William Flower. William Flower, otherwise Branch, was born at Snow Hill, in the county of Cambridge, where he went to school some years, and then came to the Abbey of Ely. After he had remained a while, he became a professed monk, was made a priest in the same house, and there celebrated and sang Mass. After that, by reason of a visitation and certain injunctions by the authority of Henry VIII., he took upon him the habit of a secular priest, and returned to Snow Hill, where he was born, and taught children about half a year. He then went to Ludgate in Suffolk, and served as a secular priest about a quarter of a year. From thence to Stoneland, at length to Tewkesbury, where he married a wife, with whom he ever after faithfully and honestly continued. After marriage he resided at Tewkesbury about 2 years, and thence went to Broseley, where he practised physic and surgery. But, departing from those parts, he came to London, and finally settled at Lambeth, where he and his wife dwelt together. However, he was generally abroad, excepting once or twice in a month, to visit and see his wife. Being at home upon Easter Sunday morning, he came over the water from Lambeth into St. Margaret's Church at Westminster, when seeing a priest named John Keltham administering and giving the sacrament of the altar to the people, and being greatly offended in his conscience with the priest for the same, he struck and wounded him upon the head, and also upon the arm and hand, with his wood knife, the priest having at the same time in his hand a chalice with the consecrated host therein, which became sprinkled with blood. Mr. Flower, for this injudicious zeal, was heavily ironed, and put into the gatehouse at Westminster, and afterward summoned before Bishop Bonner and his ordinary, where the bishop, after he had sworn him upon a book, ministered articles and interrogatories to him. After examination, the bishop began to exhort him again to return to the unity of his mother, the Catholic Church, with many fair promises. These Mr. Flower steadfastly rejected. The bishop ordered him to appear in the same place in the afternoon, and in the meantime to consider well his former answer. But he, neither apologizing for having struck the priest, nor swerving from his faith, the bishop assigned him the next day, April 20th, to receive sentence if he would not recant. The next morning the bishop accordingly proceeded to the sentence, condemning and excommunicating him for a heretic, and after pronouncing him to be degraded, committed him to the secular power. On April the 24th, St. Mark's Eve, he was brought to the place of martyrdom in St. Margaret's churchyard, Westminster, where the fact was committed. And there, coming to the stake, he prayed to Almighty God, made a confession of his faith, and forgave all the world. This done, his hand was held up against the stake, and struck off, his left hand being fastened behind him. Fire was then set to him, and he, burning therein, cried with a loud voice, O thou Son of God, receive my soul, 3 times. His speech being now taken from him, he spoke no more, but notwithstanding he lifted up the stump with his other arm as long as he could. Thus he endured the extremity of the fire, and was cruelly tortured, for the few faggots that were brought being insufficient to burn him, they were compelled to strike him down into the fire, where, laying upon the ground, his lower part was consumed in the fire, whilst his upper part was little injured, his tongue moving in his mouth for a considerable time. The Reverend John Cardmaker and John Warren. On May 30th, 1555, the Reverend John Cardmaker, otherwise called Taylor, prebendary of the Church of Wells, and John Warren, upholsterer, of St. John's, Walbrook, suffered together in Smithfield. Mr. Cardmaker, who was first an observant friar before the dissolution of the abbeys, afterward was a married minister, and in King Edward's time appointed to be a reader in St. Paul's. Being apprehended in the beginning of Queen Mary's reign, with Dr. Barlow, Bishop of Bath, he was brought to London and put in the Fleet prison, King Edward's laws being yet in force. In Mary's reign, when brought before the Bishop of Winchester, the latter offered them the Queen's mercy if they would recant. Articles having been preferred against Mr. John Warren, he was examined upon them by Bonner, who earnestly exhorted him to recant his opinions, to whom he answered, I am persuaded that I am in the right opinion, and I see no cause to recant, for all the filthiness and idolatry lies in the Church of Rome. The bishop then, seeing that all his fair promises and terrible threatenings could not prevail, pronounced the definitive sentence of condemnation, and ordered May 30th, 1555, for the execution of John Cardmaker and John Warren, who were brought by the sheriffs to Smithfield. Being come to the stake, the sheriffs called Mr. Cardmaker aside, and talked with him secretly, during which Mr. Warren prayed and was chained to the stake, and had wood and reeds set about him. The people were greatly afflicted, thinking that Mr. Cardmaker would recant at the burning of Mr. Warren. At length Mr. Cardmaker departed from the sheriffs, and came toward the stake, knelt down, and made a long prayer in silence to himself. He then rose up, put off his clothes to his shirt, and went with a bold courage unto the stake, and kissed it. And taking Mr. Warren by the hand, he heartily comforted him, and was bound to the stake, rejoicing. The people, seeing this so suddenly done, contrary to their previous expectation, cried out, God be praised! The Lord strengthen thee, Cardmaker! The Lord Jesus receive thy spirit! And this continued while the executioner put fire to them, and both had passed through the fire to the blessed rest and peace among God's holy saints and martyrs, to enjoy the crown of triumph and victory prepared for the elect soldiers and warriors of Christ Jesus in his blessed kingdom, to whom be glory and majesty forever. Amen. John Simpson and John Ardely. John Simpson and John Ardely were condemned on the same day with Mr. Cardmaker and John Warren, which was the 25th of May. They were shortly after sent down from London to Essex, where they were burnt in one day, John Simpson at Rochford and John Ardely at Rayleigh, glorifying God in his beloved Son, and rejoicing that they were accounted worthy to suffer. Thomas Hawks, Thomas Watts, and Anne Askew. Thomas Hawks, with 6 others, was condemned on the 9th of February, 1555. In education he was erudite, in person comely and of good stature, in manners a gentleman and a sincere Christian. A little before death, several of Mr. Hawks' friends, terrified by the sharpness of the punishment he was going to suffer, privately desired that in the midst of the flames he should show them some token, whether the pains of burning were so great that a man might not collectedly endure it. This he promised to do, and it was agreed that if the rage of the pain might be suffered, then he should lift up his hands above his head towards heaven before he gave up the ghost. Not long after, Mr. Hawks was led away to the place appointed for slaughter by Lord Rich, and, being come to the stake, mildly and patiently prepared himself for the fire, having a strong chain cast about his middle, with a multitude of people on every side compassing about him, unto whom, after he had spoken many things, and poured out his soul unto God, the fire was kindled. When he had continued long in it, and his speech was taken away by violence of the flames, his skin drawn together, and his fingers consumed with the fire, so that it was thought he was gone, suddenly, and contrary to all expectation, this good man, being mindful of his promise, reached up his hands, burning in flames, over his head to the living God, and with great rejoicings, as it seemed, struck or clapped them 3 times together. A great shout followed this wonderful circumstance, and then this blessed martyr of Christ, sinking down in the fire, gave up his spirit, June 10th, 1555. Thomas Watts of Billerica in Essex, of the Diocese of London, was a linen draper. He had daily expected to be taken by God's adversaries, and this came to pass on the 5th of April, 1555, when he was brought before Lord Rich and other commissioners at Chelmsford, and accused for not coming to the church. Being consigned over to the bloody bishop, who gave him several hearings, and as usual many arguments, with much entreaty, that he would be a disciple of Antichrist. But his preaching availed not, and he resorted to his last revenge, that of condemnation. At the stake, after he had kissed it, he spake to Lord Rich, charging him to repent, for the Lord would revenge his death. Thus did this good martyr offer his body to the fire, in defense of the true gospel of the Saviour. Thomas Osmond, William Bamford, and Nicholas Chamberlain, all of the town of Coxall, being sent up to be examined, Bonner, after several hearings, pronounced them obstinate heretics, and delivered them to the sheriffs, in whose custody they remained until they were delivered to the sheriff of Essex county, and by him were executed, Chamberlain at Colchester, the 14th of June, Thomas Osmond at Manningtree, and William Bamford, alias Butler, at Harwich, the 15th of June, 1555, all dying full of the glorious hope of immortality. Then Wriothesley, Lord Chancellor, offered Anne Askew the king's pardon if she would recant, who made this answer, that she came not thither to deny her lord and master. And thus the good Anne Askew, being compassed in with flames of fire, as a blessed sacrifice unto God, slept in the Lord, A.D. 1546, leaving behind her a singular example of Christian constancy for all men to follow. Reverend John Bradford and John Leaf, an apprentice. Reverend John Bradford was born at Manchester in Lancashire. He was a good Latin scholar, and afterward became a servant of Sir John Harington, knight. He continued several years in an honest and thriving way, but the Lord had elected him to a better function. Hence he departed from his master, quitting the temple at London for the University of Cambridge, to learn, by God's law, how to further the building of the Lord's temple. In a few years after, the university gave him the degree of Master of Arts, and he became a Fellow of Pembroke Hall. Martin Bucer first urged him to preach, and when he modestly doubted his ability, Bucer was wont to reply, "If thou hast not fine wheat bread, yet give the poor people barley bread, or whatsoever else the Lord hath committed unto thee." Dr. Ridley, that worthy Bishop of London and glorious martyr of Christ, first called him to take the degree of a deacon, and gave him a prebend in his cathedral church of St. Paul. In this preaching office Mr. Bradford diligently labored for the space of 3 years. Sharply he reproved sin, sweetly he preached Christ crucified, ably he disproved heresies and errors, earnestly he persuaded to godly life. After the death of blessed King Edward VI, Mr. Bradford still continued diligent in preaching, until he was suppressed by Queen Mary. An act now followed of the blackest ingratitude, and at which a pagan would blush. It has been recited that a tumult was occasioned by Mr. Bourne's, then Bishop of Bath, preaching at St. Paul's Cross. The indignation of the people placed his life in imminent danger. Indeed, a dagger was thrown at him. In this situation he entreated Mr. Bradford, who stood behind him, to speak in his place and assuage the tumult. The people welcomed Mr. Bradford, and the latter afterward kept close to him, that his presence might prevent the populace from renewing their assaults. The same Sunday, in the afternoon, Mr. Bradford preached at Bow Church in Cheapside, and reproved the people sharply for their seditious misdemeanor. Notwithstanding this conduct, within 3 days after, he was sent for to the Tower of London, where the Queen was, to appear before the Council. There he was charged with this act of saving Mr. Bourne, which was called seditious, and they also objected against him for preaching. Thus he was committed, first to the Tower, then to other prisons, and after his condemnation to the Poultry Compter, where he preached twice a day continually, unless sickness hindered him. Such as his credit with the keeper of the King's Bench, that he permitted him in an evening to visit a poor sick person near the Steelyard, upon his promise to return in time, and in this he never failed. The night before he was sent to Newgate, he was troubled in his sleep by foreboding dreams, that on Monday after he should be burnt in Smithfield. In the afternoon the keeper's wife came up and announced this dreadful news to him, but in him it excited only thankfulness to God. At night 6 friends came, with whom he spent all the evening in prayer and godly exercises. When he was removed to Newgate, a weeping crowd accompanied him, and a rumor having been spread that he was to suffer at 4 the next morning, an immense multitude attended. At 9 o'clock Mr. Bradford was brought into Smithfield. The cruelty of the sheriff deserves notice, for his brother-in-law, Roger Beswick, having taken him by the hand as he passed, Mr. Woodruff, with his staff, cut his head open. Mr. Bradford, being come to the place, fell flat on the ground, and putting off his clothes unto the shirt, he went to the stake, and there suffered with a young man of 20 years of age, whose name was John Leaf, an apprentice to Mr. Humphrey Gowdy, tallow chandler of Christ Church, London. Upon Friday before Palm Sunday he was committed to the Compter in Bread Street, and afterward examined and condemned by the bloody bishop. It is reported of him that when the bill of his confession was read unto him, instead of pen he took a pin, and pricking his hand, sprinkled the blood upon the said bill, desiring the reader thereof to show the bishop that he had sealed the same bill with his blood already. They both ended this mortal life, July 12, 1555, like 2 lambs, without any alteration of their countenances, hoping to obtain that prize they had long run for, to which may Almighty God conduct us all through the merits of Christ our Savior. We shall conclude this article with mentioning that Mr. Sheriff Woodruff, it is said, within half a year after, was struck on the right side with a palsy, and for the space of 8 years after, until his dying day, he was unable to turn himself in his bed. Thus he became at last a fearful object to behold. End of chapter 16, part 3. Chapter 16, part 4 of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2, by John Foxe. Edited by William Byron Forbush. Chapter 16, Persecutions in England during the Reign of Queen Mary, Part 4. The day after Mr. Bradford and John Leaf suffered in Smithfield, William Minge, priest, died in prison at Maidstone. With as great constancy and boldness he yielded up his life in prison, as if it had pleased God to have called him to suffer by fire, as other godly men had done before at the stake, and as he himself was ready to do, had it pleased God to have him called to this trial. Reverend John Bland, Reverend John Frankish, Nicholas Shetterden, and Humphrey Middleton. These Christian persons were all burnt at Canterbury for the same cause. Frankish and Bland were ministers and preachers of the Word of God, the one being parson of Adisham, the other vicar of Rolvenden. Mr. Bland was cited to answer for his opposition to anti-Christianism, and underwent several examinations before Dr. Harpsfield, Archdeacon of Canterbury, and finally on the 25th of June, 1555, again withstanding the power of the Pope, he was condemned and delivered to the secular arm. On the same day were condemned John Frankish, Nicholas Shetterden, Humphrey Middleton, Thacker, and Crocker, of whom Thacker only recanted. Being delivered to the secular power, Mr. Bland, with the three former, were all burnt together at Canterbury, July 12, 1555, at two several stakes, but in one fire, when they, in the sight of God and his angels, and before men, like true soldiers of Jesus Christ, gave a constant testimony to the truth of his holy gospel. Derrick Carver and John Launder. The 22nd of July, 1555, Derrick Carver, brewer, of Brighthelmstone, aged 40, was burnt at Lewes, and the following day John Launder, husbandman, aged 25, of Godstone, Surrey, was burnt at Stinning. Derrick Carver was a man whom the Lord had blessed, as well with temporal riches as with his spiritual treasures. At his coming into the town of Lewes to be burnt, the people called to him, beseeching God to strengthen him in the faith of Jesus Christ. And as he came to the stake, he knelt down and prayed earnestly. Then his book was thrown into the barrel, and when he had stripped himself, he too went into a barrel. As soon as he was in, he took the book, and threw it among the people, upon which the sheriff commanded, in the name of the king and queen, on pain of death, to throw in the book again. And immediately the holy martyr began to address the people. After he had prayed a while, he said, O Lord my God, thou hast written, He that will not forsake wife, children, house, and everything that he hath, and take up thy cross and follow thee, is not worthy of thee. But thou, Lord, knowest that I have forsaken all to come unto thee. Lord, have mercy upon me, for unto thee I commend my spirit, and my soul doth rejoice in thee. These were the last words of this faithful servant of Christ before enduring the fire. And when the fire came to him, he cried, O Lord, have mercy upon me, and sprang up in the fire, calling upon the name of Jesus, until he gave up the ghost. James Abbs. This young man wandered about to escape apprehension, but was at last informed against, and brought before the Bishop of Norwich, who influenced him to recant. To secure him further in apostasy, the bishop afterward gave him a piece of money. But the interference of Providence is here remarkable. This bribe lay so heavily upon his conscience that he returned, threw back the money, and repented of his conduct. Like Peter, he was contrite, steadfast in the faith, and sealed it with his blood at Bury, August the 2nd, 1555, praising and glorifying God. John Dinley, John Newman, and Patrick Packingham. Mr. Dinley and Newman were returning one day to Maidstone, the place of their abode, when they were met by E. Tyrrell, Esquire, a bigoted justice of the peace in Essex, and a cruel persecutor of the Protestants. He apprehended them merely on suspicion. On the 5th of July, 1555, they were condemned, and consigned to the sheriffs, who sent Mr. Dinley to Uxbridge, where he perished, August 8th, 1555. While suffering in agony and singing a psalm, Dr. Story inhumanly ordered one of the tormentors to throw a faggot at him, which cut his face severely, caused him to cease singing, and to raise his hands to his face. Just as Dr. Story was remarking in jest that he had spoiled a good song, the pious martyr again changed, spread his hands abroad in the flames, and, through Christ Jesus, resigned his soul into the hands of his Maker. Mr. Packingham suffered at the same town on the 28th of the same month. Mr. Newman, pewterer, was burnt at Saffron Walden, in Essex, August 31st, for the same cause, and Richard Hooke about the same time perished at Chichester. W. Coker, W. Hooper, W. Lawrence, R. Collier, R. Wright, and W. Steer. These persons, all of Kent, were examined at the same time with Mr. Bland and Shetterden, by Thornton, Bishop of Dover, Dr. Harpsfield, and others. These 6 martyrs and witnesses of the truth were consigned to the flames in Canterbury, at the end of August, 1555. Elizabeth Warne, widow of John Warne, upholsterer, martyr, was burnt at Stratford-le-Bow, near London, at the end of August, 1555. George Tankerfield, of London, cook, born at York, aged 27, in the reign of Edward VI, had been a Papist, but the cruelty of Bloody Mary made him suspect the truth of those doctrines which were enforced by fire and torture. Tankerfield was imprisoned in Newgate about the end of February, 1555, and on August 26th, at St. Albans, he braved the excruciating fire, and joyfully died for the glory of his Redeemer. Reverend Robert Smith was first in the service of Sir T. Smith, Provost of Eton, and was afterward removed to Windsor, where he had a clerkship of £10 a year. He was condemned July 12, 1555, and suffered August 8th, at Uxbridge. He doubted not but that God would give the spectators some token in support of his own cause. This actually happened, for when he was nearly half burnt, and supposed to be dead, he suddenly rose up, moved the remaining parts of his arms, and praised God. Then, hanging over the fire, he sweetly slept in the Lord Jesus. Mr. Stephen Harwood and Mr. Thomas Fust suffered about the same time with Smith and Tankerfield, with whom they were condemned. Mr. William Hale also, of Thorpe in Essex, was sent to Barnet, where about the same time he joined the ever-blessed company of martyrs. George King, Thomas Lays, and John Wade, falling sick in Lollard's Tower, were removed to different houses and died. Their bodies were thrown out in the common fields as unworthy of burial, and lay until the faithful conveyed them away at night. Mr. William Andrew of Horsley, Essex, was imprisoned in Newgate for heresy, but God chose to call him to himself by the severe treatment he endured in Newgate, and thus to mock the sanguinary expectations of his Catholic persecutors. His body was thrown into the open air, but his soul was received into the everlasting mansions of his heavenly Creator. The Reverend Robert Samuel. This gentleman was minister of Bradford, Suffolk, where he industriously taught the flock committed to his charge, while he was openly permitted to discharge his duty. He was first persecuted by Mr. Foster of Copdock, near Ipswich, a severe and bigoted persecutor of the followers of Christ, according to the truth in the gospel. Notwithstanding Mr. Samuel was ejected from his living, he continued to exhort and instruct privately, nor would he obey the order for putting away his wife, whom he had married in King Edward's reign, but kept her at Ipswich, where Foster, by warrant, surprised him by night with her. After being imprisoned in Ipswich jail, he was taken before Dr. Hopton, Bishop of Norwich, and Dr. Dunnings, his chancellor, two of the most sanguinary among the bigots of those days. To intimidate the worthy pastor, he was in prison chained to a post in such a manner that the weight of his body was supported by the points of his toes. Added to this, his allowance of provision was reduced to a quantity so insufficient to sustain nature that he was almost ready to devour his own flesh. From this dreadful extremity there was even a degree of mercy in ordering him to the fire. Mr. Samuel suffered August 31st, 1555. Bishop Ridley and Bishop Latimer. These reverend prelates suffered October the 17th, 1555, at Oxford. On the same day Wolsey and Pygott perished at Ely. Pillars of the Church and accomplished ornaments of human nature, they were the admiration of the realm, amiably conspicuous in their lives and glorious in their deaths. Dr. Ridley was born in Northumberland, was first taught grammar at Newcastle, and afterward removed to Cambridge, where his aptitude in education raised him gradually until he came to be the head of Pembroke College, where he received the title of Doctor of Divinity. Having returned from a trip to Paris, he was appointed chaplain by Henry VIII and Bishop of Rochester, and was afterward translated to the See of London in the time of Edward VI. To his sermons the people resorted, swarming about him like bees, coveting the sweet flowers and wholesome juice of the fruitful doctrine, which he did not only preach, but showed the same by his life, as a glittering lantern to the eyes and senses of the blind, in such pure order that his very enemies could not reprove him in any one jot. His tender treatment of Dr. Heath, who was a prisoner with him during 1 year in Edward's reign, evidently proves that he had no Catholic cruelty in his disposition. In person he was erect and well proportioned, in temper forgiving, in self-mortification severe. His first duty in the morning was private prayer. He remained in his study until 10 o'clock, and then attended the daily prayer used in his house. Dinner being done, he sat about an hour, conversing pleasantly or playing at chess. His study next engaged his attention, unless business or visits occurred. About 5 o'clock prayers followed, and after he would recreate himself at chess for about an hour, then retire to his study until 11 o'clock, and pray on his knees as in the morning. In brief, he was a pattern of godliness and virtue, and such he endeavored to make men wherever he came. His attentive kindness was displayed particularly to old Mrs. Bonner, mother of Dr. Bonner, the cruel Bishop of London. Dr. Ridley, when at his manor at Fulham, always invited her to his house, placed her at the head of his table, and treated her like his own mother. He did the same by Bonner's sister and other relatives. But when Dr. Ridley was under persecution, Bonner pursued a conduct diametrically opposite, and would have sacrificed Dr. Ridley's sister and her husband, Mr. George Shipside, had not Providence delivered him by the means of Dr. Heath, Bishop of Worcester. Dr. Ridley was first in part converted by reading Bertram's book on the sacrament, and by his conferences with Archbishop Cranmer and Peter Martyr. When Edward VI was removed from the throne and the Bloody Mary succeeded, Bishop Ridley was immediately marked as an object of slaughter. He was first sent to the Tower, and afterward, at Oxford, was consigned to the common prison of Bocardo, with Archbishop Cranmer and Mr. Latimer. Being separated from them, he was placed in the house of one Irish, where he remained until the day of his martyrdom, from 1554 until October the 16th, 1555. It will easily be supposed that the conversations of these chiefs of the martyrs were elaborate, learned, and instructive. Such indeed they were, and equally beneficial to all their spiritual comforts. Bishop Ridley's letters to various Christian brethren in bonds in all parts, and his disputations with the mitred enemies of Christ, alike proved the clearness of his head and the integrity of his heart. In a letter to Mr. Grindal, afterward Bishop of Canterbury, he mentions with affection those who had preceded him in dying for the faith, and those who were expected to suffer. He regrets that popery is re-established in its full abomination, which he attributes to the wrath of God, made manifest in return for the lukewarmness of the clergy and the people in justly appreciating the blessed light of the Reformation. This old practised soldier of Christ, Master Hugh Latimer, was the son of one Hugh Latimer of Thurkesson in the county of Leicester, a husbandman of a good and wealthy estimation, where also he was born and brought up until he was 4 years of age, or thereabout, at which time his parents, having him as then left for their only son with 6 daughters, seeing his ready, prompt, and sharp wit, proposed to train him up in erudition, and knowing a good literature, wherein he so profited in his youth at the common schools of his own country, that at the age of 14 years he was sent to the University of Cambridge, where he entered into the study of the school divinity of that day, and was from principle a zealous observer of the Romish superstitions of the time. In his oration, when he commenced Bachelor of Divinity, he inveighed against the reformer Melanchthon, and openly declaimed against good Mr. Stafford, divinity lecturer in Cambridge. Mr. Thomas Bilney, moved by a brotherly pity towards Mr. Latimer, begged to wait upon him in his study, and to explain to him the groundwork of his, Mr. Bilney's, faith. This blessed interview effected his conversion. The persecutor of Christ became his zealous advocate, and before Dr. Stafford died he became reconciled to him. Once converted, he became eager for the conversion of others, and commenced to be public preacher and private instructor in the university. His sermons were so pointed against the absurdity of praying in the Latin tongue, and withholding the oracles of salvation from the people who were to be saved by belief in them, that he drew upon himself the pulpit animadversions of several of the resident friars and heads of house, whom he subsequently silenced by his severe criticisms and eloquent arguments. This was at Christmas, 1529. At length Dr. West preached against Mr. Latimer at Barwell Abbey, and prohibited him from preaching again in the churches of the university, notwithstanding which he continued during 3 years to advocate openly the cause of Christ, and even his enemies confessed the power of those talents he possessed. Mr. Bilney remained here some time with Mr. Latimer, and thus the place where they frequently walked together obtained the name of Heretics' Hill. Mr. Latimer at this time traced out the innocence of a poor woman, accused by her husband of the murder of her child. Having preached before King Henry VIII at Windsor, he obtained the unfortunate mother's pardon. This, with many other benevolent acts, served only to excite the spleen of his adversaries. He was summoned before Cardinal Wolsey for heresy, but being a strenuous supporter of the king's supremacy, in opposition to the Pope's, by favor of Lord Cromwell and Dr. Butts, the king's physician, he obtained the living of West Kingston in Wiltshire. For his sermons here against purgatory, the immaculacy of the Virgin, and the worship of images, he was cited to appear before Warham, Archbishop of Canterbury, and John, Bishop of London. He was required to subscribe certain articles expressive of his conformity to the accustomed usages, and there is reason to think, after repeated weekly examinations, that he did subscribe, as they did not seem to involve any important article of belief. Guided by Providence, he escaped the subtle nets of his persecutors, and at length, through the powerful friends before mentioned, became Bishop of Worcester, in which function he qualified or explained away most of the papal ceremonies he was for form's sake under the necessity of complying with. He continued in this active and dignified employment some years. Beginning afresh to set forth his plough, he labored in the Lord's harvest most fruitfully, discharging his talents as well in divers places of this realm as before the king at court. In the same place of the inward garden, which was before applied to lascivious and courtly pastimes, there he dispensed the fruitful word of the glorious gospel of Jesus Christ, preaching there before the king and his whole court, to the edification of many. He remained a prisoner in the Tower until the coronation of Edward VI, when he was again called to the Lord's harvest in Stamford, and many other places. He also preached at London in the Convocation House, and before the young king. Indeed, he lectured twice every Sunday, regardless of his great age, then above 67 years, and his weakness through a bruise received from the fall of a tree. Indefatigable in his private studies, he rose to them in winter and in summer, at 2 o'clock in the morning. By the strength of his own mind, or of some inward light from above, he had a prophetic view of what was to happen to the Church in Mary's reign, asserting that he was doomed to suffer for the truth, and that Winchester, then in the Tower, was preserved for that purpose. Soon after Queen Mary was proclaimed, a messenger was sent to summon Mr. Latimer to town, and there is reason to believe it was wished that he should make his escape. Thus Master Latimer, coming up to London through Smithfield, where merrily he said that Smithfield had long groaned for him, was brought before the council, where he patiently bore all the mocks and taunts given him by the scornful papists. He was cast into the Tower, where he, being assisted with the heavenly grace of Christ, sustained imprisonment a long time, notwithstanding the cruel and unmerciful handling of the lordly papists, which thought then their kingdom would never fall. He showed himself not only patient, but also cheerful in and above all that which they could or would work against him. Yea, such a valiant spirit of the Lord gave him, that he was able not only to despise the terribleness of prisons and torments, but also to laugh to scorn the doings of his enemies. Mr. Latimer, after remaining a long time in the Tower, was transported to Oxford, with Cranmer and Ridley, the disputations at which place have been already mentioned in a former part of this work. He remained imprisoned until October, and the principal objects of all his prayers were three: that he might stand faithful to the doctrine he had professed, that God would restore his gospel to England once again, and preserve the Lady Elizabeth to be queen, all of which happened. When he stood at the stake without the Bocardo Gate, Oxford, with Dr. Ridley, and fire was putting to the pile of faggots, he raised his eyes benignantly toward heaven, and said, God is faithful, who will not suffer you to be tempted above that ye are able. His body was forcibly penetrated by the fire, and the blood flowed abundantly from the heart, as if to verify his constant desire that his heart's blood might be shed in defense of the gospel. His polemical and friendly letters are lasting monuments of his integrity and talents. It has been before said that the public disputation took place in April 1554. New examinations took place in October 1555, previous to the degradation and condemnation of Cranmer, Ridley, and Latimer. We now draw to the conclusion of the lives of the two last. Dr. Ridley, the night before execution, was very facetious, had himself shaved, and called his supper a marriage feast. He remarked upon seeing Mrs. Irish, the keeper's wife, weep, "Though my breakfast will be somewhat sharp, my supper will be more pleasant and sweet." The place of death was on the north side of the town, opposite Balliol College. Dr. Ridley was dressed in a black gown furred, and Mr. Latimer had a long shroud on, hanging down to his feet. Dr. Ridley, as he passed Bocardo, looked up to see Dr. Cranmer, but the latter was then engaged in disputation with a friar. When they came to the stake, Mr. Ridley embraced Latimer fervently, and bid him, "Be of good heart, brother, for God will either assuage the fury of the flame, or else strengthen us to abide it." He then knelt by the stake, and after earnestly praying together, they had a short private conversation. Dr. Smith then preached a short sermon against the Martyrs, who would have answered him, but were prevented by Dr. Marshall, the Vice-Chancellor. Dr. Ridley then took off his gown and tippet, and gave them to his brother-in-law, Mr. Shipside. He gave away also many trifles to his weeping friends, and the populace were anxious to get even a fragment of his garments. Mr. Latimer gave nothing, and from the poverty of his garb was soon stripped to his shroud, and stood venerable and erect, fearless of death. Dr. Ridley being unclothed to his shirt, the smith placed an iron chain about their waists, and Dr. Ridley bid him fasten it securely. His brother, having tied a bag of gunpowder about his neck, gave some also to Mr. Latimer. Dr. Ridley then requested of Lord Williams of fame to advocate with the Queen the cause of some poor men to whom he had, when bishop, granted leases, but which the present bishop had refused to confirm. A lighted faggot was now laid at Dr. Ridley's feet, which caused Mr. Latimer to say, "Be of good cheer, Ridley, and play the man. We shall this day, by God's grace, light up such a candle in England as, I trust, will never be put out." When Dr. Ridley saw the fire flaming up towards him, he cried with a wonderful loud voice, "Lord, Lord, receive my spirit." Master Latimer, crying as vehemently on the other side, "O Father of heaven, receive my soul," received the flame as it were embracing of it. After that he had stroked his face with his hands, and, as it were, bathed them a little in the fire, he soon died, as it appeareth, with very little pain, or none. Well, dead they are, and the reward of this world they have already. What reward remaineth for them in heaven, the day of the Lord's glory, when he cometh with his saints, shall declare. End of chapter 16, part 4. Chapter 16, Part 5, of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2, by John Foxe. Edited by William Byron Forbush. Chapter 16, Persecutions in England during the reign of Queen Mary, Part 5. In the following month died Stephen Gardiner, Bishop of Winchester and Lord Chancellor of England. This papistical monster was born at Bury in Suffolk, and partly educated at Cambridge. Ambitious, cruel, and bigoted, he served any cause. He first espoused the king's part in the affair of Anne Boleyn. Upon the establishment of the Reformation, he declared the supremacy of the Pope an execrable tenet, and when Queen Mary came to the crown, he entered into all her papistical bigoted views, and became a second time Bishop of Winchester. It is conjectured it was his intention to have moved the sacrifice of Lady Elizabeth, but when he arrived at this point, it pleased God to remove him. It was on the afternoon of the day when those faithful soldiers of Christ, Ridley and Latimer, perished, that Gardiner sat down with a joyful heart to dinner. Scarcely had he taken a few mouthfuls when he was seized with illness and carried to his bed, where he lingered 15 days in great torment, unable in any wise to evacuate, and burnt with a devouring fever that terminated in death. Execrated by all good Christians, we pray the Father of mercies that he may receive that mercy above he never imparted below. Mr. John Philpot. This martyr was a son of a knight, born in Hampshire and brought up at New College, Oxford, where for several years he studied the civil law and became eminent in the Hebrew tongue. He was a scholar and a gentleman, zealous in religion, fearless in disposition, and a detester of flattery. After visiting Italy, he returned to England, affairs in King Edward's days wearing a more promising aspect. During this reign he continued to be Archdeacon of Winchester under Dr. Poinet, who succeeded Gardiner. Upon the accession of Mary, a convocation was summoned, in which Mr. Philpot defended the Reformation against his ordinary, Gardiner, again made Bishop of Winchester, and soon was conducted to Bonner and other commissioners for examination, October 2nd, 1555, after being 18 months imprisoned. Upon his demanding to see the commission, Dr. Story cruelly observed, "I will spend both my gown and my coat, but I will burn thee. Let him be in Lollard's Tower, a wretched prison, for I will sweep the King's Bench and all other prisons of these heretics." Upon Mr. Philpot's second examination, it was intimated to him that Dr. Story had said that the Lord Chancellor had commanded that he should be made away with. It is easy to foretell the result of this inquiry. He was committed to Bonner's coal house, where he joined company with a zealous minister of Essex, who had been induced to sign a bill of recantation, but afterwards, stung by his conscience, he asked the bishop to let him see the instrument again, when he tore it to pieces, which induced Bonner in a fury to strike him repeatedly and tear away part of his beard. Mr. Philpot had a private interview with Bonner the same night, and was then remanded to his bed of straw like other prisoners in the coal house. After 7 examinations, Bonner ordered him to be set in the stocks, and on the following Sunday separated him from his fellow prisoners as a sower of heresy, and ordered him up to a room near the battlements of St. Paul's, 8 feet by 13, on the other side of Lollard's Tower, and which could be overlooked by any one in the bishop's outer gallery. Here Mr. Philpot was searched, but happily he was successful in secreting some letters containing his examinations. In the 11th investigation before various bishops, and Mr. Morgan of Oxford, the latter was so driven into a corner by the close pressure of Mr. Philpot's arguments, that he said to him, "Instead of the spirit of the gospel which you boast to possess, I think it is the spirit of the buttery which your fellows have had, who were drunk before their death, and went, I believe, drunken to it." To this unfounded and brutish remark Mr. Philpot indignantly replied, "It appeareth by your communication that you are better acquainted with that spirit than the Spirit of God. Wherefore I tell thee, thou painted wall and hypocrite, in the name of the living God, whose truth I have told thee, that God shall rain fire and brimstone upon such blasphemers as thou art." He was then remanded by Bonner, with an order not to allow him his Bible nor candlelight. On December 4th, Mr. Philpot had his next hearing, and this was followed by 2 more, making in all 14 conferences, previous to the final examination in which he was condemned. Such were the perseverance and anxiety of the Catholics, aided by the argumentative abilities of the most distinguished of the papal bishops, to bring him into the pale of their church. Those examinations, which were very long and learned, were all written down by Mr. Philpot, and a stronger proof of the imbecility of the Catholic doctors cannot, to an unbiased mind, be exhibited. On December 16th, in the consistory of St. Paul's, Bishop Bonner, after laying some trifling accusations to his charge, such as secreting powder to make ink, writing some private letters, etc., proceeded to pass the awful sentence upon him, after he and the other bishops had urged him by every inducement to recant. He was afterward conducted to Newgate, where the avaricious Catholic keeper loaded him with heavy irons, which by the humanity of Mr. Mackham were ordered to be taken off. On December 17th, Mr. Philpot received intimation that he was to die next day, and the next morning about 8 o'clock he joyfully met the sheriffs, who were to attend him to the place of execution. Upon entering Smithfield, the ground was so muddy that the two officers offered to carry him to the stake, but he replied, "Would you make me a pope? I am content to finish my journey on foot." Arriving at the stake, he said, "Shall I disdain to suffer at the stake, when my Redeemer did not refuse to suffer the most vile death upon the cross for me?" He then meekly recited the 107th and 108th Psalms, and when he had finished his prayers, was bound to the post, and fire applied to the pile. On December 18th, 1555, perished this illustrious martyr, reverenced by man and glorified in heaven. John Lomas, Agnes Snoth, Anne Wright, Joan Soule, and Joan Catimer. These 5 martyrs suffered together, January 31st, 1556. John Lomas was a young man of Tinterden. He was cited to appear at Canterbury, and was examined January 17th. His answers being adverse to the idolatrous doctrine of the papacy, he was condemned on the following day, and suffered January 31st. Agnes Snoth, widow of Smarden parish, was several times summoned before the Catholic Pharisees, and rejecting absolution, indulgences, transubstantiation, and auricular confession, she was adjudged worthy to suffer death, and endured martyrdom January 31st, with Anne Wright and Joan Soule, who were placed in similar circumstances, and perished at the same time with equal resignation. Joan Catimer, the last of this heavenly company of the parish Hythe, was the wife of the martyr George Catimer. Seldom in any country, for political controversy, have 4 women been led to execution whose lives were irreproachable, and whom the pity of savages would have spared. We cannot but remark here that, when the Protestant power first gained the ascendancy over the Catholic superstition, and some decree of force in the laws was necessary to enforce uniformity, whence some bigoted people suffered privation in their person or goods, we read of few burnings, savage cruelties, or poor women brought to the stake. But it is the nature of error to resort to force instead of argument, and to silence truth by taking away existence, of which the Redeemer himself is an instance. The above 5 persons were burnt at 2 stakes in one fire, singing hosannas to the glorified Saviour, until the breath of life was extinct. Sir John Norton, who was present, wept bitterly at their unmerited sufferings. Archbishop Cranmer. Dr. Thomas Cranmer was descended from an ancient family, and was born at the village of Arcelacton, in the county of Northampton. After the usual school education, he was sent to Cambridge, and was chosen Fellow Jesus College. Here he married a gentleman's daughter, by which he forfeited his fellowship, and became a reader in Buckingham College, placing his wife at the Dolphin Inn, the landlady of which was a relation of hers, whence arose the idle report that he was an ostler. His lady shortly after dying in childbed. To his credit he was rechosen a fellow of the college before mentioned. In a few years after he was promoted to be divinity lecturer, and appointed one of the examiners over those who were ripe to become bachelors or doctors in divinity. It was his principle to judge their qualifications by the knowledge they possessed of the Scriptures, rather than that of ancient fathers, and hence many popish priests were rejected, and others rendered much improved. He was strongly solicited by Dr. Capon to be one of the fellows in the foundation of Cardinal Wolsey's College, Oxford, of which he hazarded the refusal. While he continued in Cambridge, the question of Henry VIII's divorce with Catherine was agitated. At that time, on account of the plague, Dr. Cranmer removed to the house of a Mr. Cressy, at Waltham Abbey, whose 2 sons were then educating under him. The affair of divorce, contrary to the king's approbation, had remained undecided above 2 or 3 years, from the intrigues of the canonists and civilians, and though the Cardinals Campeius and Wolsey were commissioned from Rome to decide the question, they purposely protracted the sentence. It happened that Dr. Gardner, secretary, and Dr. Foxe, defenders of the king in the above suit, came to the house of Mr. Cressy to lodge, while the king removed to Greenwich. At supper a conversation ensued with Dr. Cranmer, who suggested that the question whether a man may marry his brother's wife or not could be easily and speedily decided by the word of God, and this as well in the English courts as in those of any foreign nation. The king, uneasy at the delay, sent for Dr. Gardner and Dr. Foxe to consult them, regretting that a new commission must be sent to Rome, and the suit be endlessly protracted. Upon relating to the king the conversation which had passed on the previous evening with Dr. Cranmer, his majesty sent for him, and opened the tenderness of conscience upon the near affinity of the queen. Dr. Cranmer advised that the matter should be referred to the most learned divines of Cambridge and Oxford, as he was unwilling to meddle in an affair of such weight. But the king enjoined him to deliver his sentiments in writing, and to repair for that purpose to the Earl of Wiltshire's, who would accommodate him with books and everything requisite for the occasion. This Dr. Cranmer immediately did, and in his declaration not only quoted the authority of the Scriptures, of general councils, and the ancient writers, but maintained that the Bishop of Rome had no authority whatever to dispense with the word of God. The king asked him if he would stand by this bold declaration, to which, replying in the affirmative, he was deputied ambassador to Rome, in conjunction with the Earl of Wiltshire, Dr. Stokesley, Dr. Carne, Dr. Bennet, and others, previous to which the marriage was discussed in most of the universities of Christendom and at home. When the Pope presented his toe to be kissed, as customary, the Earl of Wiltshire and his party refused. Indeed, it is affirmed that a spaniel of the Earl's, attracted by the litter of the Pope's toe, made a snap at it, whence his holiness drew in his sacred foot and kicked at the offender with the other. Upon the Pope demanding the cause of their embassy, the Earl presented Dr. Cranmer's book, declaring that his learned friends had come to defend it. The Pope treated the embassy honorably, and appointed a day for the discussion, which he delayed as if afraid of the issue of the investigation. The Earl returned, and Dr. Cranmer, by the king's desire, visited the emperor, and was successful in bringing him over to his opinion. Upon the doctor's return to England, Dr. Warham, Archbishop of Canterbury, having quitted this transitory life, Dr. Cranmer was deservedly, and by Dr. Warham's desire, elevated to that eminent station. In this function it may be said that he followed closely the charge of St. Paul. Diligent in duty, he rose at 5 in the morning, and continued in study and prayer until 9. Between then and dinner he devoted to temporal affairs. After dinner, if any suitors wanted hearing, he would determine their business with such an affability that even the defaulters were scarcely displeased. Then he would play at chess for an hour, or see others play, and at 5 o'clock he heard the common prayer read, and from this until supper he took the recreation of walking. At supper his conversation was lively and entertaining. Again he walked or amused himself until 9 o'clock, and then entered his study. He ranked high in favor with King Henry, and even had the purity and the interest in the English Church deeply at heart. His mild and forgiving disposition is recorded in the following instance. An ignorant priest in the country had called Cranmer an ostler, and spoken very derogatory of his learning. Lord Cromwell received information of it, and the man was sent to Fleet, and his case was told to the Archbishop by a Mr. Chertsey, a grocer, and a relation of the priest's. His Grace, having sent for the offender, reasoned with him, and solicited the priest to question him on any learned subject. This the man, overcome by the bishop's good nature, and knowing his own glaring incapacity, declined, and entreated his forgiveness, which was immediately granted, with a charge to employ his time better when he returned to his parish. Cromwell was much vexed at the lenity displayed, but the bishop was ever more ready to receive injury than to retaliate in any other manner than by good advice and good offices. At the time that Cranmer was raised to be archbishop, he was king's chaplain and archdeacon of Taunton. He was also constituted by the Pope the Penitentiary General of England. It was considered by the king that Cranmer would be obsequious. Hence the latter married the king to Anne Boleyn, performed her coronation, stood godfather to Elizabeth, the first child, and divorced the king from Catherine. Though Cranmer received a confirmation of his dignity from the Pope, he always protested against acknowledging any other authority than the king's, and he persisted in the same independent sentiments when before Mary's commissioners in 1555. One of the first steps after the divorce was to prevent preaching throughout his diocese, but this narrow measure had rather a political view than a religious one, as there were many who inveighed against the king's conduct. In his new dignity Cranmer agitated the question of supremacy, and by his powerful and just arguments induced the Parliament to "render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's." During Cranmer's residence in Germany, 1531, he became acquainted with Osiander at Nuremberg, and married his niece, but left her with him while on his return to England. After a season he sent for her privately, and she remained with him until the year 1539, when the 6 Articles compelled him to return her to her friends for a time. It should be remembered that Osiander, having obtained the approbation of his friend Cranmer, published the laborious work of the Harmony of the Gospels in 1537. In 1534 the Archbishop completed the dearest wish of his heart, the removal of every obstacle to the perfection of the Reformation, by the subscription of the nobles and bishops to the king's sole supremacy. Only Bishop Fisher and Sir Thomas More made objection, and their agreement not to oppose the succession Cranmer was willing to consider as sufficient, but the monarch would have no other than an entire concession. Not long after, Gardiner, in a private interview with the king, spoke inimically of Cranmer, whom he maliciously hated, for assuming the title of primate of all England, as derogatory to the supremacy of the king. This created much jealousy against Cranmer, and his translation of the Bible was strongly opposed by Stokesley, Bishop of London. It is said, upon the demise of Queen Catherine, that her successor Anne Boleyn rejoiced, a lesson this to show how shallow is the human judgment, since her own execution took place in the spring of the following year, and the king, on the day following the beheading of this sacrificed lady, married the beautiful Jane Seymour, a maid of honor to the late queen. Cranmer was ever the friend of Anne Boleyn, but it was dangerous to oppose the will of the carnal, tyrannical monarch. In 1538 the Holy Scriptures were openly exposed to sale, and the places of worship overflowed everywhere to hear its holy doctrines expounded. Upon the king's passing into law the famous 6 Articles, which went nearly again to establish the essential tenets of the Romish creed, Cranmer shone forth with all the luster of a Christian patriot, in resisting the doctrines they contained, and in which he was supported by the bishops of Sarum, Worcester, Ely, and Rochester, the 2 former of whom resigned their bishoprics. The king, though now in opposition to Cranmer, still revered the sincerity that marked his conduct. The death of Lord Cromwell in the Tower in 1540, the good friend of Cranmer, was a severe blow to the wavering Protestant cause. But even now Cranmer, when he saw the tide directly adverse to the truth, boldly waited on the king in person, and by his manly and heartfelt pleading, caused the Book of Articles to be passed on his side, to the great confusion of his enemies, who had contemplated his fall as inevitable. Cranmer now lived in as secluded a manner as possible, until the rancor of Winchester preferred some articles against him, relative to the dangerous opinion he taught in his family, joined to other treasonable charges. These the king himself delivered to Cranmer, and believing firmly the fidelity and assertions of innocence of the accused prelate, he caused the matter to be deeply investigated, and Winchester and Dr. Linden, with Thornton and Barber, of the bishop's household, were found by the papers to be the real conspirators. The mild, forgiving Cranmer would have interceded for all remission of publishment, had not Henry, pleased with the subsidy voted by Parliament, let them be discharged. These nefarious men, however, again renewing their plots against Cranmer, fell victims to Henry's resentment, and Gardiner forever lost his confidence. Sir G. Gostwick soon after laid charges against the archbishop, which Henry quashed, and the primate was willing to forgive. In 1544, the archbishop's palace at Canterbury was burnt, and his brother-in-law with others perished in it. These various afflictions may serve to reconcile us to a humble state. For of what happiness could this great and good man boast, since his life was constantly harassed by either political, religious, or natural crosses? Again, the inveterate Gardiner laid high charges against the meek archbishop, and would have sent him to the Tower, but the king was his friend, gave him his signet that he might defend him, and in the council not only declared the bishop one of the best affected men in his realm, but sharply rebuked his accusers for their calumny. A peace having been made, Henry and the French king, Henry the Great, were unanimous to have the Mass abolished in their kingdom, and Cranmer set about this great work. But the death of the English monarch in 1546 suspended the procedure, and King Edward, his successor, continued Cranmer in the same functions, upon whose coronation he delivered a charge that will ever honor his memory, for its purity, freedom, and truth. During this reign he prosecuted the glorious Reformation with unabated zeal, even in the year 1552, when he was seized with a severe ague, from which it pleased God to restore him, that he might testify by his death the truth of that seed he had diligently sown. End of chapter 16, part 5. Chapter 16, part 6 of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2, by John Foxe. Edited by William Byron Forbush. Chapter 16, Persecutions in England during the Reign of Queen Mary, Part 6. The death of Edward in 1553 exposed Cranmer to all the rage of his enemies. Though the archbishop was among those who supported Mary's accession, he was attainted at the meeting of Parliament, and in November adjudged guilty of high treason at Guildhall, and degraded from his dignities. He sent a humble letter to Mary, explaining the cause of his signing the will in favor of Edward, and in 1554 he wrote to the council, whom he pressed to obtain a pardon from the Queen, by a letter delivered to Dr. Weston, but which the letter opened, and on seeing its contents, basely returned. Treason was a charge quite inapplicable to Cranmer, who supported the Queen's right, while others, who had favored Lady Jane, were dismissed upon paying a small fine. A calumny was now spread against Cranmer that he complied with some of the popish ceremonies to ingratiate himself with the Queen, which he dared publicly disavow, and justified his articles of faith. The active part which the prelate had taken in the divorce of Mary's mother had ever rankled deeply in the heart of the Queen, and revenge formed a prominent feature in the death of Cranmer. We have in this work noticed the public disputations at Oxford, in which the talents of Cranmer, Ridley, and Latimer shone so conspicuously, and tended to their condemnation. The first sentence was illegal, inasmuch as the usurped power of the Pope had not yet been re-established by law. Being kept in prison until this was effected, a commission was dispatched from Rome, appointing Dr. Brooks to sit as the representative of His Holiness, and Doctors Story and Martin as those of the Queen. Cranmer was willing to bow to the authority of Doctors Story and Martin, but against that of Dr. Brooks he protested. Such were the remarks and replies of Cranmer, after a long examination, that Dr. Brooks observed, "We come to examine you, and methinks you examine us." Being sent back to confinement, he received a citation to appear at Rome within 18 days, but this was impracticable, as he was imprisoned in England. And as he stated, even had he been at liberty, he was too poor to employ an advocate. Absurd as it must appear, Cranmer was condemned at Rome, and on February 14, 1556, a new commission was appointed, by which Thirlby, Bishop of Ely, and Bonner of London were deputed to sit in judgment at Christ Church, Oxford. By virtue of this instrument, Cranmer was gradually degraded, by putting mere rags on him to represent the dress of an archbishop. Then stripping him of his attire, they took off his own gown, and put an old worn one upon him instead. This he bore unmoved, and his enemies, finding that severity only rendered him more determined, tried the opposite course, and placed him in the house of the Dean of Christ Church, where he was treated with every indulgence. This presented such a contrast to the 3 years' hard imprisonment he had received, that it threw him off his guard. His open, generous nature was more easily to be seduced by a liberal conduct than by threats and fetters. When Satan finds the Christian proof against one mode of attack, he tries another. And what form is so seductive as smiles, rewards, and power after a long, painful imprisonment? Thus it was with Cranmer. His enemies promised him his former greatness if he would but recant, as well as the Queen's favor, and this at the very time that they knew his death was determined in council. To soften the path to apostasy, the first paper brought forth for his signature was conceived in general terms. This one signed, 5 others were obtained as explanatory of the first, until finally he put his hand to the following detestable instrument. I, Thomas Cranmer, late Archbishop of Canterbury, do renounce, abhor, and detest all manner of heresies and errors of Luther and Zuinglius, and all other teachings which are contrary to sound and true doctrine. And I believe most constantly in my heart, and with my mouth I confess one holy and Catholic Church visible, without which there is no salvation, and therefore I acknowledge the Bishop of Rome to be supreme head on earth, whom I acknowledge to be the highest bishop and pope, and Christ's vicar, unto whom all Christian people ought to be subject. And as concerning the sacraments, I believe and worship in the sacrament of the altar, the body and blood of Christ, being contained most truly under the forms of bread and wine, the bread through the mighty power of God being turned into the body of our Saviour Jesus Christ, and the wine into his blood. And in the other 6 sacraments also, alike as in this, I believe and hold as the universal Church holdeth, and the Church of Rome judgeth and determineth. Furthermore, I believe that there is a place of purgatory, where souls departed be punished for a time, for whom the Church doth godly and wholesomely pray, like it doth honor saints and make prayers to them. Finally, in all things I profess that I do not otherwise believe than the Catholic Church and the Church of Rome holdeth and teacheth. I am sorry that I ever held or thought otherwise, and I beseech Almighty God that of his mercy he will vouchsafe to forgive me whatsoever I have offended against God or his Church, and also I desire and beseech all Christian people to pray for me. And all such as have been deceived either by mine example or doctrine, I require them by the blood of Jesus Christ that they will return to the unity of the Church, that we may be all one of mind, without schism or division. And to conclude, as I submit myself to the Catholic Church of Christ, and to the supreme head thereof, so I submit myself to the most excellent majesties of Philip and Mary, King and Queen of this realm of England, etc., and to all other their laws and ordinances, being ready always as a faithful subject ever to obey them. And God is my witness, that I have not done this for favor or fear of any person, but willingly and of mine own conscience, as to the instructions of others. Let him that standeth take heed lest he fall, said the apostle, and here was a falling off indeed. The papists now triumphed in their turn. They had acquired all they wanted short of his life. His recantation was immediately printed and dispersed, that it might have its due effect upon the astonished Protestants. But God counterworked all the designs of the Catholics by the extent to which they carry the implacable persecutions of their prey. Doubtless the love of life induced Cranmer to sign the above declaration, yet death may be said to have been preferable to life to him who lay under the stings of a goaded conscience and the contempt of every gospel Christian. This principle he strongly felt in all its force and anguish. The Queen's revenge was only to be satisfied by Cranmer's blood, and therefore she wrote an order to Dr. Pole to prepare a sermon to be preached March 21st, directly before his martyrdom, at St. Mary's, Oxford. Dr. Pole visited him on the day previous, and was induced to believe that he would publicly deliver his sentiments in confirmation of the articles to which he had subscribed. About 9 in the morning on the day of the sacrifice, the Queen's commissioners, attended by the magistrates, conducted the amiable unfortunate to St. Mary's Church. His torn, dirty garb, the same in which they habited him upon his degradation, excited the commiseration of the people. In the church he found a low, mean stage, erected opposite to the pulpit, on which, being placed, he turned his face and fervently prayed to God. The church was crowded with persons of both persuasions, expecting to hear the justification of the late apostasy, the Catholics rejoicing and the Protestants deeply wounded in spirit at the deceit of the human heart. Dr. Pole, in his sermon, represented Cranmer as having been guilty of the most atrocious crimes, encouraged the deluded sufferer not to fear death, not to doubt the support of God in his torments, nor that masses would be said in all the churches of Oxford for the repose of his soul. The doctor then noticed his conversion, and which he ascribed to the evident working of almighty power, and in order that the people might be convinced of its reality, asked the prisoner to give them a sign. This Cranmer did, and begged the congregation to pray for him, for he had committed many grievous sins, but of all there was one which awfully lay upon his mind, of which he would speak shortly. During the sermon Cranmer wept bitter tears, lifting up his hands and eyes to heaven, and letting them fall, as if unworthy to live. His grief now found vent in words. Before his confession he fell upon his knees, and in the following words unveiled the deep contrition and agitation which harrowed up his soul. O Father of heaven, O Son of God, Redeemer of the world, O Holy Ghost, three persons, all one God, have mercy on me, most wretched, caitiff, and miserable sinner. I have offended both against heaven and earth, more than my tongue can express. Whither then may I go, or whither may I flee? To heaven I may be ashamed to lift up mine eyes, and in earth I find no place of refuge or succor. To thee, therefore, O Lord, do I run. To thee do I humble myself, saying, O Lord my God, my sins be great, but yet have mercy upon me for thy great mercy. The great mystery that God became man was not wrought for little or few offenses. Thou didst not give thy Son, O heavenly Father, unto death for small sins only, but for all the greatest sins of the world, so that the sinner return to thee with his whole heart, as I do present. Wherefore have mercy on me, O God, whose property is always to have mercy. Have mercy upon me, O Lord, for thy great mercy. I crave nothing for my own merits, but for thy name's sake, that it may be hallowed hereby, and for thy dear Son, Jesus Christ's sake. And now, therefore, O Father in heaven, hallowed be thy name, etc. Then rising, he said he was desirous before his death to give them some pious exhortations, by which God might be glorified and themselves edified. He then descanted upon the danger of a love for the world, the duty of obedience to their majesties, love to one another, and the necessity of the rich administering to the wants of the poor. He quoted the 3 verses of the 5th chapter of James, and then proceeded, Let them that be rich ponder well these 3 sentences, for if they ever had occasion to show their charity, they have it now at this present, the poor people being so many, and the victuals so dear. And now forasmuch as I am come to the last end of my life, whereupon hangeth all my life past, and all my life to come, either to live with my Master Christ for ever in joy, or else to be in pain for ever with the wicked in hell. And I see before mine eyes presently, either heaven ready to receive me, or else hell ready to swallow me up. I shall therefore declare unto you my very faith how I believe, without any color of dissimulation. For now is no time to dissemble, whatsoever I have said or written in times past. First, I believe in God the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, etc., and I believe every article of the Catholic faith, every word and sentence taught by our Savior Jesus Christ, his apostles and prophets, in the New and Old Testament. And now I come to the great thing which so much troubleth my conscience, more than anything that I ever did or said in my whole life, and that is the setting abroad of a writing contrary to the truth, which now here I renounce and refuse, as things written with my hand contrary to the truth which I thought in my heart, and written for fear of death and to save my life, if it might be. And that is, all such bills or papers which I have written or signed with my hand since my degradation, wherein I have written many things untrue. And forasmuch as my hand hath offended, writing contrary to my heart, therefore my hand shall first be punished, for when I come to the fire it shall first be burned. And as for the Pope, I refuse him as Christ's enemy and Antichrist, with all his false doctrine. Upon the conclusion of this unexpected declaration, amazement and indignation were conspicuous in every part of the church. The Catholics were completely foiled, their object being frustrated, Cranmer, like Samson, having completed a greater ruin upon his enemies in the hour of death than he did in his life. Cranmer would have proceeded in the exposure of the popish doctrines, but the murmurs of the idolaters drowned his voice, and the preacher gave an order to lead the heretic away. The savage command was directly obeyed, and the lamb about to suffer was torn from his stand to the place of slaughter, insulted all the way by the revilings and taunts of the pestilent monks and friars. With thoughts intent upon a far higher object than the empty threats of man, he reached the spot dyed with the blood of Ridley and Latimer. There he knelt for a short time in earnest devotion, and then arose, that he might undress and prepare for the fire. Two friars who had been parties in prevailing upon him to abjure, now endeavored to draw him off again from the truth. But he was steadfast and immovable in what he had just professed and publicly taught. A chain was provided to bind him to the stake, and after it had tightly encircled him, fire was put to the fuel, and the flames began soon to ascend. Then were the glorious sentiments of the martyr made manifest. Then it was that, stretching out his right hand, he held it unshrinkingly in the fire until it was burnt to a cinder, even before his body was injured, frequently exclaiming, "This unworthy right hand." His body did abide the burning with such steadfastness that he seemed to have no more than the stake to which he was bound. His eyes were lifted up to heaven, and he repeated "this unworthy right hand" as long as his voice would suffer him, and using often the words of Stephen, "Lord Jesus, receive my spirit," in the greatness of the flame, he gave up the ghost. The vision of 3 ladders. When Robert Samuel was brought forth to be burned, certain there were that heard him declare what strange things had happened unto him during the time of his imprisonment. To wit, that after he had famished or pined with hunger 2 or 3 days together, he then fell into a sleep, as it were one half in a slumber, at which time one clad in all white seemed to stand before him, who ministered comfort unto him by these words: "Samuel, Samuel, be of good cheer, and take a good heart unto thee, for after this day shalt thou never be either hungry or thirsty." No less memorable it is, and worthy to be noted, concerning the 3 ladders which he told to divers he saw in his sleep, set up toward heaven, of the which there was one somewhat longer than the rest, but yet at length they became one, joining, as it were, all 3 together. As this godly martyr was going to the fire, there came a certain maid to him, which took him about the neck and kissed him, who, being marked by them that were present, was sought for the next day after, to be had to prison and burned, as the very party herself informed me. Howbeit, as God of his goodness would have it, she escaped their fiery hands, keeping herself secret in the town a good while after. But as this maid, called Rose Nottingham, was marvellously preserved by the providence of God, so there were other 2 honest women who did fall into the rage and fury of that time. The one was a brewer's wife, the other was a shoemaker's wife, but both together now espoused to a new husband, Christ. With these 2 was this maid aforesaid very familiar and well acquainted, who on a time giving counsel to one of them, that she should convey herself away while she had time and space, had this answer at her hand again: "I know well," saith she, "that it is lawful enough to fly away, which remedy you may use if you list, but my case standeth otherwise. I am tied to a husband, and have besides young children at home. Therefore I am minded, for the love of Christ and his truth, to stand to the extremity of the matter." And so the next day after Samuel suffered, these 2 godly wives, the one called Anne Potton, the other called Joan Trunchfield, the wife of Michael Trunchfield, shoemaker, of Ipswich, were apprehended, and had both into one prison together. As they were both by sex and nature somewhat tender, so were they at first less able to endure the straitness of the prison. And especially the brewer's wife was cast into marvelous great agonies of trouble of mind thereby. But Christ, beholding the weak infirmity of his servant, did not fail to help her when she was in this necessity. So at length they both suffered after Samuel in 1556, February 19th. And these no doubt were those 2 ladders which, being joined with the 3rd, Samuel saw stretched up into heaven. this blessed Samuel, the servant of Christ, suffered the 31st of August, 1555. The report goeth among some that were present, and saw him burn, that his body in burning did shine in the eyes of them that stood by, as bright and white as their new-tried silver. When Agnes Bonjour saw herself separated from her prison-fellows, what piteous moan that good woman made, how bitterly she wept, what strange thoughts came into her mind, how naked and desolate she esteemed herself, and into what plunge of despair and care her poor soul was brought. It was piteous and wonderful to see. Which all came because she went not with them to give her life in the defense of her Christ. For of all things in the world, life was least looked for at her hands. For that morning in which she was kept back from burning, she had put on a smock that she had prepared only for that purpose, and also having a child, a little young infant sucking on her, whom she kept with her tenderly all the time that she was in prison. Against that day likewise did she send away to another nurse, and prepare herself presently to give herself for the testimony of the glorious gospel of Jesus Christ. So little did she look for life, and so greatly did God's gifts work in her above nature, that death seemed a great deal better welcome than life. After which she began a little to stay herself, and gave her whole exercise to reading and prayer, wherein she found no little comfort. In a short time came a writ from London for the burning, which, according to the effect thereof, was executed. Hugh Laverick and John a Priest. Here we perceive that neither the impotence of age nor the affliction of blindness could turn aside the murdering fames of these Babylonish monsters. The first of these unfortunates was of the parish of Barking, aged 68, a painter and a cripple. The other was blind, dark indeed in his visual facilities, but intellectually illuminated with the radiance of the everlasting gospel of truth. Inoffensive objects like these were informed against by some of the sons of bigotry, and dragged before the prelatical shark of London, where they underwent examination, and replied to the articles propounded to them, as other Christian martyrs had done before. On the 9th day of May, in the consistory of St. Paul's, they were entreated to recant, and upon refusal, were sent to Fulham, where Bonner, by way of a dessert after dinner, condemned them to the agonies of the fire. Being consigned to the secular officers, May 15th, 1556, they were taken in a cart from Newgate to Stratford-le-Bow, where they were fastened to the stake. When Hugh Laverick was secured by the chain, having no further occasion for his crutch, he threw it away, saying to his fellow martyr, while consoling him, "Be of good cheer, my brother, for my Lord of London is our good physician. He will heal us both shortly, thee of thy blindness, and me of my lameness." They sank down in the fire, to rise to immortality. The day after the above martyrdoms, Catherine Hutt of Barking, widow, Joan Horns, spinster, of Billerica, Elizabeth Thackwell, spinster, of Great Bursted, suffered death in Smithfield. Thomas Dowry. We have again to record an act of unpitying cruelty exercised on this lad, whom Bishop Hooper had confirmed in the Lord and the knowledge of his word. How long this poor sufferer remained in prison is uncertain. By the testimony of one John Paler, Register of Gloucester, we learn that when Dowry was brought before Dr. Williams, then Chancellor of Gloucester, the usual articles were presented him for subscription. From these he dissented, and upon the doctor's demanding of whom and where he had learned his heresies, the youth replied, "Indeed, Mr. Chancellor, I learned them from you in that very pulpit. On such a day," naming the day, "you said, in preaching upon the sacrament, that it was to be exercised spiritually by faith, and not carnally and really, as taught by the papists." Dr. Williams then bid him recant as he had done, but Dowry had not so learned his duty. "Though you," he said, "can so easily mock God, the world, and your own conscience, yet will I not do so." Preservation of George Crowe and his Testament. This poor man of Malden, May 26th, 1556, put to sea to lade in Lent with fuller's earth, but the boat, being driven on land, filled with water, and everything was washed out of her. Crowe, however, saved his testament, and coveted nothing else. with Crow as a man and a boy, whose awful situation became every minute more alarming, as the boat was useless, and they were 10 miles from land, expecting the tide should in a few hours set in upon them. After prayer to God, they got up on the mast and hung there for the space of 10 hours, when the poor boy, overcome by cold and exhaustion, fell off and was drowned. The tide having abated, Crow proposed to take down the masts and float upon them, which they did, and at 10 o'clock at night they were borne away at the mercy of the waves. On Wednesday in the night Crow's companion died through the fatigue and hunger, and he was left alone, calling upon God for succor. At length he was picked up by a Captain Morse bound to Antwerp, who had nearly steered away, taking him for some fisherman's buoy floating in the sea. As soon as Crow was got on board, he put his hand in his bosom, and drew out his testament, which indeed was wet, but not otherwise injured. At Antwerp he was well received, and the money he had lost was more than made good to him. End of chapter 16, part 6. Chapter 16, Part 7, of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2, by John Foxe. Edited by William Byron Forbush. Chapter 16. Persecutions in England during the reign of Queen Mary, Part 7. Executions at Stratford-le-Bow. At this sacrifice, which we are about to detail, no less than 13 were doomed to the fire. Each one refusing to subscribe contrary to conscience, they were condemned, and the 27th of June, 1556, was appointed for their execution at Stratford-le-Bow. Their constancy and faith glorified their Redeemer, equally in life and in death. Reverend Julius Palmer. This gentleman's life presents a singular instance of error and conversion. In the time of Edward, he was a rigid and obstinate papist, so adverse to godly and sincere preaching that he was even despised by his own party. That this frame of mind should be changed, and he suffer persecution and death in Queen Mary's reign, are among those events of omnipotence at which we wonder and admire. Mr. Palmer was born at Coventry, where his father had been mayor. Being afterward removed to Oxford, he became, under Mr. Harley of Magdalen College, an elegant Latin and Greek scholar. He was fond of useful disputation, possessed of a lively wit and a strong memory. Indefatigable in private study, he rose at 4 in the morning, and by this practice qualified himself to become reader in logic in Magdalen College. The times of Edward, however, favoring the Reformation, Mr. Palmer became frequently punished for his contempt of prayer and orderly behavior, and was at length expelled the house. He afterwards embraced the doctrines of the Reformation, which occasioned his arrest and final condemnation. A certain nobleman offered him his life if he would recant. "If so," said he, "thou wilt dwell with me, and if thou wilt set thy mind to marriage, I will procure thee a wife and a farm, and help to stuff and fit thy farm for thee. How sayest thou?" Palmer thanked him very courteously, but very modestly and reverently concluded that as he had already in 2 places renounced his living for Christ's sake, so he would with God's grace be ready to surrender and yield up his life also for the same, when God should send time. When Sir Richard perceived that he would by no means relent, "Well, Palmer," saith he, "then I perceive one of us twain shall be damned, for we be of 2 faiths, and certain I am there is but one faith that leadeth to life and salvation." Palmer. "O sir, I hope that we both shall be saved." Sir Richard. "How may that be?" Palmer. "Right well, sir, for as it hath pleased our merciful Saviour, according to the Gospel's parable, to call me at the 3rd hour of the day, even in my flowers, at the age of 24 years, even so I trust he hath called, and will call you, at the 11th hour of this your old age, and give you everlasting life for your portion. Sir Richard. Sayest thou so? Well, Palmer, well, I would I might have thee but 1 month in my house. I doubt not but I would convert thee, or thou shouldst convert me. Then said Master Winchcombe, Take pity on thy golden years, and pleasant flowers of lusty youth, before it be too late. Palmer. Sir, I long for those springing flowers that shall never fade away. He was tried on the 15th of July, 1556, together with one Thomas Askin, fellow prisoner. Askin and one John Gwynn had been sentenced the day before, and Mr. Palmer, on the 15th, was brought up for final judgment. Execution was ordered to follow the sentence, and at 5 o'clock in the same afternoon, at a place called the Sand Pits, these 3 martyrs were fastened to a stake. After devoutly praying together, they sung the 31st Psalm. When the fire was kindled, and it had seized their bodies, without an appearance of enduring pain, they continued to cry, Lord Jesus, strengthen us. Lord Jesus, receive our souls, until animation was suspended and human suffering was past. It is remarkable that, when their heads had fallen together in a mass, as it were by the force of the flames, and the spectators thought Palmer as lifeless, his tongue and lips again moved, and were heard to pronounce the name of Jesus, to whom be glory and honor forever. Joan Waste and others. This poor honest woman, blind from her birth and unmarried, aged 22, was of the parish of Allhallows, Derby. Her father was a barber, and also made ropes for a living, in which she assisted him, and also learned to knit several articles of apparel. Refusing to communicate with those who maintained doctrines contrary to those she had learned in the days of the pious Edward, she was called before Dr. Draycott, the Chancellor of Bishop Blaine, and Peter Finch, official of Derby. With sophistical arguments and threats they endeavored to confound the poor girl, but she proffered to yield to the bishop's doctrine, if he would answer for her at the day of judgment, as pious Dr. Taylor had done in his sermons, that his belief of the real presence of the sacrament was true. The bishop at first answered that he would, but Dr. Draycott reminded him that he might not in any way answer for a heretic. He withdrew his confirmation of his own tenets, and she replied that if their consciences would not permit them to answer at God's bar for the truth they wished her to subscribe to, she would answer no more questions. Sentence was then adjudged, and Dr. Draycott appointed to preach her condemned sermon, which took place August 1st, 1556, the day of her martyrdom. His fulminating discourse being finished, the poor sightless object was taken to a place called Windmill Pit, near the town, where she for a time held her brother by the hand, and then prepared herself for the fire, calling upon the pitying multitude to pray with her, and upon Christ to have mercy upon her, until the glorious light of the everlasting Sun of Righteousness beamed upon her departed spirit. In November, 15 martyrs were imprisoned in Canterbury Castle, of whom all were either burnt or famished. Among the latter were J. Clark, D. Chittenden, W. Foster of Stonk, Alice Potkins, and J. Archer of Cranbrook, Weaver. The first 2 of these had not received condemnation, but the others were sentenced to the fire. Foster, at his examination, observed upon the utility of carrying lighted candles about on Candlemas Day, that he might as well carry a pitchfork, and that a gibbet would have as good an effect as the cross. We have now brought to a close the sanguinary prescriptions of the merciless Mary in the year 1556, the number of which amounted to above 84. The beginning of the year 1557 was remarkable for the visit of Cardinal Pole to the University of Cambridge, which seemed to stand in need of much cleansing from heretical preachers and reformed doctrines. One object was also to play the popish farce of trying Martin Bucer and Paulus Fagius, who had been buried about 3 or 4 years, for which purpose the churches of St. Mary and St. Michael, where they lay, were interdicted as vile and unholy places, unfit to worship God in, until they were perfumed and washed with the Pope's holy water, etc., etc. The trumpery act of citing these dead reformers to appear, not having had the least effect upon them, on January 26th, sentence of condemnation was passed, part of which ran in this manner, and may serve as a specimen of proceedings of this nature. We therefore pronounce the said Martin Bucer and Paulus Fagius excommunicated and anathematized, as well by the common law as by letters of process, and that their memory be condemned. We also condemn their bodies and bones, which in that wicked time of schism and other heresies flourishing in this kingdom were rashly buried in holy ground, to be dug up and cast far from the bodies and bones of the faithful, according to the holy canons. And we command that they and their writings, if any be there found, be publicly burnt, and we interdict all persons whatsoever of this university, town, or places adjacent, who shall read or conceal their heretical book, as well by the common law as by our letters of process. After the sentence thus read, the bishop commanded their bodies to be dug out of their graves, and being degraded from holy orders, delivered them into the hands of the secular power, for it was not lawful for such innocent persons as they were, abhorring all bloodshed, and detesting all desire of murder, to put any man to death. February 6th, the bodies, enclosed as they were in chests, were carried into the midst of the market-place at Cambridge, accompanied by a vast concourse of people. A great post was set fast in the ground, to which the chests were affixed with a large iron chain, and bound round their centres, in the same manner as if the dead bodies had been alive. When the fire began to ascend and caught the coffins, a number of condemned books were also launched into the flames and burnt. Justice, however, was done to the memories of these pious and learned men in Queen Elizabeth's reign, when Mr. Ackworth, orator of the University, and Mr. J. Pilkington pronounced orations in honor of their memory, and in reprobation of their Catholic persecutors. Cardinal Pole also inflicted his harmless rage upon the dead body of Peter Martyr's wife, who by his command was dug out of her grave and buried on a distant dunghill, partly because her bones lay near St. Friedwide's relics, once held in great esteem in that college, and partly because he wished to purify Oxford of heretical remains as well as Cambridge. In the succeeding reign, however, her remains were restored to their former cemetery, and even intermingled with those of the Catholic saint, to the utter astonishment and mortification of the disciples of His Holiness the Pope. Cardinal Pole published a list of 54 articles containing instructions to the clergy of his diocese of Canterbury, some of which are too ludicrous and puerile to excite any other sentiment than laughter in these days. Persecutions in the Diocese of Canterbury. In the month of February, the following persons were committed to prison: R. Coleman of Walden, laborer; Joan Winsley of Horsley Magna, spinster; S. Glover of Rayleigh; R. Clerk of Much Holland, mariner; W. Munt of Much Bentley, sawyer; Marg Field of Ramsey, spinster; R. Bongueur, courier; R. Jolly, mariner; Allen Simpson, Helen Ewire, C. Pepper, widow; Alice Wally, who recanted; W. Bongueur, glazier, all of Colchester; R. Atkin of Halstead, weaver; R. Barcock of Wilton, carpenter; R. George of Westbarholt, laborer; R. Debnam of Debenham, weaver; C. Warren of Coxall, spinster; Agnes Whitlock of Dovercourt, spinster; Rose Allen, spinster; and T. Fairsands, minor, both of Colchester. These persons were brought before Bonner, who would have immediately sent them to execution, but Cardinal Pole was for more merciful measures, and Bonner, in a letter of his to the cardinal, seems to be sensible that he had displeased him, for he had this expression: "I thought to have them all hither to Fulham, and to have given sentence against them. Nevertheless, perceiving by my last doing that your grace was offended, I thought it my duty, before I proceeded further, to inform your grace. This circumstance verifies the account that the cardinal was a humane man, and though a zealous Catholic, we as Protestants are willing to render him that honor which his merciful character deserves. Some of the bitter persecutors denounced him to the Pope as a favorer of heretics, and he was summoned to Rome. But Queen Mary, by particular entreaty, procured his stay. However, before his latter end, and a little before his last journey from Rome to England, he was strongly suspected of favoring the doctrine of Luther. As in the last sacrifice 4 women did honor to the truth, so in the following auto da fe we have the like number of females and males, who suffered June 30th, 1557, at Canterbury, and were J. Fishcock, F. White, N. Pardue, Barbary Final, widow, Bardbridge's widow, Wilson's wife, and Binden's wife. Of this group we shall more particularly notice Alice Binden, wife of Edward Binder, of Staplehurst, Kent. She had been taken up in October 1556 for non-attendance, and released upon a strong injunction to mind her conduct. Her husband was a bigoted Catholic, and publicly speaking of his wife's contumacy, she was conveyed to Canterbury Castle, where, knowing when she should be removed to the bishop's prison, she should be almost starved upon 3 farthings a day, she endeavored to prepare herself for this suffering by living upon 2d. halfpenny per day. On January 22nd, 1557, her husband wrote to the bishop that if his wife's brother, Roger Hall, were to be kept from consoling and relieving her, she might turn. On this account she was moved to a prison called Monday's Hole. Her brother sought diligently for her, and at the end of 5 weeks providentially heard her voice in the dungeon, but could not otherwise relieve her than by putting some money in a loaf and sticking it on a long pole. Dreadful must have been the situation of this poor victim, lying on straw between stone walls, without a change of apparel or the meanest requisites of cleanliness, during a period of 9 weeks. On March 25th she was summoned before the bishop, who, with rewards, offered her liberty if she would go home and be comfortable. But Mrs. Binden had been inured to suffering, and showing him her contracted limbs and emaciated appearance, refused to swerve from the truth. She was, however, removed from this black hole to the west gate, whence, about the end of April, she was taken out to be condemned, and then committed to the castle prison until the 19th of June, the day of her burning. At the stake she gave her handkerchief to one John Banks as a memorial, and from her waist she drew a white lace, desiring him to give it to her brother, and tell him that it was the last band that had bound her, except the chain, and to her father she returned a shilling he had sent her. The whole of these 7 martyrs undressed themselves with alacrity, and being prepared, knelt down, and prayed with an earnestness and a Christian spirit that even the enemies of the cross were affected. After invocation made together, they were secured to the stake, and being encompassed with the unsparing flames, they yielded their souls into the hands of the living Lord. Matthew Plays, weaver, a sincere and shrewd Christian, of Stone, Kent, was brought before Thomas, Bishop of Dover, and other inquisitors, whom he ingeniously teased by his indirect answers, of which the following is a specimen. Dr. Harpsfield. Christ called the bread his body. What dost thou say it is? Plays. I do believe it was that which he gave them. Dr. Harpsfield. What was that? Plays. That which he brake. Dr. Harpsfield. What did he break? Plays. That which he took. Dr. Harpsfield. What did he take? Plays. I say, what he gave them, that did they eat indeed. Dr. Harpsfield. Well then, thou sayest it was but bread which the disciples did eat. Plays. I say, what he gave them, that did they eat indeed. A very long disputation followed, in which Plays was desired to humble himself to the bishop, but this he refused. Whether this zealous person died in prison, was executed, or delivered, history does not mention. Reverend John Hollier. Reverend John Hollier was brought up at Eton College, and in process of time became curate of Babram, 3 miles from Cambridge, and went afterward to Lynn, where, opposing the superstition of the Papists, he was carried before Dr. Thirlby, Bishop of Ely, and sent to Cambridge Castle. Here he lay for a time, and was then sent to Tolbooth prison, where after 3 months he was brought to St. Mary's Church, and condemned by Dr. Fuller. On Maundy Thursday he was brought to the stake. While undressing, he told the people to bear witness that he was about to suffer in a just cause, and exhorted them to believe that there was no other rock than Jesus Christ to build upon. A priest named Boys then desired the mayor to silence him. After praying, he went meekly to the stake, and being bound with a chain and placed in a pitch barrel, fire was applied to the reeds and wood. But the wind drove the fire directly to his back, which caused him under the severe agony to pray the more fervently. His friends directed the executioner to fire the pile to windward of his face, which was immediately done. A quantity of books were now thrown into the fire, one of which, the communion service, he caught, opened it, and joyfully continued to read it, until the fire and smoke deprived him of sight. Even then, in earnest prayer, he pressed the book to his heart, thanking God for bestowing on him in his last moments this precious gift. The day being hot, the fire burnt fiercely, and at a time when the spectators supposed he was no more, he suddenly exclaimed, "Lord Jesus, receive my spirit," and meekly resigned his life. He was burnt on Jesus Green, not far from Jesus College. He had gunpowder given him, but he was dead before it became ignited. This pious sufferer offered a singular spectacle, for his flesh was so burnt from the bones, which continued erect, that he presented the idea of a skeleton figure chained to the stake. His remains were eagerly seized by the multitude, and venerated by all who admired his piety or detested inhuman bigotry. End of chapter 16, part 7. Chapter 16, Part 8 of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2, by John Foxe. Edited by William Byron Forbush. Chapter 16. Persecutions in England during the reign of Queen Mary, Part 8. Simon Miller and Elizabeth Cooper, in the following month of July, received the crown of martyrdom. Miller dwelt at Lynn, and came to Norwich, where, planting himself at the door of one of the churches, as the people came out, he requested to know of them where he could go to receive the communion. For this a priest brought him before Dr. Dunning, who committed him to ward, but he was suffered to go home and arrange his affairs, after which he returned to the bishop's house and to his prison, where he remained until the 30th of July, the day of his burning. Elizabeth Coop, wife of a pewterer of St. Andrew's, Norwich, had recanted, but tortured for what she had done by the worm which dieth not, she shortly after voluntarily entered her parish church during the time of the popish service, and standing up, audibly proclaimed that she revoked her former recantation, and cautioned the people to avoid her unworthy example. She was taken from her own house by Mr. Sutton, the sheriff, who very reluctantly complied with the letter of the law, as they had been servants and in friendship together. At the stake the poor sufferer, feeling the fire, uttered the cry of "Oh!" upon which Mr. Miller, putting his hand behind him toward her, desired her to be of good courage. "For," said he, "good sister, we shall have a joyful and a sweet supper." Encouraged by this example and exhortation, she stood the fiery ordeal without flinching, and, with him, proved the power of faith over the flesh. Executions at Colchester. It was before mentioned that 22 persons had been sent up from Colchester, who upon a slight submission were afterward released. Of these William Munt of Much Bentley, husbandman, with Alice his wife, and Rose Allen her daughter, upon their return home abstained from church, which induced the bigoted priest secretly to write to Bonner. For a short time they absconded, but returning again March 7th, one Edmund Tyrrell, a relation to the Tyrrell who murdered King Edward V and his brother, with the officers, entered the house while Munt and his wife were in bed, and informed them that they must go to Colchester Castle. Mrs. Munt at that time being very ill, requested her daughter to get her some drink. Leave being permitted, Rose took a candle and a mug, and in returning through the house was met by Tyrrell, who cautioned her to advise her parents to become good Catholics. Rose briefly informed him that they had the Holy Ghost for their adviser, and that she was ready to lay down her own life for the same cause. Turning to his company, he remarked that she was willing to burn, and one of them told him to prove her, and see what she would do by and by. The unfeeling wretch immediately executed this project, and seizing the young woman by the wrist, he held the lighted candle under her hand, burning it crosswise on the back, until the tendons divided from the flesh, during which he loaded her with many opprobrious epithets. She endured his rage unmoved, and then when he had ceased the torture, she asked him to begin at her feet or head, for he need not fear that his employer would one day repay him. After this she took the drink to her mother. This cruel act of torture does not stand alone on record. Bonner had served a poor blind harper in nearly the same manner, who had steadily maintained a hope that if every joint of him were to be burnt, he should not fly from the faith. Bonner, upon this, privately made a signal to his men to bring a burning coal, which they placed in the poor man's hand, and then by force held it closed, until it burnt into the flesh deeply. George Eagles, tailor, was indicted for having prayed that God would turn Queen Mary's heart, or take her away. The ostensible cause of his death was his religion, for treason could hardly be imagined in praying for the reformation of such an execrable soul as that of Mary. Being condemned for this crime, he was drawn to the place of execution upon a sledge with 2 robbers, who were executed with him. After Eagles had mounted the ladder, and been turned off a short time, he was cut down before he was at all insensible. A bailiff named William Swallow then dragged him to the sledge, and with a common blunt cleaver hacked off the head. In a manner equally clumsy and cruel, he opened his body and tore out the heart. In all this suffering the poor martyr repined not, but to the last called upon his Saviour. The fury of these bigots did not end here. The intestines were burned, and the body was quartered, the 4 parts being sent to Colchester, Harwich, Chelmsford, and St. Ruse's. Chelmsford had the honor of retaining his head, which was affixed to a long pole in the market-place. In time it was blown down, and lay several days in the street, until it was buried at night in the churchyard. God's judgment not long after fell upon Swallow, who in his old age became a beggar, and who was affected with a leprosy that made him obnoxious even to the animal creation. Nor did Richard Potts, who troubled Eagles in his dying moments, escape the visiting hand of God. Mrs. Joyce Lewis. This lady was the wife of Mr. T. Lewis of Manchester. She had received the Romish religion as true until the burning of that pious martyr, Mr. Saunders, at Coventry. Understanding that his death rose from a refusal to receive the Mass, she began to inquire into the ground of his refusal, and her conscience, as it began to be enlightened, became restless and alarmed. In this inquietude she resorted to Mr. John Glover, who lived near, and requested that he would unfold those rich sources of gospel knowledge he possessed, particularly upon the subject of transubstantiation. He easily succeeded in convincing her that the mummery of popery and the Mass were at variance with God's most holy word, and honestly reproved her for following too much the vanities of a wicked world. It was to her indeed a word in season, for she soon became weary of her former sinful life, and resolved to abandon the Mass and dilatory worship. Though compelled by her husband's violence to go to church, her contempt of the holy water and other ceremonies was so manifest that she was accused before the bishop for despising the sacramentals. A citation addressed to her immediately followed, which was given to Mr. Lewis, who in a fit of passion held a dagger to the throat of the officer and made him eat it, after which he caused him to drink it down, and then sent him away. But for this the bishop summoned Mr. Lewis before him as well as his wife. The former readily submitted, but the latter resolutely affirmed that, in refusing holy water, she neither offended God nor any part of his laws. She was sent home for a month, her husband being bound for her appearance, during which time Mr. Glover impressed upon her the necessity of doing what she did, not from self-vanity, but for the honor and glory of God. Mr. Glover and others earnestly exhorted Lewis to forfeit the money he was bound in, rather than subject his wife to certain death. But he was deaf to the voice of humanity, and delivered her over to the bishop, who soon found sufficient cause to consign her to a loathsome prison, where she was several times brought for examination. At the last time the bishop reasoned with her upon the fitness of her coming to Mass, and receiving as sacred the sacrament and sacramentals of the Holy Ghost. "If these things were in the Word of God," said Mrs. Lewis, "I would with all my heart receive, believe, and esteem them." The bishop, with the most ignorant and impious effrontery, replied, "If thou wilt believe no more than what is warranted by Scriptures, thou art in a state of damnation." Astonished at such a declaration, this worthy sufferer ably rejoined that his words were as impure as they were profane. After condemnation, she lay a 12-month in prison, the sheriff not being willing to put her to death in his time, though he had been but just chosen. When her death warrant came from London, she sent for some friends, whom she consulted in what manner her death might be more glorious to the name of God, and injurious to the cause of God's enemies. Smilingly she said, "As for death, I think but lightly of. When I know that I shall behold the amiable countenance of Christ my dear Saviour, the ugly face of death does not much trouble me." The evening before she suffered, 2 priests were anxious to visit her, but she refused both their confession and absolution, when she could hold a better communication with the high priest of souls. About 3 o'clock in the morning, Satan began to shoot his fiery darts by putting into her mind to doubt whether she was chosen to eternal life, and Christ died for her. Her friends readily pointed out to her those consolatory passages of Scripture which comfort the fainting heart, and treat of the Redeemer who taketh away the sins of the world. About 8 o'clock the sheriff announced to her that she had but an hour to live. She was at first cast down, but this soon passed away, and she thanked God that her life was about to be devoted to his service. The sheriff granted permission for 2 friends to accompany her to the stake, an indulgence for which he was afterwards severely handled. Mr. Renniger and Mr. Bernher led her to the place of execution, in going to which, from its distance, her great weakness, and the press of the people, she had nearly fainted. 3 times she prayed fervently that God would deliver the land from the popery and the idolatrous mass, and the people, for the most part, as well as the sheriff, said Amen. When she had prayed, she took the cup, which had been filled with water to refresh her, and said, "I drink to all them that unfeigningly love the gospel of Christ, and wish for the abolition of popery." Her friends, and a great many women of the place, drank with her, for which most of them afterward were enjoined penance. When chained to the stake, her countenance was cheerful, and the roses of her cheeks were not abated. Her hands were extended towards heaven, until the fire rendered them powerless, when her soul was received into the arms of the Creator. The duration of her agony was but short, as the under-sheriff, at the request of her friends, had prepared such excellent fuel that she was in a few minutes overwhelmed with smoke and flame. The case of this lady drew a tear of pity from everyone who had a heart not callous to humanity. Executions at Islington. About the 17th of September, suffered at Islington the following 4 professors of Christ: Ralph Allerton, James Austew, Marjorie Austew, and Richard Roth. James Austew and his wife, of St. Allhallows, Barking, London, were sentenced for not believing in the presence. Richard Roth rejected the 7 sacraments, and was accused of comforting the heretics by the following letter written in his own blood, and intended to have been sent to his friends at Colchester. O dear brethren and sisters, how much reason have you to rejoice in God, that he hath given you such faith to overcome this bloodthirsty tyrant thus far. And no doubt he that hath begun that good work in you will fulfill it unto the end. O dear hearts in Christ, what a crown of glory shall ye receive with Christ in the kingdom of God! O that it had been the good will of God that I had been ready to have gone with you! For I lie in my Lord's little ease by day, and in the night I lie in the coal house, apart from Ralph Allerton, or any other. And we look every day when we shall be condemned. For he said that I should be burned within 10 days before Easter, but I lie still at the pool's brink, and every man goeth in before me. But we abide patiently the Lord's leisure, with many bonds, in fetters and stocks, by which we have received great joy of God. And now fare you well, dear brethren and sisters, in this world, but I trust to see you in the heavens face to face. O brother Munt, with your wife and my sister Rose, how blessed are you in the Lord, that God hath found you worthy to suffer for his sake, with all the rest of my dear brethren and sisters, known and unknown. O be joyful even unto death. Fear it not, saith Christ, for I have overcome death. O dear heart, seeing that Jesus Christ will be our help, O tarry you the Lord's leisure. Be strong, let your hearts be of good comfort, and wait you still for the Lord. He is at hand. Yea, the angel of the Lord pitcheth his tent around them that fear him, and delivereth them which way he seeth best. For our lives are in the Lord's hands, and they can do nothing unto us before God suffer them. Therefore give all thanks to God. O dear hearts, you shall be clothed in long white garments upon the mount of Sion, with the multitude of saints, and with Jesus Christ our Saviour, who will never forsake us. O blessed virgins, you have played the wise virgin's part, in that ye have taken oil in your lamps, that ye may go in with the bridegroom, when he cometh, into the everlasting joy with him. But as for the foolish, they shall be shut out, because they made not themselves ready to suffer with Christ, neither go about to take up his cross. O dear hearts, how precious shall your death be in the sight of the Lord, for dear is the death of his saints. O fare you well, and pray. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ be with you all. Amen, amen. Pray, pray, pray. Written by me, with my own blood, Richard Roth. This letter, so justly denominating Bonner the bloodthirsty tyrant, was not likely to excite his compassion. Roth accused him of bringing them to secret examination by night, because he was afraid of the people by day. Resisting every temptation to recant, he was condemned, and on September 17th, 1557, these 4 martyrs perished at Islington for the testimony of the Lamb, who was slain that they might be of the redeemed of God. John Noyes, a shoemaker of Laxfield, Suffolk, was taken to Eye, and at midnight, September 21st, 1557, he was brought from Eye to Laxfield to be burned. On the following morning he was led to the stake, prepared for the horrid sacrifice. Mr. Noyes, on coming to the fatal spot, knelt down, prayed, and rehearsed the 50th Psalm. When the chain enveloped him, he said, "Fear not them that kill the body, but fear him that can kill both body and soul, and cast it into everlasting fire." As one cabman placed a faggot against him, he blessed the hour in which he was born to die for the truth, and while trusting only upon the all-sufficient merits of the Redeemer, fire was set to the pile, and the blazing faggots in a short time stifled his last words, "Lord, have mercy on me. Christ, have mercy upon me." The ashes of the body were buried in a pit, and with them one of his feet, whole to the ankle, with the stocking on. Mrs. Cicely Ormes. This young martyr, aged 22, was the wife of Mr. Edmund Ormes, worsted weaver of St. Lawrence, Norwich. At the death of Miller and Elizabeth Cooper, before mentioned, she had said that she would pledge them of the same cup they drank of. For these words she was brought to the Chancellor, who would have discharged her upon promising to go to church, and to keep her belief to herself. As she would not consent to this, the Chancellor urged that he had shown more lenity to her than any other person, and was unwilling to condemn her, because she was an ignorant, foolish woman. To this she replied, perhaps with more shrewdness than he expected, that however great his desire might be to spare her sinful flesh, it could not equal her inclination to surrender it up in so great a quarrel. The Chancellor then pronounced the fiery sentence, and September 23rd, 1557, she was brought to the stake, at 8 o'clock in the morning. After declaring her faith to the people, she laid her hand on the stake, and said, "Welcome, thou cross of Christ." Her hand was sooted in doing this, for it was the same stake at which Miller and Cooper were burnt, and she at first wiped it, but directly after again welcomed and embraced it as the sweet cross of Christ. After the tormentors had kindled the fire, she said, "My soul doth magnify the Lord, and my spirit doth rejoice in God my Saviour." Then crossing her hands upon her breast, and looking upwards with the utmost serenity, she stood the fiery furnace. Her hands continued gradually to rise until the sinews were dried, and then they fell. She uttered no sigh of pain, but yielded her life, an emblem of that celestial paradise in which is the presence of God, blessed forever. It might be contended that this martyr voluntarily sought her own death, as the Chancellor scarcely exacted any other penance of her than to keep her belief to herself. Yet it should seem in this instance as if God had chosen her to be a shining light, for a 12-month before she was taken she had recanted, but she was wretched until the Chancellor was informed by letter that she repented of her recantation from the bottom of her heart. As if to compensate for her former apostasy, and to convince the Catholics that she meant to compromise for her personal security, she boldly refused his friendly offer of permitting her to temporize. Her courage in such a cause deserves commendation, the cause of him who has said, "Whoever is ashamed of me on earth, of such will I be ashamed in heaven." Reverend John Ruff. This pious martyr was a Scotchman. At the age of 17 he entered himself as one of the order of Black Friars, at Stirling in Scotland. He had been kept out of an inheritance by his friends, and he took this step in revenge for their conduct to him. After being there 16 years, Lord Hamilton, Earl of Arran, taking a liking to him, the Archbishop of St. Andrews induced the provincial of the house to dispense with his habit and order, and he thus became the Earl's chaplain. He remained in this spiritual employment a year, and in that time God wrought in him a saving knowledge of the truth, for which reason the Earl sent him to preach in the freedom of Ayr, where he remained 4 years. But finding danger there from the religious complexion of the times, and learning that there was much gospel freedom in England, he travelled up to the Duke of Somerset, then Lord Protector of England, who gave him a yearly salary of £20, and authorized him to preach at Carlisle, Berwick, and Newcastle, where he married. He was afterward removed to a benefice at Hull, in which he remained until the death of Edward VI. In consequence of the tide of persecution then setting in, he fled with his wife to Friesland, and at Norden they followed the occupation of knitting hose, caps, etc., for subsistence. Impeded in his business by the want of yarn, he came over to England to procure a quantity, and on November 10th arrived in London, where he soon heard of a secret society of the faithful, to whom he joined himself, and was in a short time elected their minister, in which occupation he strengthened them in every good resolution. On December 12th, through the information of one Taylor, a member of the society, Mr. Ruff, with Cuthbert Simpson and others, was taken up in Saracen's Head, Islington, where under the pretext of coming to see a play, their religious exercises were holden. The Queen's vice-chamberlain conducted Ruff and Simpson before the council, in whose presence they were charged with meeting to celebrate the communion. The council wrote to Bonner, and he lost no time in this affair of blood. In 3 days he had him up, and on the next, the 20th, resolved to condemn him. The charges laid against him were, that he, being a priest, was married, and that he had rejected the service in the Latin tongue. Ruff wanted not arguments to reply to these flimsy tenets. In short, he was degraded and condemned. Mr. Ruff, it should be noticed, when in the North, in Edward VI's reign, had saved Dr. Watson's life, who afterwards sat with Bishop Bonner on the bench. This ungrateful prelate, in return for the kind act he had received, boldly accused Mr. Ruff of being the most pernicious heretic in the country. The godly minister reproved him for his malicious spirit. He affirmed that, during the 30 years he had lived, he had never bowed the knee to Baal, and that twice at Rome he had seen the Pope borne about on men's shoulders with the false-named sacrament carried before him, presenting a true picture of the very Antichrist. Yet was more reverence shown to him than that to the wafer, which they accounted to be their God. "Ah," said Bonner, rising and making toward him, as if he would have torn his garment, "hast thou been at Rome, and seen our Holy Father, the Pope, and dost thou blaspheme him after this sort?" This said, he fell upon him, tore off a piece of his beard, and that the day might be to his own satisfaction, he ordered the object of his rage to be burnt by 5:30 the following morning. End of chapter 16, part 8. Chapter 16, part 9, of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2, by John Foxe. Edited by William Byron Forbush. Chapter 16, Persecutions in England during the reign of Queen Mary, Part 9. Cuthbert Simpson. Few professors of Christ possessed more activity and zeal than this excellent person. He not only labored to preserve his friends from the contagion of popery, but he labored to guard them against the terrors of persecution. He was deacon of the little congregation over which Mr. Rowe presided as minister. Mr. Simpson has written an account of his own sufferings, which he cannot detail better than in his own words. On the 13th of December, 1557, I was committed by the council to the Tower of London. On the following Thursday, I was called into the wardroom before the constable of the Tower, and the recorder of London, Mr. Cholmley, who commanded me to inform them of the names of those who came to the English service. I answered that I would declare nothing. In consequence of my refusal, I was set upon a rack of iron, as I judged for the space of 3 hours. Then they asked me if I would confess. I answered as before. After being unbound, I was carried back to my lodging. The Sunday after, I was brought to the same place again, before the lieutenant and recorder of London, and they examined me. As I had answered before, so I answered now. Then the lieutenant swore by God I should tell, after which my 2 forefingers were bound together, and a small arrow placed between them. They drew it through so fast that the blood followed, and the arrow brake. After enduring the rack twice again, I was retaken to my lodging, and 10 days after the lieutenant asked me if I would not now confess that which they had before asked of me. I answered that I had already said as much as I would. 3 weeks after I was sent to the priest, where I was greatly assaulted, and at whose hand I received the Pope's curse for bearing witness of the resurrection of Christ. And thus I commend to you God, and to the word of his grace, with all those who unfeignedly call upon the name of Jesus, desiring God of his endless mercy, through the merits of his dear Son, Jesus Christ, to bring us all to his everlasting kingdom. Amen. I praise God for his great mercy shown upon us. Sing Hosanna to the highest with me, Cuthbert Simpson. God forgive my sins. I asked forgiveness of all the world, and I forgive all the world, and thus I leave the world, in the hope of a joyful resurrection. If this account be duly considered, what a picture of repeated tortures it does present! But even the cruelty of the narration is exceeded by the patient meekness with which it was endured. Here are no expressions of malice, no invocations even of God's retributive justice, not a complaint of suffering wrongfully. On the contrary, praise to God, forgiveness of sin, and a forgiving all the world, concludes this unaffected, interesting narrative. Bonner's admiration was excited by the steadfast coolness of this martyr. Speaking of Mr. Simpson in the consistory, he said, "You see what a personable man he is, and then of his patience I affirm that if he were not a heretic, he is a man of the greatest patience that ever came before me. Thrice in one day has he been racked in the Tower. In my house also he has felt sorrow, and yet never have I seen his patience broken." The day before this pious deacon was to be condemned, while in the stocks in the bishop's coal-house, he had the vision of a glorified form, which much encouraged him. This he certainly attested to his wife, to Mr. Austen, and others, before his death. With this ornament of the Christian Reformation were apprehended Mr. Hugh Foxe and John Devenish. The three were brought before Bonner, March 19, 1558, and the papistical articles tendered. They rejected them, and were all condemned. As they worshipped together in the same society at Islington, so they suffered together in Smithfield, March 28th, in whose death the God of grace was glorified, and true believers confirmed. Thomas Hudson, Thomas Carman, and William Seaman were condemned by a bigoted vicar of Aylesbury, named Barry. The spot of execution was called Lollard's Pit, without Bishopsgate, at Norwich. After joining together in humble petition of the throne of grace, they rose, went to the stake, and were encircled with their chains. To the great surprise of the spectators, Hudson slipped from under his chains and came forward. A great opinion prevailed that he was about to recant. Others thought that he wanted further time. In the meantime, his companions at the stake urged every promise and exhortation to support him. The hopes of the enemies of the cross, however, were disappointed. The good man, far from fearing the smallest personal terror at the approaching pangs of death, was only alarmed that his Saviour's face seemed to be hidden from him. Falling upon his knees, his spirit wrestled with God, and God verified the words of his Son, "Ask, and it shall be given." The martyr rose in an ecstasy of joy, and exclaimed, "Now I thank God I am strong, and care not what man can do to me." With an unruffled countenance he replaced himself under the chain, joined his fellow sufferers, and with them suffered death, to the comfort of the godly, and the confusion of Antichrist. Barry, unsatiated with this demoniacal act, summoned up 200 persons in the town of Aylesham, whom he compelled to kneel to the cross at Pentecost, and inflicted other punishments. He struck a poor man for a trifling word with a flail, which proved fatal to the unoffending object. He also gave a woman named Alice Oxes so heavy a blow with his fist, as she met him entering the hall when he was in an ill humor, that she died with the violence. This priest was rich, and possessed great authority. He was a reprobate, and like the priesthood he abstained from marriage, to enjoy the more a debauched and licentious life. The Sunday after the death of Queen Mary, he was reveling with one of his concubines before vespers. He then went to church, administered baptism, and in his return to his lascivious pastime, he was smitten by the hand of God. Without a moment given for repentance, he fell to the ground, and a groan was the only articulation permitted him. In him we may behold the difference between the end of a martyr and a persecutor. The story of Roger Holland. In a retired close near a field in Islington, a company of decent persons had assembled, to the number of 40. While they were religiously engaged in praying and expounding to the Scripture, 27 of them were carried before Sir Roger Cholmeley. Some of the women made their escape. 22 were committed to Newgate, who continued in prison 7 weeks. Previous to their examination, they were informed by the keeper, Alexander, that nothing more was requisite to produce their discharge than to hear Mass. Easy as this condition may seem, these martyrs valued their purity of conscience more than loss of life or property. Hence 13 were burnt, 7 in Smithfield and 6 at Brentford. 2 died in prison, and the other 7 were providentially preserved. The names of the 7 who suffered were H. Pond, R. Estland, R. Southian, M. Rickerby, J. Floyd, J. Holliday, and Roger Holland. They were sent to Newgate June 16, 1558, and executed on the 27th. This Roger Holland, a merchant tailor of London, was first an apprentice with one Master Kempshon, at the Black Boy in Watling Street, giving himself to dancing, fencing, gaming, banqueting, and wanton company. He had received for his master certain money, to the sum of £30, and lost every groat at dice. Therefore he purposed to convey himself away beyond the seas, either to France or into Flanders. With this resolution he called early in the morning on a discreet servant in the house named Elizabeth, who professed the gospel and lived a life that did honor to her profession. To her he revealed the loss his folly had occasioned, regretted that he had not followed her advice, and begged her to give his master a note of hand from him acknowledging the debt, which he would repay if ever it were in his power. He also entreated his disgraceful conduct might be kept secret, lest it would bring the gray hairs to his father with sorrow to a premature grave. The maid, with a generosity and Christian principle rarely surpassed, conscious that his imprudence might be his ruin, brought him the £30, which was part of a sum of money recently left her by legacy. Here, she said, is the sum requisite. You shall take the money, and I will keep the note, but expressly on this condition, that you abandon all lewd and vicious company, that you neither swear nor talk immodestly, and game no more. For, should I learn that you do, I will immediately show this note to your master. I also require that you shall promise me to attend the daily lecture at All Hallows, and the sermon at St. Paul's every Sunday, that you cast away all your books of popery, and in their place substitute the Testament and the Book of Service, and that you read the Scriptures with reverence and fear, calling upon God for his grace to direct you in his trust. Pray also fervently to God to pardon your former offenses, and not to remember the sins of your youth, and would you obtain his favor, ever dread to break his laws or offend his majesty. So shall God have you in his keeping, and grant you your heart's desire. We must honor the memory of this excellent domestic, whose pious endeavors were equally directed to benefit the thoughtless youth in this life and that which is to come. God did not suffer the wish of this excellent domestic to be thrown upon a barren soil. Within half a year, the licentious Holland became a zealous professor of the gospel, and was an instrument of conversion to his father and others whom he visited in Lancashire, to their spiritual comfort and reformation from popery. His father, pleased with his change of conduct, gave him £40 to commence business with in London. Then Roger repaired to London again, and came to the maid that lent him the money to pay his master withal, and said unto her, Elizabeth, here is thy money I borrowed of thee, and for the friendship, goodwill, and the good counsel I have received at thy hands, to recompense thee I am not able, otherwise than to make thee my wife. And soon after they were married, which was the first year of Queen Mary. After this he remained in the congregations of the faithful until, the last year of Queen Mary, he, with the 6 others aforesaid, were taken. After Roger Holland, there was none suffered in Smithfield for the testimony of the gospel, God be thanked. Flagellations by Bonner. When this Catholic hyena found that neither persuasions, threats, nor imprisonment could produce any alteration in the mind of a youth named Thomas Henshaw, he sent him to Fulham, and during the first night set him in the stocks, with no other allowance than bread and water. The following morning he came to see if this punishment had worked any change in his mind, and finding none, he sent Dr. Harpsfield, his archdeacon, to converse with him. The doctor was soon out of humor at his replies, calling him peevish boy, and asked him if he thought he was about to damn his soul. "I am persuaded," said Thomas, "that you labor to promote the dark kingdom of the devil, not for the love of the truth." These words the doctor conveyed to the bishop, who, in a passion that almost prevented articulation, came to Thomas and said, "Dost thou answer my archdeacon thus, thou naughty boy? But I'll soon handle thee well enough for it, be assured." 2 willow twigs were then brought him, and causing the unresisting youth to kneel against a long bench, and an arbor in his garden, he scourged him until he was compelled to cease for want of breath and fatigue. One of the rods was worn quite away. Many other conflicts did Henshaw undergo from the bishop, who at length, to remove him effectually, procured false witness to lay articles against him, all of which the young man denied, and, in short, refused to answer any interrogatories administered to him. A fortnight after this, the young man was attacked by a burning ague, and at the request of his master, Mr. Pugson, of St. Paul's churchyard, he was removed, the bishop not doubting that he had given him his death in the natural way. He, however, remained ill above a year, and in the meantime Queen Mary died, by which act of Providence he escaped Bonner's rage. John Willis was another faithful person on whom the scourging hand of Bonner fell. He was the brother of Richard Willis, before mentioned, burnt at Brentford. Henshaw and Willis were confined in Bonner's coal-house together, and afterward removed to Fulham, where he and Henshaw remained during 8 or 10 days in the stocks. Bonner's persecuting spirit betrayed itself in his treatment of Willis during his examinations, often striking him on the head with a stick, seizing him by the ears, and flipping him under the chin, saying he held down his head like a thief. This producing no signs of recantation, he took him into his orchard, and in a small arbor there he flogged him first with a willow rod, and then with birch, until he was exhausted. This cruel ferocity arose from the answer of the poor sufferer, who, upon being asked how long it was since he had crept to the cross, replied, "Not since he had come to years of discretion, nor would he, though he should be torn to pieces by wild horses." Bonner then bade him make the sign of the cross on his forehead, which he refused to do, and was thus led to the orchard. One day, when in the stocks, Bonner asked him how he liked his lodging and fare. "Well enough," said Willis. "Might I have a little straw to sit or lie upon?" Just at this time came in Willis's wife, then largely pregnant, and entreated the bishop for her husband, boldly declaring that she would be delivered in the house, if he were not suffered to go with her. To get rid of the good wife's importunity, and the trouble of a lying-in woman in his palace, he bade Willis make the sign of the cross, and say, "In nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti. Amen." Willis omitted the sign, and repeated the words, "In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen." Bonner would have the words repeated in Latin, to which Willis made no objection, knowing the meaning of the words. He was then permitted to go home with his wife, his kinsman Robert Rouse being charged to bring him to St. Paul's the next day, whither he himself went, and subscribing to a Latin instrument of little importance, was liberated. This is the last of 22 taken at Islington. Reverend Richard Yeoman. This devout aged person was curate to Dr. Taylor at Hadley, and eminently qualified for his sacred function. Dr. Taylor left him the curacy at his departure, but no sooner had Mr. Newall gotten the benefice than he removed Mr. Yeoman and substituted a Romish priest. After this he wandered from place to place, exhorting all men to stand faithfully to God's word, earnestly to give themselves unto prayer, with patience to bear the cross now laid upon them for their trial, with boldness to confess the truth before their adversaries, and with an undoubted hope to wait for the crown and reward of eternal felicity. But when he perceived his adversaries lay wait for him, he went into Kent, and with a little pack of laces, pins, points, etc., he travelled from village to village, selling such things, and in this manner subsisted himself, his wife, and children. At last Justice Moyle of Kent took Yeoman and set him in the stocks a day and a night, but having no evident matter to charge him with, he let him go again. Coming secretly again to Hadley, he tarried with his poor wife, who kept him privately in a chamber of the town house, commonly called the Guildhall, more than a year. During this time the good old father abode in a chamber locked up all the day, spending his time in devout prayer, in reading the Scriptures, and in carding the wool which his wife spun. His wife also begged bread for herself and her children, by which precarious means they supported themselves. Thus the saints of God sustained hunger and misery, while the prophets of Baal lived in festivity, and were costly pampered at Jezebel's table. Information being at length given to Newall that Yeoman was secreted by his wife, he came, attended by the constables, and broke into the room where the object of his search lay in bed with his wife. He reproached the poor woman with being a whore, and would have indecently pulled the clothes off, but Yeoman resisted both this act of violence and the attack upon his wife's character, adding that he defied the Pope and Popery. He was then taken out and set in stocks until day. In the cage also with him was an old man named John Dale, who had sat there 3 or 4 days, for exhorting the people during the time service was performed by Newall and his curate. His words were, "O miserable and blind guides, will ye ever be blind leaders of the blind? Will ye never amend? Will ye never see the truth of God's word? Will neither God's threats nor promises enter into your hearts? Will the blood of the martyrs nothing mollify your stony stomachs? O obdurate, hard-hearted, perverse, and crooked generation, to whom nothing can do good." These words he spake in fervency of spirit against the superstitious religion of Rome, wherefore Newall caused him forthwith to be attached and set into the stocks in a cage, where he was kept until Sir Henry Doyle, a justice, came to Hadley. When Yeoman was taken, the parson called earnestly upon Sir Henry Doyle to send them both to prison. Sir Henry Doyle as earnestly entreated the parson to consider the age of the men and their mean condition. They were neither parsons of note nor preachers, wherefore he proposed to let them be punished a day or 2 and to dismiss them, at least John Dale, who was no priest, and therefore, as he had so long sat in the cage, he thought it punishment enough for this time. When the parson heard this, he was exceedingly mad, and in a great rage called them pestilent heretics, unfit to live in the commonwealth of Christians. Sir Henry, fearing to appear too merciful, Yeoman and Dale were pinioned, bound like thieves with their legs under the horses' bellies, and carried to Bury jail, where they were laid in irons. And because they continually rebuked popery, they were carried into the lowest dungeon, where John Dale, through the jail sickness and evil keeping, died soon after. His body was thrown out and buried in the fields. He was a man of 66 years of age, a weaver by occupation, and well learned in the Holy Scriptures, steadfast in his confession of the true doctrines of Christ as set forth in King Edward's time, for which he joyfully suffered prison and chains, and from this worldly dungeon he departed in Christ to eternal glory, and the blessed paradise of everlasting felicity. After Dale's death, Yeoman was removed to Norwich prison, where after strait and evil keeping, he was examined upon his faith and religion, and required to submit himself to his holy father the Pope. "I defy him," quoth he, "and all his detestable abomination. I will in no wise have to do with him." The chief articles objected to him were his marriage and the mass sacrifice. Finding he continued steadfast in the truth, he was condemned, degraded, and not only burnt, but most cruelly tormented in the fire. Thus he ended this poor and miserable life, and entered into that blessed bosom of Abraham, enjoying with Lazarus that rest which God has prepared for his elect. Thomas Benbridge. Mr. Benbridge was a single gentleman in the diocese of Winchester. He might have lived a gentleman's life in the wealthy possessions of this world, but he chose rather to enter through the strait gate of persecution to the heavenly possession of life in the Lord's kingdom, than to enjoy present pleasure with disquietude of conscience. Manfully standing against the papists for the defense of the severe doctrine of Christ's gospel, he was apprehended as an adversary to the Romish religion, and led for examination before the Bishop of Winchester, where he underwent several conflicts for the truth against the bishop and his colleague, for which he was condemned, and some time after brought to the place of martyrdom by Sir Richard Pexel, sheriff. When standing at the stake, he began to untie his points, and to prepare himself. Then he gave his gown to the keeper by way of fee. His jerkin was trimmed with gold lace, which he gave to Sir Richard Pexel, the high sheriff. His cap of velvet he took from his head, and threw away. Then, lifting his mind to the Lord, he engaged in prayer. When fastened to the stake, Dr. Seton begged him to recant, and he should have his pardon. But when he saw that nothing availed, he told the people not to pray for him unless he would recant, no more than they would pray for a dog. Mr. Benbridge, standing at the stake with his hands together in such a manner as the priest holds his hand in his memento, Dr. Seton came to him again, and exhorted him to recant, to whom he said, "Away, Babylon, away!" One that stood by said, "Sir, cut his tongue out." Another, a temporal man, railed at him worse than Dr. Seton had done. When they saw he would not yield, they bade the tormentors to light the pile, before he was in any way covered with faggots. The fire first took away a piece of his beard, at which he did not shrink. Then it came on the other side and took his legs, and the nether stocking of his hose being leather, they made the fire pierce the sharper, so that the intolerable heat made him exclaim, "I recant!" And suddenly he trussed the fire from him. 2 or 3 of his friends being by, wished to save him. They stepped to the fire to help remove it, for which kindness they were sent to jail. The sheriff also of his own authority took him from the stake, and remitted him to prison, for which he was sent to the Fleet, and lay there some time. Before, however, he was taken from the stake, Dr. Seton wrote articles for him to subscribe to. To these Mr. Benbridge made so many objections that Dr. Seton ordered them to set fire again to the pile. Then with much pain and grief of heart he subscribed to them upon a man's back. This done, his gown was given him again, and he was led to prison. While there he wrote a letter to Dr. Seton, recanting those words he had spoken at the stake, and the articles which he had subscribed, for he was grieved that he had ever signed them. The same day's night he was again brought to the stake, where the vile tormentors rather broiled than burnt him. The Lord give his enemies repentance. Mrs. Prest. From the number condemned in this fanatical reign, it is almost impossible to obtain the name of every martyr, or to embellish the history of all with anecdotes and exemplifications of Christian conduct. Thanks be to Providence, our cruel task begins to draw toward a conclusion, with the end of the reign of papal terror and bloodshed. Monarchs who sit upon thrones possessed by hereditary right should, of all others, consider that the laws of nature are the laws of God, and hints that the first law of nature is the preservation of their subjects. Maxims of persecutions, of torture, and of death, they should leave to those who have effected sovereignty by fraud or by sword. But where, except among a few miscreant emperors of Rome and the Roman pontiffs, shall we find one whose memory is so damned to everlasting fame as that of Queen Mary? Nations bewail the hour which separates them forever from a beloved governor. But with respect to that of Mary, it was the most blessed time of her whole reign. Heaven has ordained 3 great scourges for national sins plague, pestilence, and famine. It was the will of God in Mary's reign to bring a 4th upon this kingdom, under the form of papistical persecution. It was sharp but glorious. The fire which consumed the martyrs has undermined the popedom, and the Catholic states, at present the most bigoted and unenlightened, are those which are sunk lowest in the scale of moral dignity and political consequence. May they remain so until the pure light of the gospel shall dissipate the darkness of fanaticism and superstition. But to return. End of chapter 16, part 9. Chapter 16, Part 10 of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2 by John Foxe. Edited by William Byron Forbush. Chapter 16, Persecutions in England during the Reign of Queen Mary, Part 10. Mrs. Prest for some time lived about Cornwall, where she had a husband and children, whose bigotry compelled her to frequent the abominations of the Church of Rome. Resolving to act as her conscience dictated, she quitted them, and made a living by spinning. After some time, returning home, she was accused by her neighbors, and brought to Exeter, to be examined before Dr. Troubleville, and his chancellor Blackstone. As this martyr was accounted of inferior intellect, we shall put her in competition with the bishop, and let the reader judge which had the most of that knowledge conducive to everlasting life. The bishop bringing the question to issue, respecting the bread and wine being flesh and blood, Mrs. Prest said, I will demand of you whether you can deny your creed, which says, that Christ doth perpetually sit at the right hand of his Father, both body and soul, until he come again, or whether he be there in heaven our advocate, and to make prayer for us unto God his Father. If he be so, he is not here on earth in a piece of bread. If he not be here, and if he do not dwell in temples made with hands, but in heaven, what, shall we seek him here? If he did not offer his body once for all, why make you a new offering? If with one offering he made all perfect, why do you with a false offering make all imperfect? If he be to be worshipped in spirit and in truth, why do you worship a piece of bread? If he be eaten and drunken in faith and truth, if his flesh be not profitable to be among us, why do you say you make his flesh and blood, and say it is profitable for body and soul? Alas, I am a poor woman, but rather than to do as you do, I would live no longer. I have said, sir. Bishop. I promise you, you are a jolly Protestant. I pray you, in what school have you been brought up? Mrs. Prest. I have upon the Sundays visited the sermons, and there have I learned such things are so fixed in my breast that death shall not separate them. Bishop. O foolish woman, who will waste his breath upon thee, or such as thou art. But how chanceth it that thou wentest away from thy husband? If thou wert an honest woman, thou wouldst not have left thy husband and children, and run about the country like a fugitive. Mrs. Prest. Sir, I labored for my living, and as my Master Christ counselleth me, when I was persecuted in one city, I fled to another. Bishop. Who persecuted thee? Mrs. Prest. My husband and my children. For when I would have them to leave idolatry, and to worship God in heaven, he would not hear me, but he with his children rebuked me and troubled me. I fled not for whoredom, nor for theft, but because I would be no partaker with him and his of that foul idol the mass. And wheresoever I was, as oft as I could, upon Sundays and holidays, I made excuses not to go to the popish church. Bishop. Belike then you are a good housewife, to fly from your husband the church. Mrs. Prest. My housewifery is but small, but God gave me grace to go to the true church. Bishop. The true church? What dost thou mean? Mrs. Prest. Not your popish church, full of idols and abominations, but where 2 or 3 are gathered together in the name of God. To that church will I go as long as I live. Bishop. Belike then you have a church of your own. Well, let this mad woman be put down to prison until we send for her husband. Mrs. Prest. No, I have but one husband, who is here already in this city, and in prison with me, from whom I will never depart. Some persons present endeavoring to convince the bishop she was not in her right senses, she was permitted to depart. The keeper of the bishop's prisons took her into his house, where she either spun, worked as a servant, or walked about the city, discoursing upon the sacrament of the altar. Her husband was sent for to take her home, but this she refused while the cause of religion could be served. She was too active to be idle, and her conversation, simple as they affected to think her, excited the attention of several Catholic priests and friars. They teased her with questions, until she answered them angrily, and this excited a laugh at her warmth. Nay, said she, you have more need to weep than to laugh, and to be sorry that ever you were born, to be the chaplains of that whore of Babylon. I defy him and all his falsehood, and get you away from me. You do but trouble my conscience. You would have me follow your doings. I will first lose my life. I pray you depart. Why, thou foolish woman, said they, we come to thee for thy profit and soul's health. To which she replied, What profit ariseth by you that teach nothing but lies for truth? How save you souls, when you preach nothing but lies, and destroy souls? How provest thou that? Said they. Do you not destroy your souls, when you teach the people to worship idols, stocks, and stones, the work of men's hands, and to worship a false god of your own making of a piece of bread, and teach that the Pope is God's vicar, and hath power to forgive sins, and that there is a purgatory, when God's Son by his passion purged all? And say you make God and sacrifice him, when Christ's body was a sacrifice once for all? Do you not teach the people to number their sins in your ears, and say they will be damned if they confess not all? When God's word saith, Who can number his sins? Do you not promise them trentals and dirges and masses for souls, and sell your prayers for money, and make them buy pardons, and trust to such foolish inventions of your imaginations? Do you not altogether act against God? Do you not teach us to pray upon beads, and to pray unto saints, and say they can pray for us? Do you not make holy water and holy bread to fray devils? Do you not do 1,000 more abominations? And yet you say, You come for my profit, and to save my soul. No, no, one hath saved me. Farewell, you with your salvation. During the liberty granted her by the bishop before mentioned, she went into St. Peter's Church, and there found a skilful Dutchman, who was affixing new noses to certain fine images which had been disfigured in King Edward's time, to whom she said, "What a madman art thou, to make them new noses, which within a few days shall all lose their heads?" The Dutchman accused her, and laid it hard to her charge. And she said unto him, "Thou art accursed, and so are thy images." He called her a whore. "Nay," said she, "thy images are whores, and thou art a whore-hunter. For doth not God say, You go a-whoring after strange gods, figures of your own making? And thou art one of them." After this she was ordered to be confined, and had no more liberty. During the time of her imprisonment, many visited her, some sent by the bishop, and some of their own will. Among these was one Daniel, a great preacher of the gospel, in the days of King Edward, about Cornwall and Devonshire, but who, through the grievous persecutions he had sustained, had fallen off. Earnestly did she exhort him to repent with Peter, and to be more constant in his profession. Mrs. Walter Raleigh and Mr. William and John Keed, persons of great respectability, bore ample testimony of her godly conversation, declaring that unless God were with her, it were impossible she could have so ably defended the cause of Christ. Indeed, to sum up the character of this poor woman, she united the serpent and the dove, abounding in the highest wisdom joined to the greatest simplicity. She endured imprisonment, threatenings, taunts, and the vilest epithets, but nothing could induce her to swerve. Her heart was fixed. She had cast anchor. Nor could all the wounds of persecution remove her from the rock on which her hopes of felicity were built. Such was her memory that, without learning, she could tell in what chapter any text of Scripture was contained. On account of this singular property, one Gregory Basset, a rank papist, said she was deranged, and talked as a parrot, wild without meaning. At length, having tried every manner without effect to make her nominally a Catholic, they condemned her. After this, one exhorted her to leave her opinions, and go home to her family, as she was poor and illiterate. "True," said she, "though I am not learned, I am content to be a witness of Christ's death. And I pray you make no longer delay with me, for my heart is fixed, and I will never say otherwise, nor turn to your superstitious doing." To the disgrace of Mr. Blackstone, treasurer of the church, he would often send for this poor martyr from prison, to make sport for him and a woman whom he kept, putting religious questions to her, and turning her answers into ridicule. This done, he sent her back to her wretched dungeon, while he battened upon the good things of this world. There was perhaps something simply ludicrous in the form of Mrs. Prest, as she was a very short stature, thick-set, and about 54 years of age. But her countenance was cheerful and lively, as if prepared for the day of her marriage with the Lamb. To mock at her form was an indirect accusation of her Creator, who framed her after the fashion he liked best, and gave her a mind that far excelled the transient endowments of perishable flesh. When she was offered money, she rejected it, because, said she, I am going to a city where money bears no mastery, and while I am here, God has promised to feed me. When sentence was read, condemning her to the flames, she lifted up her voice and praised God, adding, This day have I found that which I have long sought. When they tempted her to recant, Thou will I not, said she. God forbid that I should lose the life eternal, for this carnal and short life. I will never turn from my heavenly husband to my earthly husband, from the fellowship of angels to mortal children, and if my husband and children be faithful, then I am theirs. God is my father. God is my mother. God is my sister, my brother, my kinsman. God is my friend, most faithful. Being delivered to the sheriff, she was led by the officer to the place of execution, without the walls of Exeter, called Sothenhay, where again the superstitious priests assaulted her. While they were tying her to the stake, she continued earnestly to exclaim, God be merciful to me, a sinner. Patiently enduring the devouring conflagration, she was consumed to ashes, and thus ended a life which, in unshaken fidelity to the cause of Christ, was not surpassed by that of any preceding martyr. Richard Sharp, Thomas Banyan, and Thomas Hale. Mr. Sharp, weaver of Bristol, was brought the 9th day of March, 1556, before Dr. Dalby, Chancellor of the city of Bristol, and after examination concerning the sacrament of the altar, was persuaded to recant, and on the 29th he was enjoined to make his recantation in the parish church. But scarcely had he publicly avowed his backsliding before he felt in his conscience such a tormenting fiend that he was unable to work at his occupation. Hence, shortly after, one Sunday, he came into the parish church called Temple, and after high mass stood up in the choir door, and said with a loud voice, Neighbors, bear me record that yonder idol, pointing to the altar, is the greatest and most abominable that ever was, and I am sorry that I ever denied my Lord God. Notwithstanding, the constables were ordered to apprehend him. He was suffered to go out of the church, but at night he was apprehended and carried to Newgate. Shortly after, before the Chancellor, denying the sacrament of the altar to be the body and blood of Christ, he was condemned to be burned by Mr. Dalby. He was burnt the 7th of May, 1558, and died godly, patiently, and constantly confessing the Protestant articles of faith. With him suffered Thomas Hale, shoemaker of Bristol, who was condemned by Chancellor Dalby. These martyrs were bound back to back. Thomas Banyan, a weaver, was burnt on August 27th of the same year, and died for the sake of the evangelical cause of his Saviour. J. Corneford of Wortham, C. Brown of Maidstone, J. Hurst of Ashford, Alice Snoth, and Catherine Knight, an aged woman. With pleasure we have to record that these 5 martyrs were the last who suffered in the reign of Mary for the sake of the Protestant cause. But the malice of the papists was conspicuous in hastening their martyrdom, which might have been delayed until the event of the Queen's illness was decided. It is reported that the Archdeacon of Canterbury, judging that the sudden death of the Queen would suspend the execution, travelled post from London, to have the satisfaction of adding another page to the black list of papistical sacrifices. The articles against them were, as usual, the sacramental elements and the idolatry of bending to images. They quoted St. John's words, "Beware of images," and respecting the real presence, they urged, according to St. Paul, "The things which are seen are temporal." When sentence was about to be read against them, and excommunication to take place in the regular form, John Cornford, illuminated by the Holy Spirit, awfully turned the latter proceeding against themselves, and in a solemn impressive manner recriminated their excommunication in the following words: In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Son of the most mighty God, and by the power of his Holy Spirit, and the authority of his Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church, we do here give into the hands of Satan to be destroyed the bodies of all those blasphemers and heretics that maintain any error against his most holy word, or do condemn his most holy truth for heresy, to the maintenance of any false church or foreign religion, so that by thy just judgment, O most mighty God, against thy adversaries, thy true religion may be known to thy great glory and our comfort, and to the edifying of all our nation. Good Lord, so be it. Amen. This sentence was openly pronounced and registered, and, as if Providence had awakened that it should not be delivered in vain, within 6 days after, Queen Mary died, detested by all good men, and accursed of God. Though acquainted with these circumstances, the Archdeacon's implacability exceeded that of his great exemplary, Bonner, who, though he had several persons at that time under his fiery grasp, did not urge their deaths hastily, by which delay he certainly afforded them an opportunity of escape. At the Queen's decease, many were in bonds, some just taken, some examined, and others condemned. The writs indeed were issued for several burnings, but by the death of the 3 instigators of Protestant murder, the Chancellor, the Bishop, and the Queen, who fell nearly together, the condemned sheep were liberated, and lived many years to praise God for their happy deliverance. These 5 martyrs, when at the stake, earnestly prayed that their blood might be the last shed, nor did they pray in vain. They died gloriously, and perfected the number God had selected to bear witness of the truth in this dreadful reign, whose names are recorded in the book of life, though last, not least among the saints made meet for immortality through the redeeming blood of the Lamb. Catherine Finlay, alias Knight, was first converted by her son's expounding the Scripture to her, which wrought in her a perfect work that terminated in martyrdom. Alice Snoth at the stake sent for her grandmother and godfather, and rehearsed to them the articles of her faith, and the commandments of God, thereby convincing the world that she knew her duty. She died calling upon the spectators to bear witness that she was a Christian woman, and suffered joyfully for the testimony of Christ's gospel. Among the numberless enormities committed by the merciless and unfeeling Bonner, the murder of this innocent and unoffending child may be ranged as the most horrid. His father, John Fetty, of the parish of Clerkenwell, by trade a tailor, and only 24 years of age, had made blessed election. He was fixed secure in eternal hope, and depended on him who so builds his church, that the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. But alas, the very wife of his bosom, whose heart was hardened against the truth, and whose mind was influenced by the teachers of false doctrine, became his accuser. Brokenberry, a creature of the Pope, and parson of the parish, received the information of this wedded Delilah, in consequence of which the poor woman was apprehended. But here the awful judgment of an ever-righteous God, who is of purer eyes than to behold evil, fell upon this stone-hearted and perfidious woman, for no sooner was the injured husband captured by her wicked contriving, than she also was suddenly seized with madness, and exhibited an awful and awakening instance of God's power to punish the evildoer. This dreadful circumstance had some effect upon the hearts of the ungodly hunters who had eagerly grasped their prey. But, in a relenting moment, they suffered him to remain with his unworthy wife, to return her good for evil, and to comfort 2 children who, on his being sent to prison, would have been left without a protector, or have become a burden to the parish. As bad men act from little motives, we may place the indulgence shown him to the latter account. End of chapter 16, part 10. Chapter 16, Part 11 of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2, by John Foxe. Edited by William Byron Forbush. Chapter 16, Persecutions in England during the reign of Queen Mary, Part 11. We have noticed in the former part of our narratives of the martyrs, some whose affection would have led them even to sacrifice their own lives, to preserve their husbands. But here, agreeable to Scripture language, a mother proves, indeed, a monster in nature. Neither conjugal nor maternal affection could impress the heart of this disgraceful woman. Although our afflicted Christian had experienced so much cruelty and falsehood from the woman who was bound to him by every tie both human and divine, yet with a mild and forbearing spirit he overlooked her misdeeds, during her calamity endeavoring all he could to procure relief for her malady, and soothing her by every possible expression of tenderness. Thus she became in a few weeks nearly restored to her senses. But, alas, she returned again to her sin, as a dog returneth to his vomit. Malice against the saints of the Most High was seated in her heart too firmly to be removed, and as her strength returned, her inclination to work wickedness returned with it. Her heart was hardened by the prince of darkness, and to her may be applied these afflicting and soul-harrowing words: Can the Ethiopian change his skin, or the leopard his spots? Then may ye also do good, that are accustomed to do evil. Weighing this text duly with another, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy. How shall we presume to refine away the sovereignty of God by arranging Jehovah at the bar of human reason, which, in religious matters, is too often opposed by infinite wisdom? Broad is the way that leadeth to destruction, and many there be which go in thereat. Narrow is the way which leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it. The ways of heaven are indeed inscrutable, and it is our bounden duty to walk ever dependent on God, looking up to him with humble confidence, and hope in his goodness, and ever confess his justice, and where we cannot unravel, there learn to trust. This wretched woman, pursuing the horrid dictates of a heart hardened and depraved, was scarcely confirmed in her recovery, when, stifling the dictates of honor, gratitude, and every natural affection, she again accused her husband, who was once more apprehended and taken before Sir John Mordaunt, knight, and one of Queen Mary's commissioners. Upon examination, his judge, finding him fixed in opinions which militated against those nursed by superstition and maintained by cruelty, he was sentenced to confinement and torture in Lollard's Tower. Here he was put into the painful stocks, and had a dish of water set by him, with a stone put into it, to what purpose God knoweth, except it were to show that he should look for little other substance, which is credible enough, if we consider their like practices upon divers before mentioned in this history, as, among others, upon Richard Smith, who died through their cruel imprisonment, touching whom, when a godly woman came to Dr. Story to have leave she might bury him, he asked her if she had any straw or blood in his mouth. By what he means thereby, I leave to the judgment of the wise. On the first day of the third week of our martyr's suffering, an object presented itself to his view, which made him indeed feel his tortures with all their force, and to execrate with bitterness only short of cursing the author of his misery. To mark and punish the proceedings of his tormentors remained with the Most High, who knoweth even the fall of a sparrow, and in whose sacred word it is written, "Vengeance is mine, I will repay." This object was his own son, a child of the tender age of 8 years. For 15 days had its hapless father been suspended by his tormentor by the right arm and left leg, and sometimes by both, shifting his positions for the purpose of giving him strength to bear and to lengthen the date of his sufferings. When the unoffending innocent, desirous of seeing and speaking to its parent, applied to Bonner for permission to do so, the poor child being asked by the bishop's chaplain the purport of his errand, he replied that he wished to see his father. "Who is thy father?" said the chaplain. "John Fetty," returned the boy, at the same time pointing to the place where he was confined. The interrogating miscreant on this said, "Why, thy father is a heretic." The little champion again rejoined, with energy sufficient to raise admiration in any breast, except that of this unprincipled and unfeeling wretch, this miscreant, eager to execute the behests of a remorseless queen. "My father is no heretic, for you have Balaam's mark." Irritated by reproach so aptly applied, the indignant and mortified priest concealed his resentment for a moment, and took the undaunted boy into the house, where, having him secure, he presented him to others, whose baseness and cruelty being equal to his own, they stripped him to the skin, and applied their scourges to so violent a degree that, fainting beneath the stripes inflicted on his tender frame, and covered with the blood that flowed from them, the victim of their ungodly wrath was ready to expire under his heavy and unmerited punishment. In this bleeding and helpless state was the suffering infant, covered only with his shirt, taken to his father by one of the actors in the horrid tragedy, who, while he exhibited the heart-rending spectacle, made use of the vilest taunts, and exulted in what he had done. The dutiful child, as if recovering strength at the sight of his father, on his knees implored his blessing. "Alas, Will," said the affected parent, in trembling amazement, "who hath done this to thee?" The artless innocent related the circumstances that led to the merciless correction which had been so basely inflicted upon him. But when he repeated the reproof bestowed on the chaplain, and which was promptly an undaunted spirit, he was torn from his weeping parent, and conveyed again to the house, where he remained a close prisoner. Bonner, somewhat fearful that what had been done could not be justified even among the bloodhounds of his own voracious pack, concluded in his dark and wicked mind to release John Fetty, for a time at least, from the severities he was enduring in the glorious cause of everlasting truth, whose bright rewards are fixed beyond the boundaries of time, within the confines of eternity, where the arrow of the wicked cannot wound, even where there shall be no more sorrowing for the blessed, who in the mansion of eternal bliss shall glorify the Lamb for ever and ever. He was accordingly, by order of Bonner, how disgraceful to all dignity to say bishop, liberated from the painful bonds, and led from Lollard's Tower to the chamber of that ungodly and infamous butcher, where he found the bishop bathing himself before a great fire. And at his first entering the chamber, Fetty said, "God be here and peace." "God be here and peace," said Bonner. "That is neither Godspeed nor good morrow." "If ye kick against this peace," said Fetty, "then this is not the place that I seek for." A chaplain of the bishop, standing by, turned the poor man about, and thinking to abash him, said in a mocking wise, "What have we here, a player?" While Fetty was thus standing in the bishop's chamber, he espied, hanging about the bishop's bed, a pair of great black beads, whereupon he said, "My lord, I think the hangman is not far off, for the halter," pointing to the beads, "is here already." at which words the bishop was in a marvellous rage. Then he immediately after espied also, standing in the bishop's chamber, in the window a little crucifix. Then he asked the bishop what it was, and he answered that it was Christ. Was he handled as cruelly as he is here pictured? Said Fettey. Yea, that he was, said the bishop, and even so cruelly will you handle such as come before you, for you are unto God's people as Caiaphas was unto Christ. The bishop, being in a great fury, said, Thou art a vile heretic, and I will burn thee, or else I will spend all I have unto my gown. Nay, my lord, said Fettey, you were better to give it to some poor body, that he may pray for you. Bonner, notwithstanding his passion, which was raised to the utmost by the calm and pointed remarks of this observing Christian, thought it most prudent to dismiss the father, on account of the nearly murdered child. His coward soul trembled for the consequences which might ensue. Fear is inseparable from little minds, and this dastardly pampered priest experienced its effects so far as to induce him to assume the appearance of that he was an utter stranger to, namely, mercy. The father, on being dismissed by the tyrant Bonner, went home with a heavy heart, with his dying child, who did not survive many days the cruelties which had been inflicted on him. How contrary to the will of our great King and Prophet, who mildly taught his followers, was the conduct of this sanguinary and false teacher, this vile apostate from his God to Satan. But the arch-fiend has taken entire possession of his heart, and guided every action of the sinner he had hardened, who, given up to terrible destruction, was running the race of the wicked, marking his footsteps with the blood of the saints, as if eager to arrive at the goal of eternal death. Deliverance of Dr. Sands. This eminent prelate, Vice-Chancellor of Cambridge, at the request of the Duke of Northumberland, when he came down to Cambridge in support of Lady Jane Grey's claim to the throne, undertook at a few hours' notice to preach before the Duke and the University. The text he took was such as presented itself in opening the Bible, and a more appropriate one he could not have chosen, namely the 3 last verses of Joshua. As God gave him the text, so he gave him also such order and utterance that it excited the most lively emotions in his numerous auditors. The sermon was about to be sent to London to be printed, when news arrived that the Duke had returned, and Queen Mary was proclaimed. The Duke was immediately arrested, and Dr. Sands was compelled by the University to give up his office. He was arrested by the Queen's order, and when Mr. Mildmay wondered that so learned a man could wilfully incur danger, and speak against so good a princess as Mary, the doctor replied, If I would do as Mr. Mildmay had done, I need not fear bonds. He came down armed against Queen Mary, before a traitor, now a great friend. I cannot with one mouth blow hot and cold in this manner. A general plunder of Dr. Sands' property ensued, and he was brought to London upon a wretched horse. Various insults he met on the way from the bigoted Catholics, and as he passed through Bishopsgate Street, a stone struck him to the ground. He was the first prisoner that entered the Tower in that day on a religious account. His man was admitted with his Bible, but his shirts and other articles were taken from him. On Mary's coronation day the doors of the dungeon were so laxly guarded that it was easy to escape. A Mr. Mitchell, like a true friend, came to him, afforded him his own clothes as a disguise, and was willing to abide the consequence of being found in his place. This was a rare friendship, but he refused the offer, saying, I know no cause why I should be in prison. To do thus were to make myself guilty. I will expect God's good will, yet do I think myself much obligated to you. And so Mr. Mitchell departed. With Dr. Sands was imprisoned Mr. Bradford. They were kept close in prison 29 weeks. John Fowler, their keeper, was a perverse papist, yet, by often persuading him, at length he began to favor the gospel, and was so persuaded in the true religion that on a Sunday, when they had mass in the chapel, Dr. Sands administered the communion to Bradford and to Fowler. Thus Fowler was their son begotten in bonds. To make room for Wyatt and his accomplices, Dr. Sands and 9 other preachers were sent to the Marshalsea. The keeper of the Marshalsea appointed to every preacher a man to lead him in the street. He caused them to go on before, and he and Dr. Sands followed conversing together. By this time popery began to be unsavory. After they had passed the bridge, the keeper said to Dr. Sands, I perceive the vain people would set you forward to the fire. You are as vain as they if you, being a young man, will stand in your own conceit, and prefer your own judgment before that of so many worthy prelates, ancient, learned, and grave men as be in this realm. If you do so, you shall find me a severe keeper, and one that utterly dislikes your religion. Dr. Sands answered, I know my years to be young, and my learning but small. It is enough to know Christ crucified, and he hath learned nothing who seeth not the great blasphemy that is in popery. I will yield unto God, and not unto man. I have read in the Scriptures of many godly and courteous keepers. May God make you one. If not, I trust he will give me strength and patience to bear your hard usage. Then said the keeper, Are you resolved to stand to your religion? Yes, quoth the doctor, by God's grace. Truly, said the keeper, I love you the better for it. I did but tempt you. What favor I can show you, you shall be assured of, and I shall think myself happy if I might die at the stake with you. He was as good as his word, for he trusted the doctor to walk in the fields alone, where he met with Mr. Bradford, who was also a prisoner in the King's Bench, and had found the same favor from his keeper. At his request he put Mr. Saunders in along with him, to be his bedfellow, and the communion was administered to a great number of communicants. When Wyatt with his army came to Southwark, he offered to liberate all the imprisoned Protestants. But Dr. Sands and the rest of the preachers refused to accept freedom on such terms. After Dr. Sands had been 9 weeks prisoner in the Marshalsea, by the mediation of Sir Thomas Holcroft, Knight Marshal, he was set at liberty. Though Mr. Holcroft had the Queen's warrant, the bishop commanded him not to set Dr. Sands at liberty, until he had taken sureties of 2 gentlemen with him, each one bound in unreadable, that Dr. Sands should not depart out of the realm without license. Mr. Holcroft immediately after met with 2 gentlemen of the north, friends and cousins to Dr. Sands, who offered to be bound for him. After dinner the same day, Sir Thomas Holcroft sent for Dr. Sands to his lodgings at Westminster, to communicate to him all he had done. Dr. Sands answered, I give God thanks, who hath moved your heart to mind me so well, that I think myself most bound unto you. God shall requite you, nor shall I ever be found unthankful. But as you have dealt friendly with me, I will also deal plainly with you. I came a free man into prison. I will not go forth a bondman. As I cannot benefit my friends, so will I not hurt them. And if I be set at liberty, I will not tarry 6 days in this realm, if I may get out. If therefore I may not get free forth, send me to the Marshalsea again, and there shall you be sure of me." This answer Mr. Holcroft much disapproved of, but like a true friend, he replied, "Seeing you cannot be altered, I will change my purpose, and yield unto you. Come of it what will, I will set you at liberty. And seeing you have a mind to go over sea, get you gone as quick as you can. One thing I require of you, that, while you are there, you write nothing to me hither, for this may undo me." Dr. Sands, having taken an affectionate farewell of him and his other friends in bonds, departed. He went by Winchester House, and there took a boat, and came to a friend's house in London, called William Banks, and tarried there one night. The next night he went to another friend's house, and there he heard that strict search was making for him, by Gardiner's express order. Dr. Sands now conveyed himself by night to one Mr. Bertie's house, a stranger who was in the Marshalsea prison with him a while. He was a good Protestant, and dwelt in Mark Lane. There he was 6 days, and then removed to one of his acquaintances in Cornhill. He caused his man Quinton to provide 2 geldings for him, resolved on the morrow to ride into Essex, to Mr. Sands, his father-in-law, where his wife was, which, after a narrow escape, he effected. He had not been there 2 hours before Mr. Sands was told that 2 of the guards would that night apprehend Dr. Sands. That night Dr. Sands was guided to an honest farmer's near the sea, where he tarried 2 days and 2 nights in a chamber without company. After that he removed to one James Mowers, a shipmaster, who dwelt at Miltonshore, where he waited for a wind to Flanders. While he was there, James Mower brought to him 40 or 50 mariners, to whom he gave an exhortation. They liked him so well that they promised to die rather than he should be apprehended. The 6th of May, Sunday, the wind served. In taking leave of his hostess, who had been married 8 years without having a child, he gave her a fine handkerchief and an old royal of gold, and said, "Be of good comfort. Before that 1 whole year be past, God shall give you a child, a boy." This came to pass, for that day 12month, wanting 1 day, God gave her a son. Scarcely had he arrived at Antwerp, when he learned that King Philip had sent to apprehend him. He next flew to Augsburg, in Cleveland, where Dr. Sands tarried 14 days, and then travelled towards Strasbourg, where, after he had lived 1 year, his wife came to him. He was sick of a flux 9 months, and had a child which died of the plague. His amiable wife at length fell into consumption, and died in his arms. When his wife was dead, he went to Zurich, and there was in Peter Martyr's house for the space of 5 weeks. As they sat at dinner one day, a word was suddenly brought that Queen Mary was dead, and Dr. Sands was sent for by his friends at Strasbourg, where he preached. Mr. Grindal and he came over to England, and arrived in London the same day that Queen Elizabeth was crowned. This faithful servant of Christ, under Queen Elizabeth, rose to the highest distinction in the Church, being successively Bishop of Worcester, Bishop of London, and Archbishop of York. End of chapter 16, part 11.
Chapter 16, Part 12 of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by HearHis.com. Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2, by John Foxe. Edited by William Byron Forbush. Chapter 16, Persecutions in England during the reign of Queen Mary, Part 12. Queen Mary's treatment of her sister, the Princess Elizabeth. The preservation of Princess Elizabeth may be reckoned a remarkable instance of the watchful eye which Christ had over his church. The bigotry of Mary regarded not the ties of consanguinity, of natural affection, of natural succession. Her mind, physically morose, was under the dominion of men who possessed not the milk of human kindness, and whose principles were sanctioned and enjoined by the idolatrous tenets of the Romish pontiff. Could they have foreseen the short date of Mary's reign, they would have imbrued their hands in the Protestant blood of Elizabeth, and, as a sine qua non of the Queen's salvation, have compelled her to bequeath the kingdom to some Catholic prince. The contest might have been attended with the horrors incidental to the religious civil war, and calamities might have been felt in England similar to those under Henry the Great in France, whom Queen Elizabeth assisted in opposing his priest-ridden Catholic subjects. As if Providence had the perpetual establishment of the Protestant faith in view, the difference of the duration of the two reigns is worthy of notice. Mary might have reigned many years in the course of nature, but the course of grace willed it otherwise. 5 years and 4 months was the time of persecution allotted to this weak, disgraceful reign, while that of Elizabeth reckoned a number of years among the highest of those who have sat on the English throne, almost 9 times that of her merciless sister. Before Mary attained the crown, she treated Elizabeth with a sisterly kindness, but from that period her conduct was altered, and the most imperious distance substituted. Though Elizabeth had no concern in the rebellion of Sir Thomas Wyatt, yet she was apprehended and treated as a culprit in that commotion. The manner, too, of her arrest was similar to the mind and dictated it. The 3 cabinet members, whom she deputed to see the arrest executed, rudely entered the chamber at 10 o'clock at night, and, though she was extremely ill, they could scarcely be induced to let her remain until the following morning. Her enfeebled state permitted her to be moved only by short stages in a journey of such length to London, but the princess, though afflicted in person, had a consolation in mind which her sister never could purchase. The people, through whom she passed on her way, pitied her, and put up their prayers for her preservation. Arrived at court, she was made a close prisoner for a fortnight, without knowing who was her accuser, or seeing anyone who could console or advise her. The charge, however, was at length unmasked by Gardinier, who, with 19 of the council, accused her of abetting Wyatt's conspiracy, which she religiously affirmed to be false. Failing in this, they placed against her the transactions of St. Peter Carew in the West, in which they were as unsuccessful as in the former. The Queen now signified that it was her pleasure she should be committed to the Tower, a step which overwhelmed the princess with the greatest alarm and uneasiness. In vain she hoped the Queen's Majesty would not commit her to such a place, but there was no lenity to be expected. Her attendants were limited, and 100 northern soldiers appointed to guard her day and night. On Palm Sunday she was conducted to the Tower. When she came to the palace garden, she cast her eyes toward the windows, eagerly anxious to meet those of the Queen, but she was disappointed. A strict order was given in London that everyone should go to church and carry palms, that she might be conveyed without clamor or commiseration to her prison. At the time of passing under London Bridge, the fall of the tide made it very dangerous, and the barge sometimes struck fast against the starlings. To mortify her the more, she was landed at Traitor's Stairs. As it rained fast, and she was obliged to step in the water to land, she hesitated, but this excited no complaisance in the lord in waiting. When she set her foot on the steps, she exclaimed, "Here lands as true a subject, being prisoner, as ever landed at these stairs, and before thee, O God, I speak it, having no friend but thee alone." A large number of the wardens and servants of the Tower were arranged in order between whom the princess had to pass. Upon inquiring the use of this parade, she was informed it was customary to do so. "If," said she, "it is on account of me, I beseech you that they may be dismissed." On this the poor men knelt down, and prayed that God would preserve her grace, for which they were the next day turned out for their employments. The tragic scene must have been deeply interesting, to see an amiable and irreproachable princess sent like a lamb to languish in expectancy of cruelty and death, against whom there was no other charge than her superiority in Christian virtues and acquired endowments. Her attendants openly wept as she proceeded with a dignified step to the frowning battlements of her destination. "Alas," said Elizabeth, "what do you mean? I took you to comfort, not to dismay me, for my truth is such that no one shall have cause to weep for me." The next step of her enemies was to procure evidence by means which, in the present day, are accounted detestable. Many poor prisoners were racked, to extract, if possible, any matters of accusation which might affect her life, and thereby gratify Gardinier's sanguinary disposition. He himself came to examine her, expecting her removal from the house at Ashbridge to Dunnington Castle a long while before. The princess had quite forgotten this trivial circumstance, and Lord Arundel, after the investigation, kneeling down, apologized for having troubled her in such a frivolous matter. "You sift me narrowly," replied the princess, "but of this I am assured, that God has appointed a limit to your proceedings, and so God forgive you all." Her own gentlemen, who ought to have been her purveyors, and served her provision, were compelled to give place to the common soldiers, at the command of the constable of the Tower, who was in every respect a servile tool of Gardiner. Her Grace's friends, however, procured an order of council which regulated this petty tyranny more to her satisfaction. After having been a whole month in close confinement, she sent for the Lord Chamberlain and Lord Chandos, to whom she represented the ill state of her health from want of proper air and exercise. Application being made to the council, Elizabeth was with some difficulty admitted to walk in the queen's lodgings, and afterwards in the garden, at which time the prisoners on that side were attended by their keepers, and not suffered to look down upon her. Their jealousy was excited by a child of 4 years, who daily brought flowers to the princess. The child was threatened with a whipping, and the father ordered to keep him from the princess' chambers. On the 5th of May, the constable was discharged from his office, and Sir Henry Benefield appointed in his room, accompanied by 100 ruffian-looking soldiers in blue. This measure greeted considerable alarm in the mind of the princess, who imagined it was preparatory to her undergoing the same fate as Lady Jane Grey, upon the same block. Assured that this project was not in agitation, she entertained an idea that the new keeper of the Tower was commissioned to make away with her privately, as his equivocal character was in conformity with the ferocious inclination by those whom he was appointed. A report now obtained that her Grace was to be taken away by the new constable and his soldiers, which in the sequel proved to be true. An order of council was made for her removal to the manor Woodstock, which took place on Trinity Sunday, May 13th, under the authority of Sir Henry Benefield and Lord Tame. The ostensible cause for her removal was to make room for other prisoners. Richmond was the first place they stopped at, and here the princess slept, not however without much alarm at first, as her own servants were superseded by the soldiers, who were placed as guards at her chamber door. Upon representation, Lord Tame overruled this indecent stretch of power, and granted her perfect safety while under his custody. In passing through Windsor, she saw several of her poor dejected servants waiting to see her. "Go to them," said she to one of her attendants, "and say these words from me, tanquam ovis, that is, like a sheep to the slaughter." The next night her Grace lodged at the house of Mr. Dormer, in her way, to which the people manifested such tokens of loyal affection that Sir Henry was indignant, and bestowed on them very liberally the names of rebels and traitors. In some villages they rang the bells for joy, imagining the princess' arrival among them was from a very different cause. But this harmless demonstration of gladness was sufficient with the persecuting Banifield to order his soldiers to seize and set these humble persons in the stocks. The following day her Grace arrived at Lord Thames's house, where she stayed all night, and was most nobly entertained. This excited Sir Henry's indignation, and made him caution Lord Thame to look well to his proceedings. But the humility of Lord Thame was not to be frightened, and he returned a suitable reply. At another time, this official prodigal, to show his consequence and disregard of good manners, went up into a chamber, where was appointed for her Grace a chair, 2 cushions, and a foot carpet, wherein he presumptuously sat and called his man to pull off his boots. As soon as it was known to the ladies and gentlemen, they laughed him to scorn. When supper was done, he called to his lordship, and directed that all gentlemen and ladies should withdraw home, marvelling much that he would permit such a large company, considering the great charge he had committed to him.
"Sir Henry," said his lordship, "content yourself, and all shall be avoided, your men and all." "Nay, but my soldiers," replied Sir Henry, "shall watch all night." Lord Thame answered, "There is no need." "Well," said he, "need or need not, they shall so do." The next day her Grace took her journey from thence to Woodstock, where she was enclosed, as before, in the Tower of London, the soldiers keeping guard within and without the walls every day, to the number of 60, and in the night, without the walls, were 40 during the time of her imprisonment. At length she was permitted to walk in the gardens, but under the most severe restrictions, Sir Henry keeping the keys himself, and placing her always under many bolts and locks, whence she was induced to call him her jailer, at which he felt offended, and begged her to substitute the word officer. After much earnest entreaty to the council, she obtained permission to write to the Queen, but the jailer, who brought her pen, ink, and paper, stood by her while she wrote, and when she left off, he carried the things away until they were wanted again. He also insisted upon carrying it himself to the Queen, but Elizabeth would not suffer him to be the bearer, and it was presented by one of her gentlemen. After the letter, Doctors Owen and Windy went to the princess, as the state of her health rendered medical assistance necessary. They stayed with her 5 or 6 days, in which time she grew much better. They then returned to the Queen, and spoke flatteringly of the princess's submission and humility, at which the Queen seemed moved, but the bishops wanted a concession that she had offended her majesty. Elizabeth spurned this indirect mode of acknowledging herself guilty. "If I have offended," said she, "and am guilty, I crave no mercy but the law, which I am certain I should have had ere this, if anything could have been proved against me. I wish I were as clear from the peril of mine enemies. Then should I not be thus bolted and locked up within these walls and doors." Much question arose at this time respecting the propriety of uniting the princess to some foreigner, that she might quit the realm with a suitable portion. One of the council had the brutality to urge the necessity of beheading her, if the king, Philip, meant to keep the realm in peace. But the Spaniards, detesting such a base thought, replied, "God forbid that our king and master should consent to such an infamous proceeding." Stimulated by a noble principle, the Spaniards from this time repeatedly urged to the king that it would do him the highest honor to liberate the Lady Elizabeth. Nor was the king impervious to their solicitation. He took her out of prison, and shortly after she was sent for to Hampton Court. It may be remarked in this place that the fallacy of human reasoning is shown in every moment. The barbarian who suggested the policy of beheading Elizabeth little contemplated the change of condition which his speech would bring about. In her journey from Woodstock, Benefield treated her with the same severity as before, removing her on a stormy day, and not suffering her old servant, who had come to Colnbrook, where she slept, to speak to her. She remained a fortnight strictly guarded and watched, before anyone dared to speak with her. At length the vile gardener, with 3 more of the council, came with great submission. Elizabeth saluted them, remarked that she had been for a long time kept in solitary confinement, and begged that they would intercede with the king and queen to deliver her from prison. Gardiner's visit was to draw from the princess a confession of her guilt, but she was guarded against this subtlety, adding that rather than admit she had done wrong, she would lie in prison all the rest of her life. The next day Gardiner came again, and kneeling down declared that the queen was astonished she would persist in affirming that she was blameless, whence it would be inferred that the queen had unjustly imprisoned her grace. Gardiner further informed her that the queen had declared that she must tell another tale before she could be set at liberty. "Then," replied the high-minded Elizabeth, "I had rather be in prison with honesty and truth than have my liberty, and be suspect by her majesty. What I have said I will stand to, nor will I ever speak falsehood." The bishop and his friends then departed, leaving her locked up as before. 7 days after, the queen sent for Elizabeth at 10 o'clock at night. 2 years had elapsed since they had seen each other. It created terror in the mind of the princess, who, at setting out, desired her gentlemen and ladies to pray for her, as her return to them again was uncertain. Being conducted to the queen's bedchamber, upon entering it the princess knelt down, and having begged to God to preserve her majesty, she humbly assured her that her majesty had not a more loyal subject in the realm, whatever reports might be circulated to the contrary. With a haughty ungraciousness, the imperious queen replied, "You will not confess your offense, but stand stoutly to your truth. I pray God it may so fall out." "If it do not," said Elizabeth, "I request neither favor nor pardon at your majesty's hands." "Well," said the queen, "you stiffly still persevere in your truth. Besides, you will not confess that you have not been wrongfully punished." "I must not say so, if it please your majesty, to you." "Why then," said the queen, "belike you will to others." "No, if it please your majesty, I have borne the burden, and must bear it. I humbly beseech your majesty to have a good opinion of me, and to think me to be your subject, not only from the beginning, hitherto, but forever, as long as life lasteth." They departed without any heartfelt satisfaction on either side, nor can we think the conduct of Elizabeth displayed that independence and fortitude which accompanies perfect innocence. Elizabeth's admitting that she would not say, neither to the queen nor to others, that she had been unjustly punished, was in direct contradiction to what she had told Gardiner, and must have arisen from some motive at this time inexplicable. King Philip is supposed to have been secretly concealed during the interview, and to have been friendly to the princess. In 7 days from the time of her return to imprisonment, her severe jailer and his men were discharged, and she was set at liberty, under the constraint of being always attended and watched by some of the queen's council. 4 of her gentlemen were sent to the Tower without any other charge against them than being zealous servants of their mistress. This event was soon after followed by the happy news of Gardiner's death, for which all good and merciful men glorified God, insomuch as it had taken the chief tiger from the den, and rendered the life of the Protestant successor of Mary more secure. This miscreant, while the princess was in the Tower, sent a secret writ, signed by a few of the council, for her private execution, and had Mr. Bridges, lieutenant of the Tower, been as little scrupulous of dark assassination as this pious prelate was, she must have perished. The warrant not having the queen's signature, Mr. Bridges hastened to her majesty to give her information of it, and to know her mind. This was a plot of Winchester's, who, to convict her of treasonable practices, caused several prisoners to be racked. Particularly Mr. Edmund Tremaine and Smithwick were offered considerable bribes to accuse the guiltless princess. Her life was several times in danger. While at Woodstock, fire was apparently put between the boards and ceiling under which she lay. It was also reported strongly that one Paul Penny, the keeper of Woodstock, a notorious ruffian, was appointed to assassinate her. But, however this might be, God counteracted in this point the nefarious designs of the enemies of the Reformation. James Bassett was another appointed to perform the same deed. He was a particular favorite of Gardiner, and had come within a mile of Woodstock, intending to speak with Benefield on the subject. The goodness of God, however, so ordered it that while Bassett was travelling to Woodstock, Benefield, by an order of council, was going to London, in consequence of which he left a positive order with his brother that no man should be admitted to the princess during his absence, not even with a note from the queen. His brother met the murderer, but the latter's intention was frustrated, as no admission could be obtained. When Elizabeth quitted Woodstock, she left the following lines written with her diamond on the window: "Much suspected by me, nothing proved can be," quoth Elizabeth, prisoner. With the life of Winchester ceased the extreme danger of the princess, as many of her other secret enemies soon had followed him, and, last of all, her cruel sister, who outlived Gardiner but 3 years. The death of Mary was ascribed to several causes. The council endeavored to console her in her last moments, imagining it was the absence of her husband that lay heavy at her heart. But though his treatment had some weight, the loss of Calais, the last fortress possessed by the English in France, was the true source of her sorrow. "Open my heart," said Mary. "When I am dead, you will find Calais written there." Religion caused her no alarm. The priest had lulled to rest every misgiving of conscience, which might have obtruded on account of the accusing spirits of the murdered martyrs. Not the blood she had spilled, but the loss of a town, excited her emotions in dying, and this last stroke seemed to be awarded, that her fanatical persecution might be paralleled by her political imbecility. We earnestly pray that the annals of no country, Catholic or pagan, may ever be stained with such a repetition of human sacrifices to papal power, and that the detestation in which the character of Mary is holden may be a beacon to succeeding monarchs to avoid the rocks of fanaticism. God's punishment upon some of the persecutors of his people in Mary's reign. After that arch persecutor Gardiner was dead, others followed, of whom Dr. Morgan, Bishop of St. David's, who succeeded Bishop Farrar, is to be noticed. Not long after he was installed in his bishopric, he was stricken by the visitation of God. His food passed through the throat, but rose again with great violence. In this manner, almost literally starved to death, he terminated his existence. Bishop Thornton, suffragan of Dover, was an indefatigable persecutor of the true church. One day, after he had exercised his cruel tyranny upon a number of pious persons at Canterbury, he came from the chapter house of Bourne, where, as he stood on a Sunday looking at his men playing at bowls, he fell down in a fit of the palsy, and did not long survive. After the latter succeeded another bishop or suffragan, ordained by Gardiner, who, not long after he had been raised to the see of Dover, fell down a pair of stairs in the cardinal's chamber at Greenwich, and broke his neck. He had just received the cardinal's blessing. He could receive nothing worse. John Cooper of Watsham, Suffolk, suffered by perjury. He was from private pique persecuted by one Finning, who suborned 2 others to swear that they had heard Cooper say, "If God did not take away Queen Mary, the devil would." Cooper denied all such words, but Cooper was a Protestant and a heretic, and therefore he was hung, drawn, and quartered, his property confiscated, and his wife and 9 children reduced to beggary. The following harvest, however, Grimwood of Hitcham, one of the witnesses before mentioned, was visited for his villainy. While at work stacking up corn, his bowels suddenly burst out, and before relief could be obtained, he died. Thus was deliberate perjury rewarded by sudden death. In the case of the martyr Mr. Bradford, the severity of Mr. Sheriff Woodroffe has been noticed. He rejoiced at the death of the saints, and at Mr. Rogers' execution he broke the carman's head, because he stopped the cart to let the martyr's children take a last farewell of him. Scarcely had Mr. Woodroffe's sheriffality expired a week, when he was struck with a paralytic affection, and languished a few days in the most pitiable and hopeless condition, presenting a striking contrast to his former activity in the cause of blood. Ralph Lardrin, who betrayed the martyr George Eagles, is believed to have been afterward arraigned and hanged in consequence of accusing himself. At the bar he denounced himself in these words: "This has most justly fallen upon me, for betraying the innocent blood of that just and good man George Eagles, who was here condemned in the time of Queen Mary by my procurement, when I sold his blood for a little money." As James Abbes was going to execution, and exhorting the pitying bystanders to adhere steadfastly to the truth, and like him to seal the cause of Christ with their blood, a servant of the sheriff's interrupted him, and blasphemously called his religion heresy, and the good man a lunatic. Scarcely, however, had the flames reached the martyr, before the fearful stroke of God fell upon the hardened wretch, in the presence of him he had so cruelly ridiculed. The man was suddenly seized with lunacy, cast off his clothes and shoes before the people, as Abbes had done just before, to distribute among some poor persons, at the same time exclaiming, "Thus did James Abbes, the true servant of God, who is saved by I am damned." Repeating this often, the sheriff had him secured, and made him put his clothes on, but no sooner was he alone than he tore them off, and exclaimed as before. Being tied in a cart, he was conveyed to his master's house, and in about half a year he died, just before which a priest came to attend him, with the crucifix, etc. But the wretched man bade him take away such trumpery, and said that he and the other priest had been the cause of his damnation, but that Abbes was saved. One Clark, an avowed enemy of the Protestants in King Edward's reign, hung himself in the Tower of London. Frawling, a priest of much celebrity, fell down in the street and died on the spot. Dale, an infatigable informer, was consumed by vermin, and died a miserable spectacle. Alexander, the severe keeper of Newgate, died miserably, swelling to a prodigious size, and became so inwardly putrid that none could come near him. This cruel minister of the law would go to Bonner, Story, and others, requesting them to rid his prison. He was so much pestered with heretics. The son of this keeper, in 3 years after his father's death, dissipated his great property, and died suddenly in Newgate market. "The sins of the father," says the Decalogue, "shall be visited on the children." John Peter, son-in-law of Alexander, a horrid blasphemer and persecutor, died wretchedly. When he affirmed anything, he would say, "If it be not true, I pray I may rot ere I die." This awful state visited him in all its loathsomeness. Sir Ralph Elliker was eagerly desirous to see the heart taken out of Adam Damplip, who was wrongfully put to death. Shortly after, Sir Ralph was slain by the French, who mangled him dreadfully, cut off his limbs, and tore his heart out. When Gardner heard of the miserable end of Judge Hales, he called the profession of the gospel a doctrine of desperation, but he forgot that the judge's despondency arose after he had consented to the papistry. But with more reason may this be said of the Catholic tenets. If we consider the miserable end of Dr. Pendleton, Gardner, and the most of the leading persecutors, Gardner, upon his deathbed, was reminded by a bishop of Peter denying his master. "Ah," said Gardner, "I have denied with Peter, but never repented with Peter. After the accession of Elizabeth, most of the Catholic prelates were imprisoned in the Tower or the Fleet. Bonner was put into the Marseilla. Of the revilers of God's word we detail, among many others, the following occurrence. One William Maldon, living in Greenwich in servitude, was instructing himself profitably in reading an English primer one winter's evening. A serving man named John Powell sat by and ridiculed all that Maldon said, who cautioned him not to make a jest of the word of God. Powell nevertheless continued until Maldon came to a certain English prayers, and read aloud, quote, "Lord, have mercy upon us. Christ, have mercy upon us," etc. Suddenly the reviler started and exclaimed, "Lord, have mercy upon us." He was struck with the utmost terror of mind, said the evil spirit could not abide that Christ should have any mercy upon him, and sunk into madness. He was remitted to Bedlam, and became an awful warning that God will not always be insulted with impunity. Henry Smith, a student in the law, had a pious Protestant father of Canban in Gloucestershire, by whom he was virtuously educated. While studying law in the Middle Temple, he was induced to profess Catholicism, and, going to Louvain in France, he returned with pardons, crucifixes, and a great fright of popish toys. Not content with these things, he openly reviled the gospel religion he had been brought up in, but conscience one night reproached him so dreadfully that in a fit of despair he hung himself in his garters. He was buried in a lane without the Christian service being read over him. Dr. Story, whose name has been so often mentioned in the preceding pages, was reserved to be cut off by public execution, a practice in which he had taken great delight when in power. He is supposed to have had a hand in most of the conflagrations of Mary's time, and was even ingenious in his invention of new modes of inflicting torture. When Elizabeth came to the throne, he was committed to prison, but unaccountability effected his escape to the Continent, to carry fire and sword there among the Protestant brethren. From the Duke of Alva at Antwerp he received a special commission to search all ships for contraband goods, and particularly for English heretical books. Dr. Story gloried in a commission that was ordered by Providence to be his ruin, and to preserve the faithful from his sanguinary cruelty. It was contrived that one Parker, a merchant, should sail to Antwerp, and information should be given to Dr. Story that he had a quantity of heretical books on board. The latter no sooner heard this than he hastened to the vessel, sought everywhere above, and then went under the hatches, which were fastened down upon him. A prosperous gale brought the ship to England, and this traitorous prosecuting rebel was committed to prison, where he remained a considerable time, obstinately rejecting to recant his anti-Christian spirit, or admit of Queen Elizabeth's supremacy. He alleged, though by birth and education an Englishman, that he was a sworn subject of the King of Spain, in whose service the famous Duke of Alva was. The doctor, being condemned, was laid upon a hurdle, and drawn from the Tower to Tyburn, where, after being suspended about half an hour, he was cut down, stripped, and the executioner displayed the heart of a traitor. Thus ended the existence of this Nimrod of England. End of chapter 16. Recording by hearhis.com.
Chapter 17, Part 1 of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.R. Omahen. Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2, by John Foxe, edited by William Byron Forbush. Chapter 17. Rise and Progress of the Protestant Religion in Ireland, with an account of the barbarous massacre of 1641. Part 1. The gloom of popery had overshadowed Ireland from its first establishment there until the reign of Henry VIII. when the rays of the gospel began to dispel the darkness, and afford that light which until then had been unknown in that island. The abject ignorance in which the people were held, with the absurd and superstitious notions they entertained, were sufficiently evident to many, and the artifices of their priests were so conspicuous that several persons of distinction, who had hitherto been strenuous papists, would willingly have endeavored to shake off the yoke and embrace the Protestant religion. But the natural ferocity of the people, and their strong attachment to the ridiculous doctrines which they had been taught, made the attempt dangerous. It was, however, at length undertaken, though attended with the most horrid and disastrous consequences. The introduction of the Protestant religion into Ireland may be principally attributed to George Browne, an Englishman, who was consecrated Archbishop of Dublin on the 19th of March, 1535. He had formerly been an Augustin friar, and was promoted to the mitre on account of his merit. After having enjoyed his dignity about 5 years, he, at the time that Henry VIII was suppressing the religious houses in England, caused all the relics and images to be removed out of the 2 cathedrals in Dublin, and the other churches in his diocese, in the place of which he caused to be put up the Lord's Prayer, the Creed, and the 10 Commandments. A short time after this he received a letter from Thomas Cromwell, Lord Privy Seal, informing him that Henry VIII, having thrown off the papal supremacy in England, was determined to do the like in Ireland, and that he thereupon had appointed him, Archbishop Browne, one of the commissioners for seeing this order put in execution. The Archbishop answered that he had employed his utmost endeavours at the hazard of his life to cause the Irish nobility and gentry to acknowledge Henry as their supreme head, in matters both spiritual and temporal, but had met with a most violent opposition, especially from George, Archbishop of Armagh; that this prelate had, in a speech to his clergy, laid a curse on all those who should own his Highness' supremacy, adding that their isle, called in the chronicles Insula Sacra, or the Holy Island, belonged to none but the Bishop of Rome, and that the king's progenitors had received it from the Pope. He observed likewise that the Archbishop and clergy of Armagh had each dispatched a courier to Rome, and that it would be necessary for a parliament to be called in Ireland, to pass an act of supremacy, the people not regarding the king's commission without the sanction of the legislative assembly. He concluded with observing that the popes had kept the people in the most profound ignorance, that the clergy were exceedingly illiterate, that the common people were more zealous in their blindness than the saints and martyrs had been in the defence of truth at the beginning of the gospel, and that it was to be feared that Sean O'Neill, a chieftain of great power in the northern part of the island, was decidedly opposed to the king's commission. In pursuance of this advice, the following year a parliament was summoned to meet at Dublin, by order of Leonard Gray, at that time Lord Lieutenant. At this assembly Archbishop Browne made a speech, in which he set forth that the bishops of Rome used, anciently, to acknowledge emperors, kings, and princes to be supreme in their own dominions, and therefore that he himself would vote King Henry VIII as supreme in all matters, both ecclesiastical and temporal. He concluded with saying that whosoever should refuse to vote for this act was not a true subject of the king. This speech greatly startled the other bishops and lords, but at length, after violent debates, the king's supremacy was allowed. 2 years after this, the Archbishop wrote a second letter to Lord Cromwell, complaining of the clergy, and hinting at the machinations which the Pope was then carrying on against the advocates of the gospel. This letter is dated from Dublin, in April 1538, and among other matters, the Archbishop says, "A bird may be taught to speak with as much sense as many of the clergy do in this country. These, though not scholars, yet are crafty to cozen the poor common people, and to dissuade them from following his Highness' orders. The country folk here much hate your lordship, and despitefully call you, in their Irish tongue, the blacksmith's son. As a friend, I desire your lordship to look well to your noble person. Rome hath a great kindness for the Duke of Norfolk, and great favours for this nation, purposely to oppose his Highness." A short time after this, the Pope sent over to Ireland, directed to the Archbishop of Armagh and his clergy, a bull of excommunication against all who had or should own the king's supremacy within the Irish nation, denouncing a curse on all of them, and theirs who should not, within 40 days, acknowledge to their confessors that they had done amiss in doing so. Archbishop Browne gave notice of this in a letter dated Dublin, May 1538. Part of the form of confession or vow sent over to these Irish papists ran as follows: I do further declare him or here, father or mother, brother or sister, son or daughter, husband or wife, uncle or aunt, nephew or niece, kinsman or kinswoman, master or mistress, and all others, nearest or dearest relations, friend or acquaintance whatsoever, accursed, that either do or shall hold, for the time to come, any ecclesiastical or civil power above the authority of the Mother Church, or that do or shall obey, for the time to come, any of her, the Mother of Church's opposers or enemies, or contrary to the same, of which I have here sworn unto. So God, the Blessed Virgin, St. Peter, St. Paul, and the holy evangelists help me, etc., is in exact agreement with the doctrines promulgated by the councils of Lateran and Constance, which expressly declare that no favor should be shown to heretics, nor faith kept with them, that they ought to be excommunicated and condemned, and their estates confiscated, and that princes are obliged, by a solemn oath, to root them out of their respective dominions. How abominable a church must that be, which thus dares to trample upon all authority! How besotted the people who regard the injunctions of such a church! In the Archbishop's last mentioned letter, dated May, 1538, he says, His Highness Viceroy of this nation is of little or no power with the old natives. Now both English and Irish begin to oppose your lordship's orders, and to lay aside their national quarrels, which I fear will, if anything will, cause a foreigner to invade this nation. Not long after this, Archbishop Browne seized one Thady O'Brien, a Franciscan friar, who had in his possession a paper sent from Rome, dated May, 1538, and directed to O'Neill. In this letter were the following words: His Holiness Paul, now Pope, and the Council of the Fathers have lately found in Rome a prophecy of one Saint Lacerianus, an Irish bishop of Cashel, in which he saith that the Mother Church of Rome falleth, when, in Ireland, the Catholic faith is overcome. Therefore, for the glory of the Mother Church, the honour of St. Peter, and your own secureness, suppress heresy, and his Holiness' enemies. This Thady O'Brien, after further examination and search made, was pilloried, and kept close prisoner until the king's orders arrived in what manner he should be further disposed of. But order coming over from England that he was to be hanged, he laid violent hands on himself in the castle of Dublin. His body was afterwards carried to Gallows Green, where, after being hanged up for some time, it was interred. After the accession of Edward VI to the throne of England, an order was directed to Sir Anthony Leger, the Lord Deputy of Ireland, commanding that the liturgy in English be forthwith set up in Ireland, there to be observed within the several bishoprics, cathedrals, and parish churches, and it was first read in Christ Church, Dublin, on Easter Day, 1551, before the said Sir Anthony, Archbishop Browne, and others. Part of the royal order for this purpose was as follows: Whereas our gracious father, King Henry VIII, taking into consideration the bondage and heavy yoke that his true and faithful subjects sustained under the jurisdiction of the Bishop of Rome, how several fabulous stories and lying wonders misled our subjects, dispensing with the sins of our nations, by their indulgences and pardons, for gain, purposely to cherish all evil vices, as robberies, rebellions, thefts, whoredoms, blasphemy, idolatry, etc., our gracious father hereupon dissolved all priories, monasteries, abbeys, and other pretended religious houses, as being but nurseries for vice or luxury, more than for sacred learning, etc. On the day after the common prayer was first used in Christ Church, Dublin, the following wicked scheme was projected by the papists. In the church was left a marble image of Christ, holding a reed in his hand, with a crown of thorns on his head. Whilst the English service, the common prayer, was being read before the Lord Lieutenant, the Archbishop of Dublin, the Privy Council, the Lord Mayor, and a great congregation, blood was seen to run through the crevices of the crown of thorns, and trickle down the face of the image. On this, some of the contrivers of the imposture cried aloud, See how our Saviour's image sweats blood! but it must necessarily do this since heresy is come into the church. Immediately, many of the lower order of people, indeed the vulgar of all ranks, were terrified at the sight of so miraculous and undeniable an evidence of the divine displeasure. They hastened from the church, convinced that the doctrines of Protestantism emanated from an infernal source, and that salvation was only to be found in the bosom of their own infallible church. This incident, however ludicrous it may appear to the enlightened reader, had great influence over the minds of the ignorant Irish, and answered the ends of the impudent impostors who contrived it, so far as to check the progress of the reformed religion in Ireland very materially. Many persons could not resist the conviction that there were many errors and corruptions in the Romish Church, but they were awed into silence by this pretended manifestation of divine wrath, which was magnified beyond measure by the bigoted and interested priesthood. We have very few particulars as to the state of religion in Ireland during the remaining portion of the reign of Edward VI, and the greater part of that of Mary. Towards the conclusion of the barbarous sway of that relentless bigot, she attempted to extend her inhuman persecutions to this island. But her diabolical intentions were happily frustrated in the following providential manner, the particulars of which are related by historians of good authority. Mary had appointed Dr. Pole, an agent of the bloodthirsty Bonner, one of the commissioners for carrying her barbarous intentions into effect. He having arrived at Chester with his commission, the mayor of that city, being a papist, waited upon him. When the doctor, taking out of his cloak-bag a leathern case, said to him, "Here is a commission that shall lash the heretics of Ireland," the good woman of the house, being a Protestant, and having a brother in Dublin, named John Edmunds, was greatly troubled at what she heard, but watching her opportunity, whilst the mayor was taking his leave, and the doctor politely accompanying him downstairs, she opened the box, took out the commission, and in its stead laid a sheet of paper with a pack of cards and the knave of clubs at top. The doctor, not suspecting the trick that had been played him, put up the box, and arrived with it in Dublin in September 1558. Anxious to accomplish the intentions of his pious mistress, he immediately waited upon Lord Fitzwalter, at that time Viceroy, and presented the box to him, which being opened, was nothing found in it but a pack of cards. This startling all the persons present, his lordship said, "We must procure another commission, and in the meantime let us shuffle the cards." Dr. Pole, however, would have directly returned to England to get another commission, but waiting for a favourable wind, news arrived that Queen Mary was dead, and by this means the Protestants escaped a most cruel persecution. The above relation, as we before observed, is confirmed by historians of the greatest credit, who add that Queen Elizabeth settled a pension of £40 per annum upon the above-mentioned Elizabeth Edmunds, for having thus saved the lives of her Protestant subjects. During the reigns of Elizabeth and James I, Ireland was almost constantly agitated by rebellions and insurrections, which, although not always taking their rise from the difference of religious opinions between the English and Irish, were aggravated and rendered more bitter and irreconcilable from that cause. The popish priests artfully exaggerated the faults of the English government, and continually urged their ignorant and prejudiced hearers the lawfulness of killing the Protestants, assuring them that all Catholics who were slain in the persecution of so pious an enterprise would be immediately received into everlasting felicity. The naturally ungovernable dispositions of the Irish, acted upon by these designing men, drove them into continual acts of barbarous and unjustifiable violence. And it must be confessed that the unsettled and arbitrary nature of the authority exercised by the English governors was but little calculated to gain their affections. The Spaniards, too, by landing forces in the south, and giving every encouragement to the discontented natives to join their standard, kept the island in a continual state of turbulence and warfare. In 1601, they disembarked a body of 4,000 men at Kinsale, and commenced what they called the Holy War for the preservation of the faith in Ireland. They were assisted by great numbers of the Irish, but were at length totally defeated by the deputy, Lord Mountjoy, and his officers. This closed the transactions of Elizabeth's reign with respect to Ireland. An interval of apparent tranquillity followed, but the popish priesthood, ever restless and designing, sought to undermine by secret machinations that government and that faith which they durst no longer openly attack. The pacific reign of James afforded them the opportunity of increasing their strength and maturing their schemes, and under his successor, Charles I., their numbers were greatly increased by titular Romish archbishops, bishops, deans, vicar general, abbots, priests, and friars, for which reason, in 1629, the public exercise of the popish rites and ceremonies was forbidden. But notwithstanding this, soon afterwards the Romish clergy erected a new popish university in the city of Dublin. They also proceeded to build monasteries and nunneries in various parts of the kingdom, in which places these very Romish clergy and the chiefs of the Irish held frequent meetings, and from thence used to pass to and fro to France, Spain, Flanders, Lorraine, and Rome, where the detestable plot of 1641 was hatching by the family of the O'Neills and their followers. A short time before the horrid conspiracy broke out, which we are now going to relate, the Papists in Ireland had presented a remonstrance to the Lords Justice of that kingdom, demanding the free exercise of their religion, and a repeal of all laws to the contrary, to which both Houses of Parliament in England solemnly answered that they would never grant any toleration to the Popish religion in that kingdom. This further irritated the Papists to put in execution the diabolical plot concerted for the destruction of the Protestants, and it failed not of the success wished for by its malicious and rancorous projectors. The design of this horrid conspiracy was that a general insurrection should take place at the same time throughout the kingdom, and that all the Protestants, without exception, should be murdered. The day fixed for this horrid massacre was the 23rd of October, 1641, the feast of Ignatius Loyola, founder of the Jesuits, and the chief conspirators in the principal parts of the kingdom made the necessary preparations for the intended conflict. In order that this detested scheme might the more infallibly succeed, the most distinguished artifices were practised by the Papists, and their behavior in their visits to the Protestants at this time was with more seeming kindness than they had hitherto shown, which was done the more completely to effect the inhuman and treacherous designs then meditating against them. The execution of this savage conspiracy was delayed until the approach of winter, that sending troops from England might be attended with greater difficulty. Cardinal Richelieu, the French minister, had promised the conspirators a considerable supply of men and money, and many Irish officers had given the strongest assurances that they would heartily concur with their Catholic brethren as soon as the insurrection took place. The day preceding that appointed for carrying this horrid design into execution was now arrived, when, happily, for the metropolis of the kingdom, the conspiracy was discovered by one Owen O'Connolly, an Irishman, for which most signal service the English Parliament voted him £500 and a pension of £200 during his life. So very seasonably was this plot discovered, even but a few hours before the city and castle of Dublin were to have been surprised, that the Lords Justice had but just time to put themselves and the city in a proper posture of defence. Lord Maguire, who was the principal leader here, with his accomplices, was seized the same evening in the city, and in their lodgings were found swords, hatchets, poleaxes, hammers, and such other instruments of death as had been prepared for the destruction and extirpation of the Protestants in that part of the kingdom. Thus was the metropolic happily preserved, but the bloody part of the intended tragedy was past prevention. The conspirators were in arms all over the kingdom early in the morning of the day appointed, and every Protestant who fell in their way was immediately murdered. No age, no sex, no condition was spared. The wife, weeping for her butchered husband and embracing her helpless children, was pierced with them, and perished by the same stroke. The old, the young, the vigorous, and the infirm underwent the same fate, and were blended in one common ruin. In vain did flight save from the first assault, destruction was everywhere let loose, and met the hunted victims at every turn. In vain was recourse had to relations, to companions, to friends. All connections were dissolved, and death was dealt by that hand from which protection was implored and expected. Without provocation, without opposition, the astonished English, living in profound peace and, as they thought, full security, were massacred by their nearest neighbours, with whom they had long maintained a continued intercourse of kindness and good offices. Nay, Even death was the slightest punishment inflicted by these monsters in human form. All the tortures which wanton cruelty could invent, all the lingering pains of body, the anguish of mind, the agonies of despair, could not satiate revenge, excited without injury, and cruelty, and cruelly derived from no just cause whatever. Depraved nature, even perverted religion, though encouraged by the utmost license, cannot reach to a greater pitch of ferocity than appeared in these merciless barbarians. Even the weaker sex themselves, naturally tender to their own sufferings, and compassionate to those of others, have emulated their robust companions in the practice of every cruelty. The very children, taught by example and encouraged by the exhortation of their parents, dealt their feeble blows on the dead carcasses of the defenceless children of the English. Nor was the avarice of the Irish sufficient to produce the least restraint on their cruelty. Such was their frenzy that the cattle they had seized, and by rapine had made their own, were, because they bore the name of English, wantonly slaughtered, or, when covered with wounds, turned loose into the woods, there to perish by slow and lingering torments. The commodious habitations of the planters were laid in ashes, or levelled with the ground, and where the wretched owners had shut themselves up in the houses, and were preparing for defence, they perished in the flames together with their wives and children. Such is the general description of this unparalleled massacre. But it now remains, from the nature of our work, that we proceed to particulars. The bigoted and merciless papists had no sooner begun to imbrue their hands in blood, than they repeated the horrid tragedy day after day, and the Protestants in all parts of the kingdom fell victims to their fury by deaths of the most unheard of cruelty. The ignorant Irish were more strongly instigated to execute the infernal business by the Jesuits, priests, and friars, who, when the day for the execution of the plot was agreed on, recommended in their prayers diligence in the great design, which they said would greatly tend to the prosperity of the kingdom, and to the advancement of the Catholic cause. They everywhere declared to the common people that the Protestants were heretics, and ought not to be suffered to live any longer among them, adding that it was no more sin to kill an Englishman than to kill a dog, and that the relieving or protecting them was a crime of the utmost unpardonable nature. The Papists having besieged the town and castle of Longford, and the inhabitants of the latter, who were Protestants, surrendering on condition of being allowed quarter, the besiegers, the instant the townspeople appeared, attacked them in a most unmerciful manner, their priest, as a signal for the rest to fall on, first ripping open the belly of the English Protestant minister, after which his followers murdered all the rest, some of whom they hanged, others were stabbed or shot, and great numbers knocked on the head with axes provided for the purpose. The garrison at Sligo was treated in like manner by O'Connor Sligo, who, upon the Protestants quitting their holds, promised them quarter, and to convey them safe over the Curlew mountains, to Rocamon. But he first imprisoned them in a most loathsome jail, allowing them only grains for their food. Afterward, when some papists were merry over their cups, who were come to congratulate their wicked brethren for their victory over these unhappy creatures, those Protestants who survived were brought forth by the White Friars, and were either killed, or precipitated over the bridge into a swift river, where they were soon destroyed. It is added, that this wicked company of White Friars went, some time after, in solemn procession, with holy water in their hands, to sprinkle the river, on pretence of cleansing and purifying it from the stains and pollution of the blood and dead bodies of the heretics, as they called the unfortunate Protestants who were inhumanly slaughtered at this very time. At Kilmore, Dr. Bedell, bishop of that see, had charitably settled and supported a great number of distressed Protestants, who had fled from their habitations to escape the diabolical cruelties committed by the Papists. But they did not enjoy the consolation of living together. The good prelate was forcibly dragged from his episcopal residence, which was immediately occupied by Dr. Swiney, the popish titular bishop of Kilmore, who said mass in the church the Sunday following, and then seized on all the goods and effects belonging to the persecuted bishop. Soon after this, the Papists forced Dr. Bedell, his 2 sons, and the rest of his family, with some of the chief of the Protestants whom he had protected, into a ruinous castle, called Lochwater, situated in a lake near the sea. Here he remained with his companions some weeks, all of them daily expecting to be put to death. the greatest part of them were stripped naked, by which means, as the season was cold, it being in the month of December, and the building in which they were confined open at the top, they suffered the most severe hardships. They continued in this situation until the 7th of January, when they were all released. The bishop was courteously received into the house of Denis O'Sheridan, one of his clergy, whom he had made a convert to the Church of England, but he did not long survive this kindness. During his residence here, he spent the whole of his time in religious exercises, the better to fit and prepare himself and his sorrowful companions for their great change, as nothing but certain death was perpetually before their eyes. He was at this time in the 71st year of his age, and being afflicted with a violent ague caught in his late cold and desolate habitation on the lake, it soon threw him into a fever of the most dangerous nature. Finding his dissolution at hand, he received it with joy, like one of the primitive martyrs just hastening to his crown of glory. After having addressed his little flock, and exhorted them to patience, in the most pathetic manner, as they saw their own last day approaching, after having solemnly blessed his people, his family, and his children, he finished the course of his ministry and life together, on the 7th day of February, 1642. His friends and relations applied to the intruding bishop for leave to bury him, which was with difficulty obtained, he at first telling them that the churchyard was holy ground, and should be no longer defiled with heretics. However, leave was at last granted, and though the church funeral service was not used at the solemnity, for fear of the Irish papists, yet some of the better sort, who had the highest veneration for him while living, attended his remains to the grave. At this interment they discharged a volley of shot, crying out, Requiescat in pace ultimus aglorum, that is, may the last of the English rest in peace, adding that as he was one of the best, so he should be the last English bishop found among them. His learning was very extensive, and he would have given the world a greater proof of it had he printed all he wrote. Scarce any of his writings were saved, the papists having destroyed most of his papers and his library. He had gathered a vast heap of critical expositions of Scripture, all which with a great trunk full of his manuscripts fell into the hands of the Irish. Happily, his great Hebrew manuscript was preserved, and is now in the library of Emmanuel College, Oxford. End of Chapter 17, Part 1. Recording by J.R. Omahen.
Chapter 17, Part 2 of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Justice. Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2 by John Foxe. Edited by William Byron Forbush. Chapter 17, Rise and Progress of the Protestant Religion in Ireland, with an account of the barbarous massacre of 1641. Part 2. In the barony of Tyrawley, the Papists, at the instigation of the friars, compelled above 40 English Protestants, some of whom were women and children, to the hard fate of either falling by the sword or of drowning in the sea. These, choosing the latter, were accordingly forced by the naked weapons of their inexorable persecutors into the deep, where, with their children in their arms, they waded up to their chins, and afterwards sunk down and perished together. In the castle of Liscool, upwards of 150 men, women, and children were all burnt together, and at the castle of Monea, not less than 100 were all put to the sword. Great numbers were also murdered at the castle of Tula, which was delivered up to Maguire on condition of having fair quarter. But no sooner had that base villain got possession of the place than he ordered his followers to murder the people, which was immediately done with the greatest cruelty. Many others were put to deaths of the most horrid nature, and such as could have been invented only by demons instead of men. Some of them were laid with the center of their backs on the axle-tree of a carriage, with their legs resting on the ground on one side, and their arms and head on the other. In this position, one of the savages scourged the wretched object on the thighs, legs, etc., while another sat on furious dogs, who tore to pieces the arms and upper parts of the body, and in this dreadful manner were they deprived of their existence. Great numbers were fastened to horses' tails, and the beasts being set on full gallop by their riders, the wretched victims were dragged along until they expired. Others were hung on lofty gibbets, and a fire being kindled under them, they finished their lives, partly by hanging, and partly by suffocation. Nor did the more tender sex escape the least particle of cruelty that could be projected by their merciless and furious persecutors. Many women of all ages were put to death of the most cruel nature. Some, in particular, were fastened with their backs to strong posts, and being stripped to their waists, the inhuman monsters cut off their right breasts with shears, which, of course, put them to the most excruciating torments. And in this position they were left, until, from the loss of blood, they expired. Such was the savage ferocity of these barbarians, that even unborn infants were dragged from the womb to become victims to their rage. Many unhappy mothers were hung naked in the branches of trees, and their bodies being cut open, the innocent offsprings were taken from them, and thrown to the dogs and swine. And to increase the horrid scene, they would oblige the husband to be a spectator before suffering himself. At the town of Isencath, they hanged above 100 Scottish Protestants, showing them no more mercy than they did to the English. Maguire, going to the castle of that town, desired to speak with the governor. When being admitted, he immediately burnt the records of the county, which were kept there. He then demanded £1,000 of the governor, which, having received, he immediately compelled him to hear Mass, and to swear that he would continue to do so. And to complete his horrid barbarities, he ordered the wife and children of the governor to be hanged before his face, besides massacring at least 100 of the inhabitants. Upward of 1,000 men, women, and children were driven in different companies to Portadown Bridge, which was broken in the middle, and there compelled to throw themselves into the water, and such as attempted to reach the shore were knocked on the head. In the same part of the country, at least 4,000 persons were drowned in different places. The inhuman papists, after stripping them, drove them like beasts to the spot fixed on for their destruction, and if any, through fatigue or natural infirmities, were slack in their pace, they pricked them with their swords and pikes, and to strike terror on the multitude, they murdered some by the way. Many of these poor wretches, when thrown into the water, endeavored to save themselves by swimming to the shore, but their merciless persecutors prevented their endeavors taking effect by shooting them in the water. In one place, 140 English, after being driven for many miles stark naked, and in the most severe weather, were all murdered on the same spot, some being hanged, others burnt, some shot, and many of them burned alive, and so cruel were their tormentors that they would not suffer them to pray before they robbed them of their miserable existence. Other companies they took under the pretense of safe conduct, who from that consideration proceeded cheerfully on their journey, but when the treacherous papists had got them to a convenient spot, they butchered them all in the most cruel manner. 115 men, women, and children were conducted by order of Sir Phelim O'Neill to Portadown Bridge, where they were all forced into the river and drowned. One woman, named Campbell, finding no probability of escaping, suddenly clasped one of the chief papists in her arms, and held him so fast that they were both drowned together. In Killiman they massacred 48 families, among whom 22 were burnt together in one house. The rest were either hanged, shot, or drowned. In Kilmore, the inhabitants, which consisted of about 200 families, all fell victims to their rage. Some of them sat in the stocks until they confessed where their money was, after which they put them to death. The whole county was one common scene of butchery, and many thousands perished in a short time, by sword, famine, fire, and others the most cruel deaths that rage and malice could invent. These bloody villains showed so much favor to some as to dispatch them immediately, but they would by no means suffer them to pray. Others they imprisoned in filthy dungeons, putting heavy bolts on their legs, and keeping them there until they were starved to death. At Castle they put all the Protestants into a loathsome dungeon, where they kept them together for several weeks, in the greatest misery. At length they were released, when some of them were barbarously mangled and left on the highways to perish at leisure, others were hanged, and some were buried in the ground upright, with their heads above the earth, and the papists, to increase their misery, treating them with derision during their sufferings. In the country of Antrim, they murdered 954 Protestants in one morning, and afterwards about 1,200 more in that county. At a town called Langery, they forced 24 Protestants into a house, and then setting fire to it, burned them together, counterfeiting their outcries in derision to the others. Among other acts of cruelty, they took 2 children belonging to an Englishwoman and dashed out their brains before her face, after which they threw the mother into a river, and she was drowned. They served many other children in the like manner, to the great affliction of their parents, and the disgrace of human nature. In Kilkenny, all the Protestants, without exception, were put to death, and some of them in so cruel a manner as perhaps was never before thought of. They beat an Englishwoman with such savage barbarity that she had scarce a whole bone left, after which they threw her into a ditch. But not satisfied with this, they took her child, a girl of about 6 years of age, and after ripping its belly, threw it to its mother, there to languish until it perished. They forced one man to go to Mass, after which they ripped open his body, and in that manner left him. They sawed another asunder, cut the throat of his wife, and after having dashed out the brains of their child and infant, threw it to the swine, who greedily devoured it. After committing these and several other horrid cruelties, they took the heads of 7 Protestants, and among them that of a pious minister, all of which they fixed up at the market cross. They put a gag in the minister's mouth, then slit his cheeks to his ears, and laying a leaf of a Bible before it, bid him preach, for his mouth was wide enough. They did several other things by way of derision, and expressed the greatest satisfaction at having thus murdered and exposed the unhappy Protestants. It is impossible to conceive the pleasure these monsters took in exercising their cruelty, and to increase the misery of those who fell into their hands. When they butchered them, they would say, "Your soul to the devil!" One of these miscreants would come into a house, with his hands imbued in blood, and boast that it was English blood, and that his sword had pricked the white skins of the Protestants, even to the hilt. When any one of them had killed a Protestant, others would come and receive gratification in cutting and mangling the body, after which they left it exposed to be devoured by dogs. And when they had slain a number of them, they would boast that the devil was beholden to them for sending so many souls to hell. But it is no wonder they should thus treat the innocent Christians, when they hesitated not to commit blasphemy against God and his most holy word. In one place they burnt 2 Protestant Bibles, and then said they had burnt hell-fire. In the church at Powerscourt they burnt the pulpit, pews, chests, and Bibles belonging to it. They took other Bibles, and after wetting them with dirty water, dashed them in the faces of the Protestants, saying, "We know you love a good lesson. Here is an excellent one for you. Come tomorrow, and you shall have as good a sermon as this." Some of the Protestants they dragged by the hair of their heads into the church, where they stripped and whipped them in the most cruel manner, telling them at the same time that if they came tomorrow, they should hear the like sermon. In Munster they put to death several ministers in the most shocking manner. One in particular they stripped stark naked, and driving him before them, pricked him with swords and darts until he fell down and expired. In some places they plucked out the eyes, and cut off the hands of the Protestants, and in that manner turned them into the fields, there to wander out their miserable existence. They obliged many young men to force their aged parents to a river, where they were drowned, wives to assist in the hanging of their husbands, and mothers to cut the throats of their children. In one place they compelled a young man to kill his father, and then immediately hanged him. In another they forced a woman to kill her husband, and then obliged the son to kill her, and afterwards shot him through the head. At a place called Glasgow, a popish priest, with some others, prevailed on 40 Protestants to be reconciled to the Church of Rome. They had no sooner done this than they told them they were in good faith, and that they would prevent their falling from it and turning heretics by sending them out of this world. which they did by immediately cutting their throats. In the county of Tipperary, upwards of 30 Protestants, men, women, and children, fell into the hands of the Papists, who, after stripping them naked, murdered them with stones, pole-axes, swords, and other weapons. In the county of Mayo, about 60 Protestants, 15 of whom were ministers, were, upon covenant, to be safely conducted to Galway by one Edmund Burke and his soldiers. But that inhuman monster by the way drew his sword, as an intimation of his design to the rest, who immediately followed his example and murdered the whole, some of whom they stabbed, others were run through the body with pikes, and several were drowned. In Queen's County, great numbers of Protestants were put to the most shocking deaths. 50 or 60 were placed together in one house, which, being set on fire, they all perished in the flames. Many were stripped naked, and being fastened to horses by ropes placed around their middles, were dragged through bogs until they expired. Some were hung by the feet to tenor hooks driven into poles, and then in that wretched posture left until they perished. Others were fastened to the trunk of a tree, with a branch at the top. Over this branch hung one arm, which principally supported the weight of the body, and one of the legs was turned up and fastened to the trunk, while the other hung straight. In this dreadful and uneasy posture did they remain as long as life would permit, pleasing spectacles to their bloodthirsty persecutors. At Clowns, 17 men were buried alive. An Englishman, his wife, 5 children, and a servant maid were all hanged together, and afterward thrown into a ditch. They hung many by the arms to the branches of trees, with a weight to their feet, and others by the middle, in which posture they left them until they expired. Several were hanged on windmills, and before they were half dead, the barbarians cut them in pieces with their swords. Others, both men, women, and children, they cut and hacked in various parts of their bodies, and left them wallowing in their blood to perish where they fell. One poor woman they hanged on a gibbet, with her child, an infant about a 12-month-old, the latter of whom was hanged by the neck with the hair of its mother's head, and in that manner finished its short but miserable existence. In the county of Tyrone, no less than 300 Protestants were drowned in one day, and many others were hanged, burned, and otherwise put to death. Dr. Maxwell, rector of Tyrone, lived at this time near Armagh, and suffered greatly from these merciless savages. This person, in his examination, taken upon oath before the king's commissioners, declared that the Irish Papists owned to him that they, at several times, had destroyed in one place 12,000 Protestants, whom they inhumanly slaughtered at Glenwood in their flight from the county of Armagh. As the river Bann was not fordable, and the bridge broken down, the Irish forced thither at different times a great number of unarmed defenseless Protestants, and with pikes and swords violently thrust about 1,000 into the river, where they miserably perished. Nor did the Cathedral of Armagh escape the fury of those barbarians, it being maliciously set on fire by their leaders, and burnt to the ground. And to extirpate, if possible, the very race of those unhappy Protestants who lived in or near Armagh, the Irish first burnt all their houses, and then gathered together many hundreds of those innocent people, young and old, on pretense of allowing them a guard and safe conduct to Coleraine, when they treacherously fell on them by the way, and inhumanly murdered them. The like horrid barbarities with those we have particularized were practiced on the wretched Protestants in almost all parts of the kingdom, and when an estimate was afterward made of the number who were sacrificed to gratify diabolical souls of the Papists, it amounted to 150,000. But it now remains that we proceed to the particulars that followed. These desperate wretches, flushed and grown insolent with success, though by methods attended with such excessive barbarities as perhaps not to be equaled, soon got possession of the castle of Newry, where the king's stores and ammunition were lodged, and, with as little difficulty, made themselves masters of Dundalk. They afterward took the town of Ardee, where they murdered all the Protestants, and then proceeded to Drogheda. The garrison of Drogheda was in no condition to sustain a siege, notwithstanding which, as often as the Irish renewed their attacks, they were vigorously repulsed by a very unequal number of the king's forces, and a few faithful Protestant citizens under Sir Henry Tichborne, the governor, assisted by the Lord Viscount More. The siege of Drogheda began on the 30th of November, 1641, and held until the 4th of March, 1642, when Sir Phelim O'Neil and the Irish miscreants under him were forced to retire. In the meantime, 10,000 troops were sent from Scotland to the remaining Protestants in Ireland, which being properly divided in the most capital parts of the kingdom, happily eclipsed the power of the Irish savages, and the Protestants for a time lived in tranquillity. In the reign of James II, they were again interrupted, for in a parliament held at Dublin in the year 1689, great numbers of the Protestant nobility, clergy, and gentry of Ireland were attainted of high treason. The government of the kingdom was, at that time, invested in the Earl of Tyrconnell, a bigoted papist and an inveterate enemy to the Protestants. By his orders they were again persecuted in various parts of the kingdom. The revenues of the city of Dublin were seized, and most of the churches converted into prisons. And had it not been for the resolution and uncommon bravery of the garrisons in the city of Londonderry and the town of Enniskillen, there had not one place remained for refuge to the distressed Protestants in the whole kingdom, but all must have been given up to King James, and to the furious popish party that governed him. The remarkable siege of Londonderry was opened on the 18th of April, 1689, by 20,000 papists, the flower of the Irish army. The city was not properly circumstanced to sustain a siege, the defenders consisting of a body of raw, undisciplined Protestants, who had fled thither for shelter, and half a regiment of Lord Mountjoy's disciplined soldiers, with the principal part of the inhabitants, making it only 7,361 fighting men. The besieged hoped, at first, that their stores of corn and other necessities would be sufficient, but by the continuance of the siege their wants increased, and these became at last so heavy that for a considerable time before the siege was raised, a pint of coarse barley, a small quantity of greens, a few spoonfuls of starch, with a very moderate proportion of horse flesh, were reckoned a week's provision for any soldier, and they were, at length, reduced to such extremities that they ate dogs, cats, and mice. Their miseries increasing with the siege, many, through mere hunger and want, pined and languished away or fell dead in the streets. And it is remarkable that when their long-expected succors arrived from England, they were upon the point of being reduced to this alternative, either to preserve their existence by eating each other, or attempting to fight their way through the Irish, which must have infallibly produced their destruction. These succors were most happily brought by the ship Mountjoy of Derry, and the Phoenix of Coleraine, at which time they had only 9 lean horses left, with a pint of meal to each man. By hunger and the fatigues of war, their 7,361 fighting men were reduced to 4,300, 1/4 a part of whom were rendered unserviceable. As the calamities of the besieged were great, so likewise were the terrors and sufferings of their Protestant friends and relations, all of whom, even women and children, were forcibly driven from the country 30 miles round, and inhumanly reduced to the sad necessity of continuing some days and nights without food or covering before the walls of the town, and were thus exposed to the continual fire both of the Irish army from without and the shots of their friends from within. But the succors from England happily arriving put an end to their affliction, and the siege was raised on the 31st of July, having been continued upwards of 3 months. The day before the siege of Londonderry was raised, the Enniskillers engaged a body of 6,000 Irish Roman Catholics at Newton, Butler, or Crown Castle, of whom near 5,000 were slain. This, with the defeat at Londonderry, dispirited the Papists, and they gave up all farther attempts to persecute the Protestants. The year following, 1690, the Irish took up arms in favor of the abdicated prince, King James II, but they were totally defeated by his successor, King William III. That monarch, before he left the country, reduced them to a state of subjection, in which they have ever since continued. But notwithstanding all this, the Protestant interest at present stands upon a much stronger basis than it did a century ago. The Irish, who formerly led an unsettled and roving life in the woods, bogs, and mountains, and lived on the depredation of their neighbors, they who, in the morning, seized the prey, and at night divided the spoil, have, for many years past, become quiet and civilized. They taste the sweets of English society and the advantages of civil government. They trade in our cities and are employed in our manufactories. They are received also into English families and treated with great humanity by the Protestants. End of chapter 17. Recording by Jason Justice.
Chapter 18 of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Berceau. Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2 by John Foxe, edited by William Byron Forbush. Chapter 18, The Rise, Progress, Persecutions, and Sufferings of the Quakers. In treating of these people in a historical manner, we are obliged to have recourse to much tenderness. That they differ from the generality of Protestants in some of the capital points of religion cannot be denied. And yet, as Protestant dissenters, they are included under the description of the Toleration Act. It is not our business to inquire whether people of similar sentiments had any existence in the primitive ages of Christianity. Perhaps in some respects they had not, but we are to write of them not as what they were, but what they now are. That they have been treated by several writers in a very contemptuous manner is certain. That they did not deserve such treatment is equally certain. The appellation Quakers was bestowed upon them as a term of reproach, and consequent of their apparent convulsions which they labored under when they delivered their discourses, because they imagined they were the effect of divine inspiration. It is not our business at present to inquire whether the sentiments of these people are agreeable to the gospel, but this much is certain, that the first leader of them, as a separate body, was a man of obscure birth, who had his first existence in Leicestershire about the year 1624. In speaking of this man, we shall deliver our own sentiments in a historical manner, and joining these to what have been said by the friends themselves, we shall endeavor to furnish out a complete narrative. George Foxe was descended of honest and respected parents, who brought him up in the national religion. But from a child he appeared religious, still, solid, and observing, beyond his years, and uncommonly knowing in divine things. He was brought up to husbandry and other country business, and was particularly inclined to the solitary occupation of a shepherd, an employment that very well suited his mind in several respects, both for its innocency and its solitude, and was a just emblem of his after ministry and service. In the year 1646, he entirely forsook the national church, in whose tenets he had been brought up, as before observed, and in 1647 he travelled into Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire, without any set purpose of visiting particular places, but in a solitary manner he walked through several towns and villages, which way soever his mind turned. He fasted much, said Swell, and walked often in retired places with no other companion than his Bible. He visited the most retired and religious people in those parts, says Penn, and some there were, short of few, if any, in this nation, who waited for the consolation of Israel night and day, as Zacharias, Anna, and Simeon did of old time. To these he was sent, and these he sought out in the neighboring counties, and among them he sojourned until his more ample ministry came upon him. At this time he taught, and was an example of silence, endeavoring to bring them from self-performances, testifying of and turning them to the light of Christ within them, and encouraging them to wait in patience, and to feel the power of it to stir in their hearts, that their knowledge and worship of God might stand in the power of an endless life, which was to be found in the light as it was obeyed in the manifestation of it in man. For in the Word was life, and that life is the light of men. Life in the Word, light in men, and life in men too, as the light is obeyed. The children of the light, living by the life of the Word, by which the Word begets them again to God, which is the generation and new birth, without which there is no coming into the kingdom of God, and to which whoever comes is greater than John, that is, than John's dispensation, which was not that of the kingdom, but the consummation of the legal and forerunning of the gospel times, the time of the kingdom. Accordingly, several meetings were gathering in those parts, and thus his time was employed for some years. In the year 1652, he had a visitation of the great work of God in the earth, and of the way that he was to go forth in a public ministry to begin it. He directed his course northward, and in every place where he came, if not before he came to it, he had his particular exercise and service shown to him, so that the Lord was his leader indeed. He made great numbers of converts to his opinions, and many pious and good men joined him in his ministry. These were drawn forth especially to visit the public assemblies, to reprove, reform, and exhort them, sometimes in markets, fairs, streets, and by the highway side, calling people to repentance and to return to the Lord, with their hearts as well as their mouths, directing them to the light of Christ within them, to see, examine, and to consider their ways, by and to eschew the evil, and to do the good and acceptable will of God. They were not without opposition in the work they imagined themselves called to, being often set in the stocks, stoned, beaten, whipped, and imprisoned, though honest men of good report, that had left wives, children, houses, and lands, to visit them with a living call to repentance. But these coercive methods rather forwarded than abated their zeal, and in those parts they brought over many proselytes, and among them several magistrates and others of the better sort. They apprehended the Lord had forbidden them to pull off their hats to anyone, high or low, and required them to speak to the people without distinction, the language of thou and thee. They scrupled bidding people good morrow or good night, nor might they bend the knee to anyone, even in supreme authority. Both men and women went in a plain and simple dress, different from the fashion of the times. They neither gave nor accepted any titles of respect or honor, nor would they call any man master on earth. Several texts of Scripture they quoted in defense of these singularities, such as, "Swear not at all. How can ye believe which receive honor one of another, and seek not the honor that comes from God only?" etc. They placed the basis of religion in an inward light and an extraordinary impulse of the Holy Spirit. In 1654, their first separate meeting in London was held in the house of Robert Dring, in Watling Street, for by that time they spread themselves into all parts of the kingdom, and had in many places set up meetings or assemblies, particularly in Lancashire and the adjacent parts, but they were still exposed to great persecutions and trials of every kind. One of them, in a letter to the Protector, Oliver Cromwell, represents, though there are no penal laws in force obliging men to comply with the established religion, yet the Quakers are exposed upon other accounts. They are fined and imprisoned for refusing to take an oath, for not paying their tithes, for disturbing the public assemblies and meetings in the streets and places of public resort. Some of them have been whipped as vagabonds, and for their plain speeches to the magistrate. Under favor of the then toleration, they opened their meetings at the Bull and Mouth in Aldersgate Street, where women as well as men were moved to speak. Their zeal transported them to some extravagancies, which laid them still more open to the lash of their enemies, who exercised various severities upon them throughout the next reign. Upon the suppression of Venner's mad insurrection, the government, having published a proclamation forbidding the Anabaptists, Quakers, and Fifth Monarchy men to assemble or meet together under pretense of worshiping God, except it be in some parochial church, chapel, or in private houses, by consent of the persons there inhabiting, all meetings in other places being declared to be unlawful and riotous, etc. The Quakers thought it expedient to address the king thereon, which they did in the following words: O King Charles, our desire is that thou mayest live forever in the fear of God and thy counsel. We beseech thee and thy counsel to read these following lines in tender bowels and compassion for our souls and for your good. And this consider, we are about 400 imprisoned in and about this city, of men and women from their families, besides in the county jails about 1,000. We desire that our meetings may not be broken up, but that all may come to a fair trial, that our innocence may be cleared up. Written London, 16th day, 11th month, 1660. On the 28th of the same month, they published the declaration referred to in their address, entitled, A Declaration from the Harmless and Innocent People of God, called Quakers, against all sedition, plotters, and fighters in the world, for removing the ground of jealousy and suspicion from both magistrates and people in the kingdom concerning wars and fightings. It was presented to the king the 21st day of the 11th month, 1660, and he promised them upon his royal word that they should not suffer for their opinions as long as they lived peaceably. But his promises were very little regarded afterward. In 1661, they assumed courage to petition the House of Lords for a toleration of their religion, and for a dispensation from taking the oaths, which they held unlawful, not from any disaffection to the government, or a belief that they were less obliged by an affirmation, but from a persuasion that all oaths were unlawful, and that swearing upon the most solemn occasions was forbidden in the New Testament. Their petition was rejected, and instead of granting them relief, an act was passed against them, the preamble to which set forth, quote, that whereas several persons have taken up an opinion that an oath, even before a magistrate, is unlawful and contrary to the word of God, and whereas under pretense of religious worship, the said persons do assemble in great numbers in several parts of the kingdom, separating themselves from the rest of his majesty's subjects, and the public congregations and usual places of divine worship. Be it therefore enacted that if any such persons, after the 24th of March, 1661, shall refuse to take an oath when lawfully tendered, or persuade others to do it, or maintain in writing or otherwise the unlawfulness of taking an oath, or if they shall assemble for religious worship to the number of 5 or more, of the age of 15, they shall for the first offense forfeit 5 pounds, for the second 10 pounds, and for the third shall abjure the realm or be transported to the plantations, and the justice of peace at their open sessions may hear and finally determine in the affair. End quote. This act had a most dreadful effect upon the Quakers, though it was well known and notorious that these conscientious persons were far from sedition or disaffection to the government. George Foxe, in his address to the king, acquaints him that 3,068 of their friends had been imprisoned since his majesty's restoration, that their meetings were daily broken up by men with clubs and arms, and their friends thrown into the water and trampled underfoot until the blood gushed out, which gave rise to their meeting in the open streets. A relation was printed, signed by 12 witnesses, which says that more than 4,200 Quakers were imprisoned, and of them 500 were in and about London and the suburbs, several of whom were dead in the jails. 600 of them, says an account published at that time, were in prison merely for religion's sake, of whom several were banished to the plantations. In short, the Quakers gave such full employment to the informers that they had less leisure to attend the meetings of other dissenters. Yet under all these calamities, they behaved with patience and modesty towards the government, and upon occasion of the Rye House plot in 1682, they thought it proper to declare their innocence of that sham plot in an address to the king, wherein, appealing to the searcher of all hearts, they say, quote, "Their principles do not allow them to take up defensive arms, much less to avenge themselves for the injuries they receive from others, that they continually pray for the king's safety and preservation, and therefore take this occasion humbly to beseech his majesty to have compassion on their suffering friends, with whom the jails are so filled, that they want air, to the apparent hazard of their lives, and to the endangering and infection in divers places. Besides, many houses, shops, barns, and fields are ransacked, and the goods, corn, and cattle swept away, to the discouraging trade and husbandry, and impoverishing great numbers of quiet and industrious people, and this for no other cause, but for the exercise of a tender conscience in the worship of Almighty God, who is sovereign Lord and King of men's consciences." End quote. On the accession of James II, they addressed that monarch honestly and plainly, telling him, quote, "We are come to testify our sorrow for the death of our good friend Charles, and our joy for thy being made our governor. We are told that thou art not of the persuasion of the Church of England, no more than we. Therefore we hope thou wilt grant us the same liberty which thou allowest thyself, which doing we wish thee all manner of happiness." End quote. When James, by his dispensing power, granted liberty to the dissenters, they began to enjoy some rest from their troubles, and indeed it was high time, for they were swelled to an enormous amount. They, the year before this, to them one of glad release, in a petition to James for a cessation of their sufferings, set forth, quote, that of late above 1,500 of their friends, both men and women, and that now there remain 1,383, of which 200 are women, many under sentence of praemunire, and more than 300 near it, for refusing the oath of allegiance, because they could not swear. 350 have died in prison since the year 1680. In London, the jail of Newgate has been crowded, within these 2 years, sometimes with near 20 in a room, whereby several have been suffocated, and others who have been taken out sick have died of malignant fevers within a few days. Great violences, outrageous distresses, and woeful havoc and spoil have been made upon people's goods and estates by a company of idle, extravagant, and merciless informers, by persecutions on the Conventicle Act, and others also on quitem writs, and on other processes, for £20 a month, and 2/3 of their estates seized for the king. Some had not a bed to rest on, others had no cattle to till the ground, nor corn for food or bread, nor tools to work with. The said informers and bailiffs in some places breaking into houses and making great waste and spoil, under pretense of serving the king and the church. Our religious assemblies have been charged at common law with being rioters and disturbers of the public peace, whereby great numbers have been confined in prison without regard to age, and many confined to holes and dungeons. The seizing for £20 a month has amounted to many thousands, and several who have employed some hundreds of poor people in manufactures are disabled to do so any more by reason of long imprisonment. They spare neither widow nor fatherless, nor have they so much as a bed to lie on. The informers are both witnesses and prosecutors, to the ruin of great numbers of sober families. And justices of the peace have been threatened with the forfeiture of £100 if they do not issue out warrants upon their informations. End quote. With this petition, they presented a list of their friends in prison in the several counties, amounting to 460. During the reign of King James II, these people were, through the intercession of their friend Mr. Penn, treated with greater indulgence than ever they had had before. They were now become extremely numerous in many parts of the country, and the settlement of Pennsylvania taking place soon after, many of them went over to America. There they enjoyed the blessings of a peaceful government and cultivated the arts of honest industry. As the whole colony was the property of Mr. Penn, so he invited people of all denominations to come and settle with him. A universal liberty of conscience took place, and in this new colony the natural rights of mankind were for the first time established. These friends are in the present age a very harmless, inoffensive body of people, but of that we shall take more notice hereafter. By their wise regulations, they not only do honor to themselves, but they are of vast service to the community. It may be necessary here to observe that as the Friends, commonly called Quakers, will not take an oath in a court of justice, so their affirmation is permitted in all civil affairs, but they cannot prosecute a criminal because in the English courts of justice, all evidence must be upon oath. An account of the persecution of the Friends, commonly called Quakers, in the United States. About the middle of the 17th century, much persecution and sufferings were inflicted on a sect of Protestant dissenters, commonly called Quakers, a people which arose at the time in England, some of whom sealed their testimony with their blood. For an account of the above people, see Sewell's or Goe's history of them. The principal points upon which their conscientious nonconformity rendered them obnoxious to the penalties of the law were 1. The Christian resolution of assembling publicly for the worship of God in a manner most agreeable to their consciences. 2. Their refusal to pay tithes, which they esteemed a Jewish ceremony, abrogated by the coming of Christ. 3. Their testimony against wars and fighting, the practice of which they judged inconsistent with the command of Christ. Love your enemies, Matthew 5:44. 4. Their constant obedience to the command of Christ, swear not at all, Matthew 5:34. 5. Their refusal to pay rates or assessments for buildings and repairing houses for a worship which they did not approve. 6. Their use of the proper and scriptural language, thou and thee, to a single person, and their disuse of the custom of uncovering their heads or pulling off their hats by way of homage to man. 7. The necessity many found themselves under of publishing what they believed to be the doctrine of truth, and sometimes even in the places appointed for the public national worship. Their conscientious non-compliance in the preceding particulars exposed them to much persecution and suffering, which consisted in prosecutions, fines, cruel beatings, whippings, and other corporal punishments, imprisonment, banishment, and even death. To relate a particular account of their persecutions and sufferings would extend beyond the limits of this work. We shall therefore refer for that information to the histories already mentioned, and more particularly to Bess's collection of their sufferings. And we shall confine our account here mostly to those who sacrificed their lives and evinced by their disposition of mind, constancy, patience, and faithful perseverance, that they were influenced by a sense of religious duty. Numerous and repeated were the persecutions against them, and sometimes for transgressions or offenses which the law did not contemplate or embrace. Many of the fines and penalties exacted of them were not only unreasonable and exorbitant, but as they could not consistently pay them, were sometimes distrained to several times the value of the demand, whereby many poor families were greatly distressed and obliged to depend on the assistance of their friends. Numbers were not only cruelly beaten and whipped in a public manner like criminals, but some were branded and others had their ears cut off. Great numbers were long confined in loathsome prisons, in which some ended their days in consequence thereof. Many were sentenced to banishment, and a considerable number were transported. Some were banished on pain of death, and 4 were actually executed by the hands of the hangman, as we shall here relate, after inserting copies of some of the laws of the country where they suffered. At a general court held at Boston, the 14th of October, 1656, quote, "Whereas there is a cursed sect of heretics, lately risen up in the world, which are commonly called Quakers, who take upon them to be immediately sent from God, and infallibly assisted by the Spirit, to speak and write blasphemous opinions, despising government and the order of God in the church and commonwealth, speaking evil of dignities, reproaching and reviling magistrates and ministers, seeking to turn the people from the faith and gain proselytes to their pernicious ways. This court, taking into consideration the premises, and to prevent the like mischief as by their means is wrought in our land, doth hereby order, and by authority of this court, be it ordered and enacted, that what master or commander of any ship, bark, pink, or ketch shall henceforth bring into any harbor, creek, or cove within this jurisdiction any Quaker or Quakers or other blasphemous heretics, shall pay or cause to be paid the fine of £100 to the treasurer of the country, except it appear he want true knowledge or information of their being such. And in that case he has liberty to clear himself by his oath, when sufficient proof to the contrary is wanting, and for default of good payment or good security for it, shall be cast into prison, and there to continue until the said sum be satisfied to the treasurer as aforesaid. And the commander of any ketch, ship, or vessel being legally convicted, shall give in sufficient security to the governor, or any one or more of the magistrates, who have power to determine the same, to carry them back to the place whence he brought them. And on his refusal so to do, the governor, or one or more of the magistrates, are hereby empowered to issue out his or their warrants to commit such master or commander to prison, there to continue until he give in sufficient security to the contentment of the governor or any of the magistrates as aforesaid. And it is hereby further ordered and enacted that what Quaker soever shall arrive in this country from foreign parts, or shall come into this jurisdiction from any parts adjacent, shall be forthwith committed to the house of correction, and at their entrance to be severely whipped, and by the master thereof be kept constantly to work, and none suffered to converse or speak with them during the time of their imprisonment, which shall be no longer than necessity requires. And it is ordered, if any person shall knowingly import into any harbor of this jurisdiction any Quakers' books or writings concerning their devilish opinions, shall pay for such book or writing, being legally proved against him or them, the sum of £5. And whoever shall disperse or conceal any such book or writing, and it be found with him or her, or in his or her house, and shall not immediately deliver the same to the next magistrate, shall forfeit or pay £5 for the dispersing or concealing of any such book or writing. And it is further enacted that if any persons within this colony shall take upon them to defend the heretical opinions of the Quakers, or any of their books or papers, shall be fined for the first time 40 shillings. If they shall persist in the same and shall again defend it, the second time £4. If notwithstanding they again defend and maintain the said Quakers' heretical opinions, they shall be committed to the house of correction until there be convenient passage to send them out of the land, being sentenced by the court of assistance to banishment. Lastly, it is hereby ordered that what person or persons soever shall revile the persons of the magistrates or ministers, as is usual with the Quakers, such person or persons shall be severely whipped or pay the sum of £5. This is a true copy of the court's order, as attests Edward Rawson, Secretary. End quote. at a general court held at Boston the 14th of October, 1657. Quote, as an addition to the late order, in reference to the coming or bringing of any of the cursed sect of the Quakers into this jurisdiction, it is ordered that whosoever shall from henceforth bring or cause to be brought, directly or indirectly, any known Quaker or Quakers or other blasphemous heretics into this jurisdiction, every such person shall forfeit the sum of 100 pounds to the country, and shall by warrant from any magistrate be committed to prison, there to remain until the penalty be satisfied and paid. And if any person or persons within this jurisdiction shall henceforth entertain and conceal any such Quaker or Quakers or other blasphemous heretics, knowing them so to be, every such person shall forfeit to the country 40 shillings for every hour's entertainment and concealment of any Quaker or Quakers, as aforesaid, and shall be committed to prison as aforesaid, until the forfeiture be fully satisfied and paid. And it is further ordered that if any Quaker or Quakers shall presume, after they have once suffered what the law requires, to come into this jurisdiction, every such male Quaker shall for the first offense have one of his ears cut off, and be kept at work in the house of correction, until he can be sent away at his own charge, and for the second offense shall have his other ear cut off. And every woman Quaker that has suffered the law here, that shall presume to come into this jurisdiction, shall be severely whipped and kept at the house of corrections at work, until she be sent away at her own charge. And so also for her coming again, she shall be alike used as aforesaid. And for every Quaker, he or she, that shall a third time herein again offend, they shall have their tongues bored through with a hot iron, and be kept at the house of correction close to work, until they be sent away at their own charge. And it is further ordered that all and every Quaker arising from among ourselves shall be dealt with and suffer the like punishment as the law provides against foreign Quakers. Edward Rawson, Secretary. End quote. Another act, this one made at a general court held at Boston, the 20th of October, 1658. Quote, whereas there is a pernicious sect, commonly called Quakers, lately risen, who by word and writing have published and maintained many dangerous and horrid tenets, and do take upon them to change and alter the received laudable customs of our nation, in giving civil respects to equals or reverence to superiors, whose actions tend to undermine the civil government, and also to destroy the order of the churches by denying all established forms of worship and withdrawing from orderly church fellowship, allowed and approved by all orthodox professors of truth, and instead thereof, and in opposition thereto, frequently meeting by themselves, insinuating themselves into the minds of the simple, or such as are at least affected to the order and government of church and commonwealth, whereby divers of our inhabitants have been infected, notwithstanding all former laws made upon the experience of their arrogant and bold obtrusions, to disseminate their principles among us, prohibiting their coming into this jurisdiction. They have not been deferred from their impious attempts to undermine our peace and hazard our ruin. For prevention thereof, this court doth order and enact that any person or persons of the cursed sect of the Quakers, who is not an inhabitant of, but is found within this jurisdiction, shall be apprehended without warrant, where no magistrate is at hand, by any constable, commissioner, or select man, and conveyed from constable to the next magistrate, who shall commit the said person to close prison, there to remain without bail until the next court of assistance, where they shall have legal trial. And being convicted to be of the sect of the Quakers, shall be sentenced to banishment on pain of death, and that every inhabitant of this jurisdiction, being convicted to be of the aforesaid sect, either by taking up, publishing, or defending the horrid opinions of the Quakers, or the stirring up mutiny, sedition, or rebellion against the government, or by taking up their abusive and destructive practices, i.e., denying civil respect to equals and superiors, and withdrawing from the church assemblies, and instead thereof frequenting meetings of their own in opposition to our church order, adhering to or approving of any known Quaker and the tenets and practices of Quakers that are opposite to the orthodox received opinions of the godly, and endeavoring to disaffect others to civil government and church order, or condemning the practice and proceedings of this court against the Quakers, manifesting thereby their complying with those whose design is to overthrow the order established in church and state. Every such person, upon conviction before the said court of assistance in manner aforesaid, shall be committed to close prison for 1 month, and then, unless they choose voluntarily to depart this jurisdiction, shall give bond for their good behavior and appear at the next court. Continuing obstinate and refusing to retract and reform the aforesaid opinions, they shall be sentenced to banishment upon pain of death. And any one magistrate, upon information given him of any such person, shall cause him to be apprehended, and shall commit any such person to prison according to his discretion, until he came to trial as aforesaid. End quote. It appears there were also laws passed in both of the then colonies of New Plymouth and New Haven, and in the Dutch settlement at New Amsterdam, now New York, prohibiting the people called Quakers from coming into those places under severe penalties, in consequence of which some underwent considerable suffering. The first who were executed were William Robinson, merchant of London, and Marmaduke Stevenson, a countryman of Yorkshire. These, coming to Boston in the beginning of September, were sent for by the Court of Assistance, and there sentenced to banishment on pain of death. This sentence was passed also on Mary Dyer, mentioned hereafter, and Nicholas Davis, who were both at Boston. But William Robinson, being looked upon as a teacher, was also condemned to be whipped severely, and the constable was commanded to get an able man to do it. Then Robinson was brought into the street, and there stripped, and having his hands put through the holes of the carriage of a great gun, where the jailer held him, the executioner gave him 20 stripes with a 3-fold cord whip. Then he and the other prisoners were shortly after released and banished, as appears from the following warrant. Quote, "You are required by these presently to set at liberty William Robinson, Marmaduke Stevenson, Mary Dyer, and Nicholas Davis, who by an order of the court and council have been imprisoned because it appeared by their own confession, words, and actions that they are Quakers. Wherefore a sentence was pronounced against them to depart this jurisdiction on pain of death, and that they must answer it at their peril, if they or any of them, after the 14th of this month, September, are found within this jurisdiction or any part thereof." End quote. Signed to Edward Rawson, Boston, September 12th, 1659. Though Mary Dyer and Nicholas Davis left that jurisdiction for that time, yet Robinson and Stevenson, though they departed the town of Boston, could not yet resolve, not being free in mind, to depart that jurisdiction, though their lives were at stake. And so they went to Salem and some places thereabouts to visit and build up their friends in the faith. But it was not long before they were taken and put again into prison at Boston, and chains locked to their legs. In the next month Mary Dyer returned also, and she stood before the prison, speaking with one Christopher Holden, who was come thither to inquire for a ship bound for England, whither he intended to go. She was also taken into custody. Thus they had now 3 persons who, according to their law, had forfeited their lives. And on the 20th of October, these 3 were brought into court, where John Endicott and others were assembled. And being called to the bar, Endicott commanded the keeper to pull off their hats, and then said that they had made several laws to keep the Quakers from among them, and neither whipping, nor imprisoning, nor cutting off ears, nor banishment upon pain of death would keep them from among them. And further he said that he or they desired not the death of any of them, yet notwithstanding his following words without more ado were, Give ear and hearken to your sentence of death. Sentence of death was also passed upon Marmaduke Stevenson, Mary Dyer, and William Edred. Several others were imprisoned, whipped, and fined. We have no disposition to justify the Pilgrims for these proceedings, but we think, considering the circumstances of the age in which they lived, their conduct admits of much palliation. The fathers of New England endured incredible hardships in providing for themselves a home in the wilderness and to protect themselves in the undisturbed enjoyment of rights which they had purchased at so dear a rate. They sometimes adopted measures which, if tried by the more enlightened and liberal views of the present day, must at once be pronounced altogether unjustifiable. But shall they be condemned without mercy for not acting up to principles which were unacknowledged and unknown throughout the whole of Christendom? Shall they alone be held responsible for opinions and conduct which had become sacred by antiquity and which were common to Christians of all other denominations? Every government then in existence assumed to itself the right to legislate in matters of religion and to restrain heresy by penal statutes. This right was claimed by rulers, admitted by subjects, and is sanctioned by the names of Lord Bacon and Montesquieu and many others equally famed for their talents and learning. It is unjust then to press upon one poor persecuted sect the sins of all Christendom. The fault of our fathers was the fault of the age, and though this cannot justify, it certainly furnishes an extenuation of their conduct. As well might you condemn them for not understanding and acting up to the principles of religious toleration. At the same time, it is but just to say that imperfect as were their views of the rights of conscience, they were nevertheless far in advance of the age to which they belonged. And it is to them more than to any other class of men on earth the world is indebted for the more rational views that now prevail on the subject of civil and religious liberty. End of chapter 18. Recording by David Berceau, www.davidbercot.com.
Chapter 19 of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2, by John Foxe, edited by William Byron Forbush. Chapter 19. An Account of the Life and Persecutions of John Bunyan. This great Puritan was born the same year that the Pilgrim Fathers landed at Plymouth. His home was Elstow, near Bedford, in England. His father was a tinker, and he was brought up to the same trade. He was a lively, likable boy, with a serious and almost morbid side to his nature. All during his young manhood he was repenting for the vices of his youth, and yet he had never been either a drunkard or immoral. The particular acts that troubled his conscience were dancing, ringing the church bells, and playing cat. It was while playing the latter game one day that "a voice did suddenly dart from heaven into my soul, which said, Wilt thou leave thy sins and go to heaven, or have thy sins and go to hell?" At about this time he overheard 3 or 4 poor women in Bedford talking, as they sat at the door in the sun. "Their talk was about the new birth, the work of God in the hearts. They were far above my reach." In his youth he was a member of the Parliamentary army for a year. The death of his comrade close beside him deepened his tendency to serious thoughts, and there were times when he seemed almost insane in his zeal and penitence. He was at one time quite assured that he had sinned the unpardonable sin against the Holy Ghost. While he was still a young man he married a good woman who bought him a library of pious books which he read with assiduity, thus confirming his earnestness and increasing his love of religious controversies. His conscience was still further awakened through the persecution of the religious body of Baptists to whom he had joined himself. Before he was 30 years old he had become a leading Baptist preacher. Then came his turn for persecution. He was arrested for preaching without license. "Before I went down to the justice, I begged of God that his will be done, for I was not without hopes that my imprisonment might be an awakening to the saints in the country. Only in that matter did I commit the thing to God; and verily at my return I did meet my God sweetly in the prison." His hardships were genuine, on account of the wretched condition of the prisons of those days. To this confinement was added the personal grief of being parted from his young and second wife and 4 small children, and particularly his little blind daughter. While he was in jail he was solaced by the 2 books which had been brought with him, the Bible and Foxe's Book of Martyrs. Although he wrote some of his early books during this long imprisonment, it was not until his second and shorter one, 3 years after the first, that he composed his immortal Pilgrim's Progress, which was published 3 years later. In an earlier tract he had thought briefly of the similarity between human life and a pilgrimage, and he now worked this theme out in fascinating detail, using the rural scenery of England for his background, the splendid city of London for his Vanity Fair, and the saints and villains of his own personal acquaintance for the finely drawn characters of his allegory. The Pilgrim's Progress is truly the rehearsal of Bunyan's own spiritual experiences. He himself had been the "man clothed in rags, with his face from his own house, a book in his hand, and a great burden upon his back." After he had realized that Christ was his righteousness, and that this did not depend on "the good frame of his heart," or, as we should say, on his feelings, "now did the chains fall off my legs indeed." His had been Doubting Castle and Sloughs of Despond, with much of the Valley of Humiliation and the Shadow of Death. But, above all, it is a book of victory. Once when he was leaving the doors of the court house where he himself had been defeated, he wrote, "As I was going forth of the doors, I had much ado to bear saying to them, that I carried the peace of God along with me." In his vision was ever the celestial city, with all its bells ringing. He had fought Apollyon constantly, and often wounded, shamed and fallen, yet in the end, "more than conqueror through him that loved us." His book was at first received with much criticism from his Puritan friends, who saw in it only an addition to the worldly literature of his day, but there was not much then for Puritans to read, and it was not long before it was devoutly laid beside their Bibles and perused with gladness and with profit. It was perhaps 2 centuries later before literary critics began to realize that this story, so full of human reality and interest, and so marvelously modeled upon the English of the King James translation of the Bible, is one of the glories of English literature. In his later years he wrote several other allegories, of which one of them, the Holy War, it has been said that, "if the Pilgrim's Progress had never been written, it would be regarded as the finest allegory in the language." During the later years of his life Bunyan remained in Bedford as a venerated local pastor and preacher. He was also a favorite speaker in the nonconformist pulpits of London. He became so national a leader and teacher that he was frequently called Bishop Bunyan. In his helpful and unselfish personal life he was apostolic. His last illness was due to exposure upon a journey in which he was endeavoring to reconcile a father with his son. His end came on the 3rd of August, 1688. He was buried in Bunhill Fields, a churchyard in London. There is no doubt but that the Pilgrim's Progress has been more helpful than any other book but the Bible. It was timely, for they were still burning martyrs in Vanity Fair while he was writing. It is enduring, for while it tells little of living the Christian life in the family and community, it does interpret that life so far as it is an expression of the solitary soul, in homely language. Bunyan indeed "showed how to build a princely throne on humble truth." He has been his own Greatheart, dauntless guide to pilgrims, to many. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2, by John Foxe, edited by William Byron Forbush. Chapter 20, An Account of the Life of John Wesley. John Wesley was born on the 17th of June, 1703, in Epworth Rectory, England, the 15th of 19 children of Charles and Susanna Wesley. The father of Wesley was a preacher, and Wesley's mother was a remarkable woman in wisdom and intelligence. She was a woman of deep piety, and brought her little ones into close contact with the Bible stories, telling them from the tiles about the nursery fireplace. She also used to dress her children in their best, on the days when they were to have the privilege of learning their alphabet as an introduction to the reading of the Holy Scriptures. Young Wesley was a gay and manly youth, fond of games and particularly of dancing. At Oxford he was a leader, and during the latter part of his course there, was one of the founders of the Holy Club, an organization of serious-minded students. His religious nature deepened through study and experience, but it was not until several years after he left the university and came under the influence of Luther's writings that he felt that he had entered into the full riches of the gospel. He and his brother Charles were sent by the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel to Georgia, where both of them developed their powers as preachers. Upon their passage they fell into the company of several Moravian brethren, members of the association recently renewed by the labors of Count Zinzendorf. It was noted by John Wesley in his diary that, in a great tempest, when the English people on board lost all self-possession, these Germans impressed him by their composure and entire resignation to God. He also marked their humility under shameful treatment. It was on his return to England that he entered into those deeper experiences and developed those marvelous powers as a popular preacher which made him a national leader. He was associated at this time also with George Whitefield, the tradition of whose marvelous eloquence has never died. What he accomplished borders upon the incredible. Upon entering his 85th year he thanked God that he was still almost as vigorous as ever. He ascribed it, under God, to the fact that he had always slept soundly, had risen for 60 years at 4 o'clock in the morning, and for 50 years had preached every morning at 5. Seldom in all his life did he feel any pain, care, or anxiety. He preached twice each day, and often thrice or 4 times. It has been estimated that he traveled every year 4,500 English miles, mostly upon horseback. The successes won by Methodist preaching had to be gained through a long series of years and amid the most bitter persecutions. In nearly every part of England it was met at the first by the mob with stones and peltings, with attempts at wounding and slaying. Only at times was there any interference on the part of the civil power. The two Wesleys faced all these dangers with amazing courage and with a calmness equally astonishing. What was more irritating was the heaping up of slander and abuse by the writers of the day. These books are now all forgotten. Wesley had been in his youth a high churchman and was always deeply devoted to the established communion. When he found it necessary to ordain preachers, the separation of his followers from the established body became inevitable. The name Methodist soon attached to them, because of the particular organizing power of their leader and the ingenious methods that he applied. The Wesley Fellowship, which after his death grew into the great Methodist Church, was characterized by an almost military perfection of organization. The entire management of his ever-growing denomination rested upon Wesley himself. The annual conference, established in 1744, acquired a governing power only after the death of Wesley. Charles Wesley rendered the society a service incalculably great by his hymns. They introduced a new era in the hymnology of the English Church. John Wesley apportioned his days to his work in leading the Church, to studying, for he was an incessant reader, to traveling, and to preaching. Wesley was untiring in his efforts to disseminate useful knowledge throughout his denomination. He planned for the mental culture of his traveling preachers and local exhorters, and for schools of instruction for the future teachers of the Church. He himself prepared books for popular use upon universal history, church history, and natural history. In this Wesley was an apostle of the modern union of mental culture with Christian living. He published also the best matured of his sermons and various theological works. These, both by their depth and their penetration of thought, and by their purity and precision of style, excite our admiration. John Wesley was of but ordinary stature, and yet of noble presence. His features were very handsome, even in old age. He had an open brow, an eagle nose, a clear eye, and a fresh complexion. His manners were fine, and in choice company with Christian people he enjoyed relaxation. Persistent, laborious love for men's souls, steadfastness, and tranquillity of spirit were his most prominent traits of character. Even in doctrinal controversies he exhibited the greatest calmness. He was kind and very liberal. His industry has been named already. In the last 52 years of his life it is estimated that he preached more than 40,000 sermons. Wesley brought sinners to repentance throughout 3 kingdoms and over 2 hemispheres. He was the bishop of such a diocese as neither the Eastern nor the Western Church ever witnessed before. What is there in the circle of Christian effort, foreign missions, home missions, Christian tracts and literature, field preaching, circuit preaching, Bible readings, or aught else, which was not attempted by John Wesley, which was not grasped by his mighty mind through the aid of his divine leader? To him it was granted to arouse the English Church, when it had lost sight of Christ the Redeemer, to a renewed Christian life. By preaching the justifying and renewing of the soul through belief upon Christ, he lifted many thousands of the humbler classes of the English people from their exceeding ignorance and evil habits, and made them earnest, faithful Christians. His untiring effort made itself felt not in England alone, but in America and in continental Europe. Not only the germs of almost all the existing zeal in England on behalf of Christian truth and life are due to Methodism, but the activity stirred up in other portions of Protestant Europe we must trace indirectly at least to Wesley. He died in 1791 after a long life of tireless labor and unselfish service. His fervent spirit and hearty brotherhood still survives in the body that cherishes his name. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21, Part 1 of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Caron. Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2 by John Foxe. Edited by William Byron Forbush, Chapter 21. Persecutions of the French Protestants in the south of France during the years 1814 and 1820, Part 1. The persecution in this Protestant part of France continued with very little intermission from the revocation of the Edict of Nantes by Louis XVI until a very short period previous to the commencement of the late French Revolution in the year 1785. M. Ribaut Saint Etienne and the celebrated M. de Lafayette were among the first persons who interested themselves, with the court of Louis XVI, in removing the scourge of persecution from this injured people, the inhabitants of the south of France. Such was the opposition on the part of the Catholics and the courtiers, that it was not until the end of the year 1790 that the Protestants were freed from their alarms. Previously to this, the Catholics at Nismes in particular had taken up arms. Nismes, then presented a frightful spectacle. Armed men ran through the city, fired from the corners of the streets, and attacked all they met with swords and forks. A man named Astuc was wounded and thrown into the aqueduct. Bodon fell under the repeated strokes of bayonets and sabres, and his body was also thrown into the water. Bocher, a very young man, only 17 years of age, was shot as he was looking out of the window. 3 electors wounded, one dangerously, another elector wounded, only escaped death by repeatedly declaring he was a Catholic. A third received 4 sabre wounds, and was taken home dreadfully mangled. The citizens that fled were arrested by the Catholics upon the roads, and obliged to give proofs of their religion before their lives were granted. M. and Madame Vogue were at their country house, which the zealots broke open, where they massacred both, and destroyed their dwelling. M. Blatcher, a Protestant, 70 years of age, was cut to pieces with a sickle. Young Pyre, carrying some food to his brother, was asked, Catholic or Protestant? Protestant, being the reply. A monster fired at the lad, and he fell. One of the murderer's companions said, You might as well have killed a lamb. I have sworn, replied he, to kill 4 Protestants for my share, and this will count for 1. However, as these atrocities provoked the troops to unite in defense of the people, a terrible vengeance was retailed upon the Catholic party that had used arms, which, with other circumstances, especially the toleration exercised by Napoleon Bonaparte, keep them down completely until the year 1814, when the unexpected return of the ancient government rallied them all once more round the old banners. The arrival of King Louis XVIII at Paris. This was known at Nismes on the 13th of April, 1814. In a quarter of an hour the white cockade was seen in every direction. The white flag floated on the public buildings, on the splendid monuments of antiquity, and even on the Tower of Mange. Beyond the city walls, the Protestants, whose commerce had suffered materially during the war, were among the first to unite in the general joy, and to send in their adhesion to the Senate and the legislative body, and several of the Protestant departments sent addresses to the throne. But unfortunately M. Froment was again at Nismes at the moment, when many bigots being ready to join him. The blindness and fury of the 16th century rapidly succeeded the intelligence and philanthropy of the 19th. A line of distinction was instantly traced between men of different religions' opinions. The spirit of the old Catholic Church was again to regulate each person's share of esteem and safety. The difference of religion was now to govern anything else, and even Catholic domestics who had served Protestants with zeal and affection began to neglect their duties, or to perform them ungraciously and with reluctance. At the fetes and spectacles that were given at the public expense, the absence of the Protestants was charged on them as a proof of their disloyalty, and in the midst of the cries of Vive le Roi, the discordant sounds of Abbas le Maire, down with the Maire, were heard. M. Castleton was a Protestant. He appeared in public with the perfect M. Rouland, a Catholic, when potatoes were thrown at him, and the people declared that he ought to resign his office. The bigots of Nesmes even succeeded in procuring an address to be presented to the king, stating that there ought to be in France but one God, one king, and one faith. In this that they were imitated by the Catholics of several towns. The history of the Silver Child. About this time M. Baron, councillor of the Cour Royal of Nismes, formed the plan of dedicating to God a silver child, if the Duchess d'Angoulême would give a prince to France. This project was converted into a public religious vow, which was the subject of conversation both in public and private, whilst persons whose imaginations were inflamed by these proceedings ran about the streets crying, Vivent des Bourbons, or the Bourbons forever. In consequence of this superstitious frenzy, it is said that Elias women were advised and instigated to poison their Protestant husbands, and at length it was found convenient to accuse them of political crimes. They could no longer appear in public without insults and injuries. When the mobs met with Protestants, they seized him, and they danced around them with barbarous joy, and amidst repeated cries of Vive de Roy, they sang verses, the burden of which was, "We will wash our hands in Protestant blood, and make black puddings of the blood of Calvin's children." The citizens who came to the promenades for air and refreshment from the close and dirty streets were chased with shouts of Vive de Roy, as if those shouts were to justify every excess. If Protestants referred to the Charter, they were directly assured it would be of no use to them, and that they had only been managed to be more effectually destroyed. Persons of rank were heard to say in the public streets, "All the Huguenots must be killed. This time their children must be killed, that none of the accursed race may remain." Still, it is true, they were not murdered, but cruelly treated. Protestant children could no longer mix in the sports of Catholics, and were not even permitted to appear without their parents. At dark, their families shut themselves up in their apartments, but even then stones were thrown against their windows. When they arose in the mountain, it was not uncommon to find gibbets drawn on their doors or walls, and in the streets the Catholics held cords, already soaked, before their eyes, and pointed out instruments by which they hoped and designed to exterminate them. Small gallows or models were handled about, and a man who lived opposite to one of their pastors exhibited one of these models in his window, and made signs sufficiently intelligible when the minister passed. A figure representing a Protestant preacher was also hung up on the public crossway, and the most atrocious songs were sung under his window. Towards the conclusion of the carnival, a plan that had even been formed to make a caricature of the 4 ministers of the place and burn them in effigy. But this was prevented by the Major of Nimes, a Protestant. A dreadful song presented to the prefect in the country dialect with a false translation, was printed by his approval, and had a great run before he saw the extent of the roar into which he had been betrayed. The 63rd Regiment of the line was publicly censured and insulted, for having, according to order, protected Protestants. In fact, the Protestants seemed to be as sheep destined for the slaughter. The Catholic arms at Beauclair in May 1815, a federative association similar to that of Lyons, Grenoble, Paris, Avignon, and Montpellier, was desired by many persons at Nimes. But this federation terminated here after an ephemeral and illusory existence of 14 days. In the meanwhile, a large party of Catholic zealots were in arms at Beauclair, and who soon published their patrols so near the walls of Nimes, so as to alarm the inhabitants. These Catholics appealed to the English off Marseilles for assistance, and obtained the grant of 1,000 muskets, 10,000 cartouches, etc. General Gilly, however, was soon sent against these partisans, who prevented them from coming to extremes by granting them an armistice. And yet when Louis XVIII had returned to Paris, after the expiration of Napoleon's reign of 100 days in peace, and party spirit seemed to have been subdued, even at Nimes, bands from Beauclair joined Trestalion in the city, to glut the vengeance they had so long premeditated. General Gilly had left the department several days. The troops of the line left behind had taken the White Cockade, and waited further orders, whilst the new commissioners had only to proclaim the cessation of hostilities, and the complete establishment of the king's authority. In vain. No commissioners appeared, no dispatches arrived to calm and regulate the public mind. But towards evening the advance guard of the banditti, to the amount of several hundreds, entered the city, undesired but unopposed. As they marched without order or discipline, covered with clothes or rags of all colors, decorated with cockades, not white, but white and green, armed with muskets, sabres, forks, pistols, and reaping hooks, intoxicated with wine and stained with the blood of the Protestants, whom they had murdered on their road, they presented a most hideous and appealing spectacle in the open place in front of the barracks. This banditti was joined by the city armed mob, headed by Jacques Dupont, commonly called Trestalion. To save the effusion of blood, this garrison of about 500 men consented to capitulate, and marched out sad and defenseless. But when about 50 had passed, the rabble commenced a tremendous confiding and unprotected victims. Nearly all were killed or wounded, but very few could re-enter the yard before the garrison gates were again closed. These were again forced in an instant, and all were massacred who could not climb over roofs or leap into adjoining gardens. In a word, death met them in every place and in every shape, and this Catholic massacre revelled in cruelty, and surpassed the treachery, the crimes of the September assassins of Paris, and the Jacobinical butcheries of Lyons and Avignon. It was marked not only by the fervor of the Revolution, but by the subtlety of the League, and will long remain a blot upon the history of the Second Restoration. Massacre and pillage of Nimes. Nimes now exhibited a most awful scene of outrage and carnage. Though many of the Protestants have fled to the convents and the Garden Quay, the country houses of Messrs. Reguriat and several others had been pillaged, and the inhabitants treat them with wonted barbarity. 2 parties had gluttoned their savage appetites on the farm of Madame Frat. The first, after eating, drinking, and breaking the furniture, and stealing what they thought proper, took leave by announcing the arrival of their comrades, compared with whom, they said, they should be thought merciful. 3 men and an old woman were left on the premises. At the sight of the second company, 2 of the men fled. "Are you a Catholic?" said the Bandini to the old woman. "Yes." "Repeat, then, your Pater and Ave." Being terrified, she hesitated, and was instantly knocked down with a musket. On recovering her senses, she stole out of her house, but met Latte, the old valet de ferme, bringing in a salad, which the depredators had ordered them to cut. In vain she endeavored to persuade him to fly. "Are you a Protestant?" they exclaimed. "I am." A musket being discharged at him, he fell wounded, but not dead. To consummate their work, the monsters lighted a fire with straw and boards, threw their living victim into the flames, and suffered him to expire in the most dreadful agonies. They then ate their salad, omelette, etc. The next day some laborers, seeing the house open and deserted, entered and discovered the half-consumed body of Latte, the prefect of the Garde M. d'Arbad Jonquet, attempting to palliate the crimes of the Catholics, and the audacity to assert that Latte was a Catholic. But this was publicly contradicted by 2 of the pastors at Nimes. Another party committed a dreadful murder at Saint Césaire upon Imbert Laplume, the husband of Suzanne Chivas. He was met on returning from work in the fields. The chief promised him life, but insisted that he might be conducted to the prison at Nimes. Seeing, however, that the party was determined to kill him, he resumed his natural character, and being a powerful and courageous man, advanced and exclaimed, "You are brigands, fire!" 4 of them fired, and he fell, but he was not dead, and while living they mutilated his body, and then passing a cord round it, drew it along, attached to a cannon of which they had possession. It was not until after 8 days that his relatives were apprised of his death. 5 individuals of the family of Chivas, all husbands and fathers, were massacred in the course of a few days. The merciless treatment of the women in this persecution at Nimes was such as would have disgraced by any savages ever heard of. The widows Rive and Bernard were forced to sacrifice enormous sums, and the house of Mrs. Lecointe was ravaged, and her goods destroyed. Mrs. F. Dieter had her dwelling sacked and nearly demolished to the foundation. A party of these bigots visited the widow Perrin, who lived on a little farm at the windmills. Having committed every species of devastation, they attacked even the sanctuary of the dead, which contained the relics of her family. They dragged the coffins out, and scattered the contents over the adjacent grounds. In vain this outraged widow collected the bones of her ancestors and replaced them. They were again dug up, and, after several useless efforts, they were reluctantly left spread over the surface of the fields. The royal decree in favor of the persecuted. At the decree of Louis XVIII, which annulled all the extraordinary powers conferred either by the king, the princes, or subordinate agents, was received at Nimes, and the laws were now to be administered by the regular organs, and a new prefect arrived to carry them into effect. But in spite of the proclamations, the work of destruction, stopped for a moment, was not abandoned, but soon renewed with fresh vigor and effect. On the 30th of July, Jacques Combe, the father of a family, was killed by some of the National Guards of Rousseau, and the crime was so public that the commander of the party restored to the family the pocket-book and papers of the deceased. On the following day, tumultuous clouds roamed about the city and suburbs, threatening the wretched peasants, and on the 1st of August they butchered them without opposition. About noon on the same day, 6 armed men, headed by Triumphant, the butcher, surrounded the house of Monod, a carpenter. 2 of the party, who were smiths, had been at work in the house of the day before, and had seen a Protestant who had taken refuge there. M. Bourillon, who had been a lieutenant in the army, and had retired on a pension. He was a man of an excellent character, peaceable and harmless, and had never served the Emperor Napoleon. Triumphant, not knowing him, he was pointed out partaking of a frugal breakfast with the family. Triumphant ordered him to go along with him, adding, "Your friend Saucine is already in the other world." Triumphant placed him in the middle of his troop, and artfully ordered him to cry, "Vive Emperor!" He refused, adding, he had never served the Emperor. In vain did the women and the children of the house intercede for his wife, and praise his amiable and virtuous qualities. He was marched to the esplanade and shot, first by Triumphant, and then by the others. Several persons, attracted by the firing, approached, but were threatened with a similar fate. After some time the wretches departed, shouting "Vive le Roi!" Some women met them, and one of them, appearing affected, said, "I have killed 7 a day for my share, and if you say a word you shall be the 8th." Pierre Corbet, a stocking weaver, was torn from his loom by an armed band, and shot at his own door. The eldest daughter was knocked down with the butt end of a musket, and a poignard was held at the breast of his wife, while the mob plundered her apartments. Paul Herat, a silk weaver, was literally cut in pieces, in the presence of a large crowd, and amidst the unavailing cries and tears of his wife and 4 young children. The murderers only abandoned the corpse to return to Herat's house and secure everything valuable. The number of murders on this day could not be ascertained. One person saw 6 bodies on the Cours Neuf, and 9 were carried to the hospital. If murder some time after became less frequent for a few days, pillage and forced contributions were actively enforced. M. Salé de Humbrot, at several visits, was robbed of 7,000 francs, and on one occasion, when he pleaded the sacrifice he had made, "Look," said a bandit, pointing to his pipe, "this will set fire to your house, and this," brandishing his sword, "will finish you." No reply could be made to these arguments. M. Feline, a silk manufacturer, was robbed of 32,000 francs in gold, 3,000 francs in silver, and several bales of silk. The small shopkeepers were continually exposed to visits and demands of provisions, drapery, or whatever they sold, and the same hands that set fire to the houses of the rich, and tore up the vines of the cultivator, broke the looms of the weaver, and stole the tools of the artisan. Desolation reigned in the sanctuary and in the city. The armed bands, instead of being reduced, they were increased. The fugitive, instead of returning, received constant accessions, and their friends who sheltered them were deemed rebellious. Those Protestants who remained were deprived of all their civil and religious rights, and even the advocates and hussiers entered into a resolution to exclude all of the pretended reformed religion from their bodies. Those who were employed in selling tobacco were deprived of their licenses. The Protestant deacons who had the charge of the poor were all scattered. Of 5 pastors, only 2 remained. One of these was obliged to change his residence, and could only venture to administer the consolations of religion, or to perform the functions of his ministry under cover of the night. Not content with these modes of torment, calumnious and inflammatory publications charged the Protestants with raising the prescribed standard in the communes, and invoking the fallen Napoleon, and of course was unworthy the protection of the laws and the favor of the monarch. Hundreds after this were dragged to prison, without even so much as a written order, and though an official newspaper, bearing the title of the Journal du Gard, was set up for 5 months, while it was influenced by the prefect, the mayor, and the other functionaries, the word charter was never once used in it. One of the first numbers, on the contrary, represented the suffering Protestants as crocodiles, only weeping from rage and regret that they had no more victims to devour, as persons who had surpassed Danton and Marat the Robespierre in doing mischief, and as having prostituted their daughters to the garrison to gain it over to Napoleon. An extract from this article, stamped with the crown and the arms of the Bourbons, was hawked about the streets, and the vendor was adorned with the medal of the police. Petition of the Protestant refugees. To these reproaches it is proper to opposite the petition which the Protestant refugees in Paris presented to Louis XVIII in behalf of their brethren at Nimes. We lay at your feet, sire, our acute sufferings in your name. Our fellow citizens are slaughtered, and their property laid waste. Misled peasants, in pretended obedience to your orders, had assembled at the command of a commissioner appointed by your august nephew. Although ready to attack us, they were received with the assurances of peace. On the 15th of July, 1815, we learned your Majesty's entrance into Paris, and the white flag immediately waved on our edifices. The public tranquillity had not been disturbed when armed peasants introduced themselves. The garrison capitulated, but were assailed on their departure, and almost totally massacred. Our National Guard was disarmed. The city filled with strangers, and the houses of the principal inhabitants, professing the reformed religion, were attacked and plundered. We subjoin the list. Terror has driven from our city the most respectable inhabitants. Your Majesty has been deceived if there has not been placed before you in the picture of horrors which make a desert of your good city of Nimes. Arrests and proscriptions are continually taking place, and difference of religious opinions in the real and only cause. The calumniated Protestants are the defenders of the throne. You, nephew, has beheld our children under his banners. Our fortunes have been placed in his hands. Attacked without reason, the Protestants have not, even by a just resistance, afforded their enemies the fatal pretext for calumny. Save us, sire. Extinguish the brand of civil war. A single act of your will would restore to political existence a city, interesting for its population and its manufactures. Demand an account of their conduct from the chiefs who had brought our misfortunes upon us. We place before your eyes all the documents that have reached us. Fear paralyzes the hearts, and stifles the complaints of our fellow citizens. Placed in a more secure situation, we venture to raise our voice in their behalf, etc., etc. Monstrous outrage upon females. At Nimes it is well known that the women wash their clothes either at the fountains or on the banks of streams. There is a large basin near the fountain, where numbers of women may be seen every day, kneeling at the edge of the water, and beating the clothes with heavy pieces of wood in the shape of battledores. This spot became the scene of the most shameful and indecent practices. The Catholic rabble turned the women's petticoats over their heads, and so fastened them as to continue their exposure, and their subjection to a newly invented species of chastisement, for nails being placed in the wood of the batteurs in the form of fleur-de-lis. They beat them until the blood streamed from their bodies, and their cries rent the air. Often was death demanded was a commutation of this ignominious punishment, but refused with a magnificent joy to carry their outrage to the highest possible degree. Several who were in a state of pregnancy there assailed in this matter. The scandalous nature of the outrages prevented many of the sufferers from making them public, and especially from relating to the most aggravating circumstances. I have seen since M. Durand, a Catholic advocate, accompanying the assassins of the Foxburg Brigade, armabator with sharp nails in the form of fleur-de-lis. I have seen them raise the garments of females and apply with heavy blows to the bleeding body. This battor or battledore, to which they gave a name which my pen refuses to record, the cries of the sufferers, the streams of blood, the murmurs of indignation, which were suppressed by the fear nothing could move them. The surgeons who attended on those women who are dead can attest, by the marks of their wounds, the agonies which they must have endured, which, however horrible, is most strictly true. Nevertheless, during the progress of these horrors and obscenities, so disgraceful to France and the Catholic religion, the agents of government had powerful force under their command, and by honestly employing it, they might have restored tranquillity. Murder and robbery, however, continued, and were winked at by the Catholic magistrates. With very few exceptions, the administrative authorities, it is true, used words in their proclamations, etc., but never had recourse to actions to stop the enormities of the persecutors, who boldly declared that, on the 24th, the anniversary of St. Bartholomew, they intended to make a general massacre. The members of the Reformed Church were filled with terror, and instead of taking part in the election of deputies, were occupied as well as they could in providing for their own personal safety. End of chapter 21, part 1. Recording by Chris Curran. Chapter 21, Part 2 of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Curran. Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2 by John Foxe, edited by William Byron Forbush. Chapter 21, Persecutions of the French Protestants in the South of France during the years 1814 and 1820, Part 2. Outrages committed in the villages, etc. We now quit Nimes to take a view of the conduct of the persecutors in the surrounding country. After the re-establishment of the royal government, the local authorities were distinguished for their zeal and forwardness in supporting their employers, and under pretense of rebellion, concealment of arms, non-payment of contributions, etc., troops, national guards, and armed mobs were permitted to plunder, arrest, and murder peaceable citizens, not merely with impunity, but with encouragement and approbation. At the village of Milahad near Nimes, the inhabitants were frequently forced to pay large sums to avoid being pillaged. This, however, would not avail at Madame Toulon's. On Sunday, the 16th of July, her house and grounds were ravaged, the valuable furniture removed or destroyed, the hay and wood burnt, and the corpse of a child buried in the garden, taken up and dragged around a fire made by the populace. It was with great difficulty that M. Toulon escaped with his life. M. Picharol, another Protestant, had deposited some of his effects with a Catholic neighbor. This house was attacked, and although all the property of the latter was respected, that of his friend was seized and destroyed. At the same village, one of a party, doubting whether M. Hermit, a tailor, was the man they wanted, asked, "Is he a Protestant?" This he acknowledged. "Good," said they, and he was instantly murdered. In the canton of Vauvert, where there is a consistory church, 80,000 francs were extorted. In the communes of Beauvoisin and Generac, similar excesses were committed by a handful of licentious men under the eye of the Catholic mayor, and to the cries of "Vive de Roi!" St. Gilles was the scene of the most unblushing villainy. The Protestants, the most wealthy of the inhabitants, were disarmed, whilst the houses were pillaged. The mayor was appealed to, but he laughed and walked away. This officer had at his disposal a national guard of several men, organized by his own orders. It would be wearisome to read the lists of the crimes that occurred during many months. At Clavison the mayor prohibited the Protestants the practice of singing the psalms commonly used in the temple, that, as he said, the Catholics might not be offended or disturbed. At Samires, about 10 miles from Nimes, the Catholics made a splendid procession through the town, which continued until evening, and was succeeded by the plunder of the Protestants. On the arrival of the foreign troops at Samires, the pretended search for arms was resumed. Those who did not possess muskets were even compelled to buy them on the purpose to surrender them up, and soldiers were quartered on them at 6 francs per day, until they produced the articles in demand. The Protestant church, which had been closed, was converted into barracks for the Austrians. After divine service had been suspended for 6 months at Nimes, the church called the Temple by the Protestants was reopened, and public worship was performed on the morning of the 24th of December. On exclaiming the belfry, it was discovered that some persons had carried off the clapper of the bell. As the hour of service approached, a number of men, women, and children collected at the house of M. Ribet, the pastor, and threatened to prevent the worship. At the appointed time, when he proceeded towards the church, he was surrounded by most savage shouts were raised against him. Some of the women seized him by the collar, but nothing could disturb his firmness, or excite his impatience. He entered the house of prayer and ascended the pulpit. Stones were thrown in and fell among the worshippers. Still the congregation remained calm and attentive, and the service was concluded amidst noise, threats, and outrage. On retiring many would have been killed but for the chasseurs of the garrison, who honorably and zealously protected him. From the captain of these chasseurs, M. Ribet soon after received the following letter. January 2nd, 1816. I deeply lament the prejudices of the Catholics against the Protestants, who they pretend to not love the king. Continue to act as you have hitherto done, and time and your conduct will convince the Catholics to the contrary. Should any tumult occur similar of that of Saturday last, inform me. I preserve my reports of these acts, and if the agitators prove incorrigible, and forget that they owe to the best of kings and the charter, I will do my duty and inform the government of their proceedings. Adieu, my dear sir. Assure the consistory of my esteem, and of the sense I entertain of the moderation with which they have met the provocations of the evil disposed at Samires. I have the honor to salute you with respect. Suval de Lane. Another letter to this worthy pastor from the Marquis de Montlord was received on the 6th of January, to encourage him to write to all the good men who believe in God, to obtain the punishment of the assassins, brigands, and distributors of public tranquillity, and to read the instructions he had received from the government to his effect publicly. Notwithstanding this, on the 20th of January, 1816, when the service in commemoration of the death of Louis XVI was celebrated, a procession being formed, the National Guards fired at the white flag suspended from the windows of the Protestants, and concluded the day by plundering their houses. In the commune of Angrierius matters were still worse, and in that of Fontaines, from the entry of the king in 1815, the Catholics broke all terms with the Protestants. By day they insulted them, and in the night broke open their doors, or marked them with chalk to be plundered or burnt. St. Mamer was repeatedly visited by these robberies, and at Montmartre, as lately as the 16th of June, 1816, the Protestants were attacked, beaten, and imprisoned for daring to celebrate the return of a king who had sworn to preserve religious liberty and to maintain the charter. Further account of the proceedings of the Catholics at Nimes. The excesses perpetrated in the country, it seems, did not by any means divert the attention of the persecutors from Nimes. October 1815 commenced without any improvement in the principles or measures of the government, and this was followed by corresponding presumption on the part of the people. Several houses in the quarter of St. Charles were sacked, and their wrecks burnt in the streets amidst songs, dances, and shouts of Vive de Roy. The mayor appeared, but with merry multitude pretended not to know him, and when he ventured to remonstrate, they told him his presence was unnecessary, and that he might retire. During the 16th of October, every perpetration seemed to announce a night of carnage. Orders for assembling and signals for attack were circulated with regularity and confidence. Trestalian reviewed his satellites and urged him on to the perpetration of crimes, holding with one of these wretches the following dialogue. Satellite. If all the Protestants, without one exception, are to be killed, I will cheerfully join. But as you have so often deceived me, unless they are all to go, I will not stir. Trestalian. Come along then, for this time not a single man shall escape. This horrible purpose would have been executed, had it not been for General Lagarde, the commandant of the department. It was not until 10 o'clock at night that he had perceived the danger. He now felt that not a moment could be lost. Crowds were advancing through the suburbs, and the streets were filling with ruffians, uttering the most horrid imprecations. The general sounded at 11 o'clock, and added to the confusion that was now spreading through the city. A few troops rallied around the Count Lagarde, who was wrung with distress at the sight of the evil which had arrived at such a pitch. Of this M. Durand, a Catholic advocate, gave the following account. It's near midnight. My wife had just fallen asleep. I was riding by her side, when we were disturbed by a distant noise. Drums seemed crossing the town in every direction. What could all this mean? To quiet her alarm, I said it probably announced the arrival or departure of some troops of the garrison, but firing and shouts were immediately audible, and on opening my window I distinguished horrible imprecations mingled with cries of Vive de Roy. I roused an officer who lodged in the house, and M. Chancel, director of public works. We went out together, and gained the boulevard. The moon shone bright, and almost every object was nearly as distinct as the day. A furious crowd was pressing on vowing extermination, and the greater part half naked, armed with knives, muskets, sticks, and sabres. In answer to my inquiries, I was told the massacre was general, that many had been already killed in the suburbs. M. Chancel retired to put on his uniform as captain of the pompiers. The officers retired to the barracks, and anxious for my wife, I returned home. By the noise I was convinced that persons followed. I crept along in the shadows of the wall, opened my door, entered, and closed it, leaving a small aperture through which I could watch the movements of the party, whose arms shone in the moonlight. In the few moments, some armed men appearing conducting a prisoner to the very spot where I was concealed. They stopped. I shut my door gently, and mounted on an alder tree planted against the garden wall. What a scene! A man on his knees, imploring mercy from wretches who mocked his agony, and loaded him with abuse. In the name of my wife and children, he said, spare me. What have I done? Why would you murder me for nothing? I was on the point of crying out and menacing the murderers with vengeance. I had long to deliberate. The discharge of several fusils terminated by my suspense. The unhappy supplicant struck in the loins, and the head fell to rise no more. The backs of the assassins were towards the tree. They retired immediately, reloaded their pieces. I descended and approached the dying man, uttering some deep and dismal groans. Some National Guards arrived at the moment, and I again retired and shut the door. I see, said one, a dead man. He sings still, said another. It will be better, said a third, to finish him and put him out of his misery. 5 or 6 muskets were fired instantly, and the girl seized. On the following day, crowds came to inspect and insult the deceased. A day after massacre was already observed as a short of feet, and every occupation was left to go and gaze upon the victims. This was Louis Lecher, the father of 4 children, and 4 years after the event, M. Durand verified the account by his oath upon the trial of one of his murders. Attack upon the Protestant churches. Some time before the death of General Lagarde, the Duke of d'Angoulême had visited Nimes and other cities in the south, and at the former place honored the members of the Protestant consistory with an interview, promising them protection, and encouraging them to reopen their temple so long shut up. They have 2 churches at Nimes, and it was agreed that the small one should be preferred on this occasion, and that the ringing of the bell should be omitted. General Lagarde declared that he would answer with his head for the safety of his congregation. The Protestants privately informed each other that worship was once more to be celebrated at 10 o'clock, and they began to assemble silently and cautiously. It was agreed that M. Julerecher should perform the service, though such was his conviction of danger that he entreated his wife and some of his flock to remain with their families, the temple being open only as a matter of form, and in compliance with the orders of the Duc d'Angoulême. This pastor wished to be the only victim. On his way to the place he passed numerous groups who regarded him with ferocious looks. "This is the time," said some, "to give them the last blow." "Yes," added others, "and neither women nor children must be spared." One wretch, raising his voice above the rest, exclaimed, "Ah, I will go and get my musket, and 10 for my share." Though these ominous sounds of M. Julerat pursued his course, but when he gained the temple the sexton had not the courage to open the door, and he was obliged to do it himself. As the worshippers arrived, they found strange persons in the possession of the adjacent streets, and upon the steps of the church, vowing their worship should not be performed, and crying, "Down with the Protestants! Kill them! Kill them!" At 10 o'clock, the church being nearly filled, M. J. Cassier commenced the prayers. A calm that succeeded was of short duration. On a sudden the minister was interrupted by a violent noise, and a number of persons entered, uttering the most dreadful cries, mingled with vive de roi. But the garde armed succeeded in excluding these fanatics, and closing the door. The noise and tumult now redoubled, and the blows of the populace trying to break open the doors caused the house to resound with shrieks and groans. The voice of the pastors, who endeavored their counsel to their flock, was inaudible. They attempted in vain to sing the 42nd Psalm. 3/4 of an hour rolled heavily away. "I placed myself," said Madame Julerat, "at the bottom of the pulpit, with my daughter in my arms. My husband at length joined me and sustained me. I remembered that it was the anniversary of my marriage. After 6 years of happiness, I said, I am about to die with my husband and my daughter. We shall be slain at the altar of our God, the victims of a sacred duty, and heaven will open to receive us and our unhappy brethren. And I blessed the Redeemer, and without cursing our murderers, I awaited their approach." M. Oliver, son of a pastor, an officer in the royal troops of the line, attempted to leave the church, but the friendly sentinels at the door advised him to remain besieged with the rest. The National Guards refused to act, and the fanatical crowd took every advantage of the absence of General Lagarde, and of their increasing numbers. At length the sound of martial music was heard, and voices from without called to be besieged. "Open, open, and save yourselves." Their first impression was a fear of treachery, but they were soon assured that a detachment returning from Mass was drawn up in front of the church to favor the retreat of the Protestants. The door was opened, and many of them escaped among the ranks of the soldiers who had driven the mob before them. But this street, as well as the others, through which the fugitive had to pass, was soon filled again. The venerable pastor, Oliver Desmond, between 70 and 80 years of age, was surrounded by murderers. They put their fists in his face and cried, "Kill the chief of brigands." He was preserved by the firmness of some officers, among whom was his own son. They made a bulwark round him with their bodies, and amidst their naked sabres conducted him to his house. M. Julerat, who had assisted at divine service, with his wife at his side and his child in his arms, was pursued and assailed with stones. The mother received a blow on his head, and her life was some time in danger. One woman was shamefully whipped, and several wounded, and dragged along the streets. The number of Protestants more or less ill-treated on this occasion amounted to between 70 and 80. Murder of General Lagarde. At length a check was put to these excesses by the report of the murder of Count Lagarde, who, receiving an account of the tumult, mounted his horse, and entered one of the streets to disperse a crowd. A villain seized his bridle, another presented the muzzle of a pistol close to his body, and exclaimed, "Wretch, you make me retire." He immediately fired. The murderer was Louis Bosson, a sergeant in the National Guard. But though known to everyone, no person endeavored to arrest him, and he effected his escape. As soon as the general found himself wounded, he gave orders to the gendarmerie to protect the Protestants, and set off on a gallop to his hotel. but fainted immediately on his arrival. On recovering, he prevented the surgeon from searching his wound until written a letter to the government, that in case of his death it might be known from what quarter the blow came, and that none might dare to accuse the Protestants of the crime. The probable death of this general produced a small degree of relaxation on the part of their enemies, and some calm, but the mass of the people had been indulged in licentiousness too long to be restrained, even by the murder of the representative of their king. In the evening they again repaired to the temple, and with hatchets broke open the door. The dismal noise of their blows carried terror into the bosom of Protestant families. Sitting in their houses in tears, the contents of the poor box and the clothes prepared for distribution were stolen. The ministers' robes rent in pieces, the books torn up or carried away, the closets were ransacked, but the rooms which contained the archives of the church and the synods were providentially secured, and had it not been for the numerous patrols on foot, the whole would have become the prey of the flames, and the edifice itself a heap of ruins. In the meanwhile the fanatics openly ascribed the murder of the general to his own self-devotion, and said, "That is the will of God." 3,000 francs were offered for the apprehension of Beausien, but it was well known that the Protestants dared not arrest him, and that the fanatics would not. During these transactions, the system of forced conversions to Catholicism was making regular and fearful progress. Interference of the British government. To the credit of England, the report of these cruel persecutions carried on against their Protestant brethren in France produced such a sensation on the part of the government as determined them to interfere. And now the persecutors of Protestants made this spontaneous act of humanity and religion the pretext for changing the sufferers, with a treasonable correspondence with England. But in the state of their proceedings, to their great dismay, a letter appeared, sent some time before England by the Duke of Wellington, stating that much information existed on the events of the South. The ministers of the three denominations in London, anxious not to be misled, requested one of their brethren to visit the scenes of persecution, and examine with impartiality the nature and extent of the evils they were desirous to relieve. Reverend Clement Perriot undertook this difficult task, and fulfilled their wishes with a zeal, prudence, and devotedness above all praise. His return furnished abundant and incontestable proof of shameful persecution, materials for an appeal to the British Parliament, and a printed report which was circulated through the continent, and which first conveyed correct information to the inhabitants of France. Foreign interference was now found eminently useful, and the declarations of tolerance which it elicited from the French government, as well as the more cautious march of the Catholic persecutors, opened as decisive and involuntary acknowledgment of the importance of that interference, which some persons at first censured and despised, put through the stern voice of public opinion in England and elsewhere produced a resultant suspension of massacre, and pillaged the murders and plunders were still left unpunished, and even caressed and rewarded for their crimes, and while Protestants in France suffered the most cruel and degrading pains and penalties for alleged trifling crimes, Catholics covered with blood and guilty of numerous and horrid murders were acquitted. Perhaps the virtuous indignation expressed by some of the more enlightened Catholics against these abominable proceedings, and had no small share in restraining them. Many innocent Protestants had been condemned to the galleys, and otherwise punished for supposed crimes upon the oaths of wretches, the most unprincipled and abandoned M. Martyr de Mongeau, judge of the Cour Royal of Nimes, and president of the Cour d'Assises of the Guard, and Vaucluse, upon one occasion felt himself compelled to the break-up of the court, rather than take the disposition of that notorious and sanguinary monster. "Triumphant in a hall," says he, "of the Palace of Justice, opposite that in which I sat, several unfortunate persons persecuted by the fiction were upon trial. Every disposition tending to their crimination was applauded with the cries of Vive le Roi. 3 times the exposition of his atrocious joy became so terrible that it was necessary to send for reinforcements from the barracks, and 200 soldiers were often unable to restrain the people. On a sudden, the shouts and cries of Vive le Roi redoubled. A man arrived. Carist applauded. It was horrible triumph. He approached the tribunal. He came to dispose against the prisoners. He was admitted as a witness. He raised his hand to take the oath. Seized with horror at consent to see that wretch admitted to give evidence in a court of justice, in the city which he had filled with murders, in the place on the steps of which he had murdered the unfortunate Borelian. I cannot admit that he should kill his victims by his testimonies, no more by his poignards, he an accuser, he a witness. No, never will I consent to see this mother rise, in the presence of magistrates, to take a sacrilegious oath, his hand still reeking with blood. These words were repeated out of doors. The witness trembled. The factious also trembled. The factious who guided the tongue of Triumphant as they had directed his arms, who dictated calumny after they had taught him murder. These words penetrated the dungeons of the condemned, and inspired hope. They gave another courageous advocate the resolution to espouse the cause of the persecutors. He carried the prayers of innocence and misery to the foot of the throne. There he asked if the evidence of the Triumphant was not sufficient to annul a sentence. The king granted a full and free pardon. Ultimate resolution of the Protestants at Nimes. With respect to the conduct of the Protestants, these highly outraged citizens, pushed to the extremities by their persecutors, felt at length that they had only to choose the manner in which they were to perish. They unanimously determined that they should die fighting in their own defense. The firm attitude apprised their butchers that they could no longer murder with impunity. Everything was immediately changed. Those who for 4 years had filled others with terror now felt in their turn. They trembled at the force which men, so long resigned, found in despair, and their alarm was heightened when they heard that the inhabitants of the Cévennes, persuaded of the danger of their brethren, were marching to their assistance. But without waiting for these reinforcements, the Protestants appeared at night in the same order, and armed in the same manner as their enemies. The others paraded the boulevards with their usual noise and fury, but the Protestants remained silent and firm in the posts they had chosen. 3 days these dangerous and ominous meetings continued, but the effusion of blood was prevented by the efforts of some worthy citizens distinguished by their rank and fortune. By sharing the dangers of the Protestant population, they obtained the pardon of an enemy who now trembled while he menaced. End of chapter 21. Recording by Chris Caron.
Chapter 22, Part 1 of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Justice. Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2, by John Foxe, edited by William Byron Forbush. Chapter 22, The Beginnings of American Foreign Missions, Part 1. Samuel J. Mills, when a student in Williams College, gathered about him a group of fellow students, all feeling the burden of the great heathen world. One day in 1806, 4 of them, overtaken by a thunderstorm, took refuge in the shelter of a haystack. They passed the time in prayer for the salvation of the world and resolved, if opportunity offered, to go themselves as missionaries. This haystack prayer meeting has become historic. These young men went later to Andover Theological Seminary, where Adoniram Judson joined them. 4 of these sent a petition to the Massachusetts Congregational Association at Bradford, June 29, 1810, offering themselves as missionaries and asking whether they might expect support from a society in this country, or whether they must apply to a British society. In response to this appeal, the American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions was formed. When a charter for the board was applied for, an unbelieving soul objected upon the floor of the legislature, alleging in opposition to the petition that the country contained so limited a supply of Christianity that none could be spared for export, but was aptly reminded by another, who was blessed with a more optimistic make, that this was a commodity, such that the more of it was sent abroad, the more remained at home. There was much perplexity concerning plans and finances, so Judson was dispatched to England to confer with the London Society as to the feasibility of the two organizations cooperating in sending and sustaining the candidates. But this scheme came to nothing. At last sufficient money was raised, and in February 1812 the first missionaries of the American Board sailed for the Orient. Mr. Judson was accompanied by his wife, having married Anne Hasseltine shortly before sailing. On the long voyage out, in some way, Mr. and Mrs. Judson and Mr. Rice were led to revise their convictions with reference to the proper mode of baptism, reached the conclusion that only immersion was valid, and were rebaptized by Carey soon after their arrival in Calcutta. This step necessarily sundered their connection with the body which had sent them forth, and left them wholly destitute of support. Mr. Rice returned to America to report this condition of affairs to the Baptist brethren. They looked upon the situation as the result of an act of Providence, and eagerly planned to accept the responsibility thrust upon them. Accordingly, the Baptist Missionary Union was formed. So Mr. Judson was the occasion of the organization of two great missionary societies. The persecution of Dr. Judson. After laboring for some time in Hindustan, Dr. and Mrs. Judson finally established themselves at Rangoon in the Burman Empire in 1813. In 1824, war broke out between the British East India Company and the Emperor of Burma. Dr. and Mrs. Judson and Dr. Price, who were at Ava, the capital of the Burman Empire, when the war commenced, were immediately arrested and confined for several months. The account of the sufferings of these missionaries was written by Mrs. Judson and is given in her own words. Rangoon, May 26, 1826. My beloved brother, I commence this letter with the intention of giving you the particulars of our captivity and sufferings at Ava. How long my patience will allow my reviewing scenes of disgust and horror, the conclusion of this letter will determine. I had kept a journal of everything that had transpired from our arrival at Ava, but destroyed it at the commencement of our difficulties. The first certain intelligence we received of the declaration of war by the Burmese was on our arrival at Senpu Kwan, about 100 miles this side of Ava, where part of the troops, under the command of the celebrated Bandula, had encamped. As we proceeded on our journey, we met Bandula himself, with the remainder of his troops, gaily equipped, seated on his golden barge, and surrounded by a fleet of gold war boats, one of which was instantly dispatched to the other side of the river to hail us and make all necessary inquiries. We were allowed to proceed quietly on, when we had informed the messenger we were Americans, not English, and were going to Ava in obedience to the command of His Majesty. On our arrival at the capital, we found that Dr. Price was out of favor at court, and that suspicion rested on most of the foreigners then at Ava. Your brother visited at the palace 2 or 3 times, but found the king's manner toward him very different from what it had formerly been, and the queen, who had hitherto expressed wishes for my speedy arrival, now made no inquiries after me, nor intimated a wish to see me. Consequently, I made no effort to visit at the palace, though almost daily invited to visit some of the branches of the royal family who were living in their own houses, out of the palace enclosure. Under these circumstances, we thought our most prudent course lay in prosecuting our original intention of building a house, and commencing missionary operations as occasion offered, thus endeavoring to convince the government that we had really nothing to do with the present war. In 2 or 3 weeks after our arrival, the king, queen, all the members of the royal family, and most of the officers of government returned to Amarapura in order to come and take possession of the new palace in the customary style. I dare not attempt a description of that splendid day, when Majesty, with all its attendant glory, entered the gates of the Golden City, and amid the acclamations of many, I may say, took possession of the palace. The Sopwars of the provinces bordering on China, all the viceroys and high officers of the kingdom, were assembled on the occasion, dressed in their robes of state, and ornamented with the insignia of their office. The white elephant, richly adorned with gold and jewels, was one of the most beautiful objects in the procession. The king and queen alone were unadorned, dressed in the simple garb of the country. They, hand in hand, entered the garden in which we had taken our seats, and where a banquet was prepared for their refreshment. All the riches and glory of the empire were on this day exhibited to view. The number and immense size of the elephants, the numerous horses, the great variety of vehicles of all descriptions, far surpassed anything I have ever seen or imagined. Soon after his Majesty had taken possession of the new palace, an order was issued that no foreigner should be allowed to enter, excepting Lansago. We were a little alarmed at this, but concluded it was from political motives, and would not, perhaps, essentially affect us. For several weeks nothing took place to alarm us, and we went on with our school. Mr. J. preached every Sabbath. All the materials for building a brick house were procured, and the masons had made considerable progress in raising the building. On the 23rd of May, 1824, just as we had concluded worship at the doctor's house, the other side of the river, a messenger came to inform us that Rangoon was taken by the English. The intelligence produced a shock, in which was a mixture of fear and joy. Mr. Gouger, a young merchant residing at Ava, was then with us, and had much more reason to fear than the rest of us. We all, however, immediately returned to our house, and began to consider what was to be done. Mr. G. went to Prince Tharyarwadi, the king's most influential brother, who informed him he need not give himself any uneasiness, as he had mentioned the subject to his Majesty, who had replied that the few foreigners residing in Ava have nothing to do with the war and should not be molested. The government were now all in motion. An army of 10,000 or 12,000 men under the command of Ki Woon Gi were sent off in 3 or 4 days, and were to be joined by the Sakir Woon Gi, who had previously been appointed Viceroy of Rangoon, and who was on his way thither when the news of its attack reached him. No doubt was entertained of the defeat of the English. The only fear of the king was that the foreigners, hearing of the advance of the Burmese troops, would be so alarmed as to flee on board their ships and depart before there would be time to secure them as slaves. "Bring for me," said a wild young buck of the palace, 6 Kalapiu, white strangers, to row my boat, and to me, said the lady of Woon Gi, send 4 white strangers to manage the affairs of my house, as I understand they are trusty servants. The war-boats, in high glee, passed our house, the soldiers singing and dancing, and exhibiting gestures of the most joyful kind. "Poor fellows," said we, "you will probably never dance again." And so it proved, for few, if ever again saw their native home. At length Mr. Judson and Dr. Price were summoned to a court of examination, where strict inquiry was made relative to all they knew. The great point seemed to be whether they had been in the habit of making communications to foreigners, of the state of the country, etc. They answered that they had always written to their friends in America, but had no correspondence with the English officers or the Bengal government. After their examination, they were not put in confinement as the Englishmen had been, but were allowed to return to their houses. In examining the accounts of Mr. G., it was found that Mr. J. and Dr. Price had taken money of him to a considerable amount. Ignorant as were the Burmese of our mode of receiving money by orders on Bengal, this circumstance, to their suspicious minds, was a sufficient evidence that the missionaries were in the pay of the English, and very probably spies. It was thus represented to the king, who in an angry tone ordered the immediate arrest of the 2 teachers. On the 8th of June, just as we were preparing for dinner, in rushed an officer holding a black book, with a dozen Burmans, accompanied by one whom, from his spotted face, we knew to be an executioner and a son of the prison. "Where is the teacher?" was the first inquiry. Mr. Judson presented himself. "You are called by the king," said the officer, a form of speech always used when about to arrest a criminal. The spotted man instantly seized Mr. Judson, threw him on the floor, and produced the small cord, the instrument of torture. I caught hold of his arm. "Stay," said I, "and I will give you money." "Take her too," said the officer. "She is also a foreigner." Mr. Judson, with an imploring look, begged they would let me remain until further orders. The scene was now shocking beyond description. The whole neighborhood had collected. The masons at work on the brick house threw down their tools and ran. The little Burman children were screaming and crying. The Bengali servants stood in amazement at the indignities offered their master, and the hardened executioner, with a hellish joy, drew tight the cords, bound Mr. Judson fast, and dragged him off I knew not whither. In vain I begged and entreated the spotted-faced man to take the silver, to loosen the ropes, but he spurned my offers, and immediately departed. I gave the money, however, to Moung Ing to follow after, to make some further attempt to mitigate the torture of Mr. Judson. But instead of succeeding, when a few rods from the house, the unfeeling wretches again threw their prisoner on the ground, and drew the cords still tighter, so as almost to prevent respiration. The officer and his gang proceeded on to the courthouse, where the governor of the city and the officers were collected, one of whom read the order of the king to commit Mr. Judson to the death prison, into which he was soon hurled. The door closed, and Moung Ing saw no more. What a night was now before me! I retired into my room, and endeavored to obtain consolation from committing my case to God, and imploring fortitude and strength to suffer whatever awaited me. But the consolation of retirement was not long allowed me, for the magistrate of the place had come into the veranda, and continually called me to come out, and to submit to his examination. But previously to going out, I destroyed all my letters, journals, and writings of every kind, lest they should disclose the fact that we had correspondence in England, and had minuted down every occurrence since our arrival in the country. When this work of destruction was finished, I went out and submitted to the examination of the magistrate, who inquired very minutely of everything I knew, then ordered the gates of the compound to be shut, no person allowed to go in or out, placed a guard of 10 ruffians, to whom he gave a strict charge to keep me safe, and departed. It was now dark. I retired to an inner room with my 4 little Burman girls, and barred the doors. The guard instantly ordered me to unbar the doors and come out, or they would break the house down. I obstinately refused to obey, and endeavored to intimidate them by threatening to complain of their conduct to the higher authorities on the morrow. Finding me resolved in disregarding their orders, they took the 2 Bengali servants and confined them in the stocks in a very painful position. I could not endure this, but called the head man to the window, and promised to make them all a present in the morning, if they would release the servants. After much debate, and many severe threatenings, they consented, but seemed resolved to annoy me as much as possible. My unprotected, desolate state, my entire uncertainty of the fate of Mr. Judson, and the dreadful carousings and almost diabolical language of the guard, all conspired to make it by far the most distressing night I had ever passed. You may well imagine, my dear brother, that sleep was a stranger to my eyes, and peace and composure to my mind. The next morning I sent Moung Ing to ascertain the situation of your brother, and give him food if still living. He soon returned with the intelligence that Mr. Judson and all the white foreigners were confined in the death prison, with 3 pair of iron fetters each, and fastened to a long pole to prevent their moving. The point of my anguish now was that I was a prisoner myself, and I could make no efforts for the release of the missionaries. I begged and entreated the magistrate to allow me to go to some member of government to state my case, but he said he did not dare to consent for fear I should make my escape. I next wrote a note to one of the king's sisters with whom I had been intimate, requesting her to use her influence for the release of the teachers. The note was returned with this message. She did not understand it, which was a polite refusal to interfere, though I afterwards ascertained that she had an anxious desire to assist us, but dared not to, on account of the Queen. The day dragged heavily away, and another dreadful night was before me. I endeavored to soften the feelings of the guards by giving them tea and cigars for the night, so they allowed me to remain inside my room, without threatening as they did the night before. But the idea of your brother being stretched on the bare floor in irons and confinement haunted my mind like a spectre, and prevented my obtaining any quiet sleep, though nature was almost exhausted. On the 3rd day I sent a message to the governor of the city, who has the entire direction of prison affairs, to allow me to visit him with a present. This had the desired effect, and he immediately sent orders to the guards to permit my going into town. The governor received me pleasantly, and asked what I wanted. I stated to him the situation of the foreigners, and particularly that of the teachers, who were Americans and had nothing to do with the war. He told me it was not in his power to release them from prison or irons, but that he could make their situation more comfortable. There was his head officer, with whom I must consult, relative to the means. The officer, who proved to be one of the city riders, and whose countenance at first presented the most perfect assemblage of all the evil passions attached to human nature, took me aside, and endeavored to convince me that myself, as well as the prisoners, was entirely at his disposal, that our future comfort must depend on my liberality in regard to presents, and that these must be made in a private way, and unknown to any officer in the government. What must I do, said I, to obtain a mitigation of the present sufferings of the two teachers? Pay to me, he said, 200 tickles, about $100, 2 pieces of fine cloth, and 2 pieces of handkerchiefs. I had taken money with me in the morning, our house being 2 miles from the prison. I could not easily return. This I offered to the writer, and begged he would not insist on the other articles, as they were not in my possession. He hesitated for some time, but fearing to lose the sight of so much money, he concluded to take it, promising to relieve the teachers from their most painful situation. I then procured an order from the governor for my admittance into prison, but the sensations produced by meeting your brother in that wretched, horrid situation, the affecting scene which ensued, I will not attempt to describe. Mr. Judson crawled to the door of the prison, for I was not allowed to enter, gave me some directions relative to his release, but before we could make any arrangement I was ordered to depart by those iron-hearted jailers, who could not endure to see us enjoy the poor consolation of meeting in that miserable place. In vain I pleaded the order of the governors for my admittance. They again harshly repeated, "Depart, or we will pull you out." The same evening the missionaries, together with the other foreigners who had paid an equal sum, were taken out of the common prison, and confined in an open shed in the prison enclosure. Here I was allowed to send them food and mats to sleep on, but was not permitted to enter again for several days. My next object was to get a petition presented to the Queen, but no person being admitted into the palace who was in disgrace with his Majesty, I sought to present it through the medium of her brother's wife. I had visited her in better days, and received particular marks of her favor. But now times were altered. Mr. Judson was in prison, and I in distress, which was sufficient reason for giving me a cold reception. I took a present of considerable value. She was lolling on her carpet as I entered, with her attendants around her. I waited not for the usual question to a suppliant, "What do you want?" but in a bold, earnest, yet respectful manner stated our distress and our wrongs, and begged her assistance. She partly raised her head, opened the present I had bought, and coolly replied, "Your case is not singular. All the foreigners are treated alike." "But it is singular," said I. "The teachers are Americans. They are ministers of religion, have nothing to do with war or politics, and came to Ava in obedience to the king's command. They have never done anything to deserve such treatment, and is it right that they should be treated thus?" "The king does as he pleases," said she. "I am not the king. What can I do?" "You can state their case to the Queen and obtain their release," replied I. "Place yourself in my situation. Were you in America, your husband innocent of crime, thrown into prison, in irons, and you a solitary, unprotected female, what would you do?" With a slight degree of feeling, she said, "I will present your petition. Come again tomorrow." I returned to the house with considerable hope that the speedy release of the missionaries was at hand, but the next day Mr. Gouger's property, to the amount of $50,000, was taken and carried to the palace. The officers, on their return, politely informed me they should visit our house on the morrow. I felt obliged for this information, and accordingly made preparations to receive them by secreting as many little articles as possible, together with considerable silver, as I knew, if the war should be protracted, we should be in a state of starvation without it. But my mind in a dreadful state of agitation, lest it should be discovered, and cause my being thrown into prison. And had it been possible to procure money from any other quarter, I should not have ventured on such a step. End of Chapter 22, Part 1. Recording by Jason Justice. Chapter 22, Part 2 of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Justice. Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2, by John Foxe, edited by William Byron Forbush. Chapter 22, The Beginnings of American Foreign Missions, Part 2. The following morning, the royal treasurer, Prince Tharyarwadi, Chief Woon, and Kung Ton Musa, who was in future our steady friend, attended by 40 or 50 followers, came to take possession of all we had. I treated them civilly, gave them chairs to sit on, tea and sweetmeats for their refreshment, and justice obliges me to say that they conducted the business of confiscation with more regard to my feelings than I should have thought possible for Burmese officers to exhibit. The 3 officers, with one of the royal secretaries, alone entered the house. Their attendants were ordered to remain outside. They saw I was deeply affected, and apologized for what they were about to do, by saying that it was painful for them to take possession of property not their own, but they were compelled thus to do by order of the king. "Where is your silver, gold, and jewels?" said the royal treasurer. "I have no gold or jewels, but here is a key to the trunk which contains the silver. Do with it as you please." The trunk was produced, and the silver weighed. "This money," said I, "was collected in America by the disciples of Christ, and sent here for the purpose of building a kyung, the name of a priest dwelling, and for our support while teaching the religion of Christ. Is it suitable that you should take it?" The Burmans are averse to taking what is offered in a religious point of view, which was the cause of my making the inquiry. "We will state this circumstance to the king," said one of them, "and perhaps he will restore it. But this is all the silver you have?" I could not tell a falsehood. "The house is in your possession," I replied. "Search for yourselves." "Have you not deposited silver with some person of your acquaintance?" "My acquaintances are all in prison. With whom should I deposit silver?" They next ordered my trunk and drawers to be examined. The secretary only was allowed to accompany me in this search. Everything nice or curious, which met his view, was presented to the officers, for their decision whether it should be taken or retained. I begged they would not take our wearing apparel, as it would be disgraceful to take clothes partly worn into the possession of His Majesty, and to us they were of unspeakable value. They assented, and took a list only, and did the same with books, medicines, etc. My little work table and rocking chair, presents from my beloved brother, I rescued from their grasp, partly by artifice, and partly through their ignorance. They left also many articles, which were of inestimable value during our long imprisonment. As soon as they had finished their search and departed, I hastened to the Queen's brother, to hear what had been the fate of my petition, when, alas, all my hopes were dashed by his wife's coolly saying, "I stated your case to the Queen, but Her Majesty replied, 'The teachers will not die, let them remain as they are.'" My expectations had been so excited that this sentence was like a thunderbolt to my feelings, for the truth at one glance assured me that if the Queen refused assistance, who would dare to intercede for me? With a heavy heart I departed, and on my way home attempted to enter the prison gate, to communicate the sad tidings to your brother, but was harshly refused admittance, and for the 10 days following, notwithstanding my daily efforts, I was not allowed to enter. We attempted to communicate by writing, and after being successful for a few days, it was discovered. The poor fellow who carried the communications was beaten and put in the stocks, and the circumstance cost me about $10, besides 2 or 3 days of agony, for fear of the consequences. The officers who had taken possession of our property presented it to His Majesty, saying, "Judson is a true teacher. We found nothing in his house but what belongs to priests. In addition to his money, there is an immense number of books, medicines, trunks of wearing apparel, of which we have only taken a list. Shall we take them, or let them remain?" "Let them remain," said the king, "and put his property by itself, where it shall be restored to him again if he is found innocent." This was an allusion to the idea of his being a spy. For 2 or 3 months following, I was subject to continual harassments, partly through my ignorance of police management, and partly through the insatiable desire of every petty officer to enrich himself through our misfortunes. You, my dear brother, who know my strong attachment to my friends, and how much pleasure I have hitherto experienced from retrospect, can judge from the above circumstances how intense were my sufferings. But the point, the acme of my distresses, consisted in the awful uncertainty of our final fate. My prevailing opinion was that my husband would suffer violent death, and that I should, of course, become a slave, and languish out a miserable though short existence in the tyrannic hands of some unfeeling monster. But the consolations of religion in these trying circumstances were neither few nor small. It taught me to look beyond this world, to that rest, that peaceful, happy rest where Jesus reigns, and oppression never enters. Some months after your brother's imprisonment, I was permitted to make a little bamboo room in the prison enclosures, where he could be much by himself, and where I was sometimes allowed to spend 2 or 3 hours. It so happened that the 2 months he occupied this place was the coldest part of the year, when he would have suffered much in the open shed he had previously occupied. After the birth of your little niece, I was unable to visit the prison and the governor as before, and found I had lost considerable influence previously gained, for she was not so forward to hear my petitions when any difficulty occurred, as she formerly had been. When Maria was nearly 2 months old, her father one morning sent me word that he and all the white prisoners were put into the inner prison in 5 pairs of fetters each, that his little room had been torn down, and his mat, pillow, etc. had been taken by the jailers. This was to me a dreadful shock, as I thought at once it was only a prelude to greater evils. The situation of the prisoners was now distressing beyond description. It was at the commencement of the hot season. There were above 100 prisoners shut up in one room, without a breath of air excepting from the cracks in the boards. I sometimes obtained permission to go to the door for 5 minutes, when my heart sickened at the wretchedness exhibited. The white prisoners, from incessant perspiration and loss of appetite, looked more like the dead than the living. I made daily applications to the governor, offering him money, which he refused, but all that I gained was permission for the foreigners to eat their food outside, and this continued but a short time. After continuing in the inner prison for more than a month, your brother was taken with a fever. I felt assured he would not live long unless removed from that noisome place. To effect this, and in order to be near the prison, I removed from our house, and put up a small bamboo room in the governor's enclosure, which was nearly opposite the prison gate. Here I incessantly begged the governor to give me an order to take Mr. J. out of the large prison, and place him in a more comfortable situation, and the old man, being worn out with my entreaties at length, gave me the order in an official form, and also gave orders to the head jailer to allow me to go in and out all times of the day, to administer medicines. I now felt happy indeed, and Mr. J. instantly removed into a little bamboo hovel so low that neither of us could stand upright, but a palace in comparison with the place he had left. Removal of the prisoners to Ung Pen La. Mrs. Judson follows them. Notwithstanding the order the governor had given for my admittance into prison, it was with the greatest difficulty that I could persuade the under jailer to open the gate. I used to carry Mr. J.'s food myself for the sake of getting in, and would then remain an hour or 2, unless driven out. We had been in this comfortable situation but 2 or 3 days, when one morning, having carried in Mr. Judson's breakfast, which in consequence of fever he was unable to take, I remained longer than usual. When the governor, in great haste, sent for me, I promised him to return as soon as I had ascertained the governor's will, he being much alarmed at this unusual message. I was very agreeably disappointed when the governor informed that he only wished to consult me about his watch, and seemed unusually pleasant and conversable. I found afterwards that his only object was to detain me until the dreadful scene about to take place in the prison was over. For when I left him to go to my room, one of the servants came running, and with a ghastly countenance informed me that all the white prisoners were carried away. I would not believe the report, but instantly went back to the governor, who said he had just heard of it, but did not wish to tell me. I hastily ran into the street, hoping to get a glimpse of them before they were out of sight, but in this was disappointed. I ran first into one street, and then to another, inquiring of all I met, but none would answer me. At length an old woman told me the white prisoners had gone towards the little river, for they were to be carried to Amarapura. I then ran to the banks of the little river, about half a mile, but I saw them not, and concluded that the old woman had deceived me. Some of the friends of the foreigners went to the place of execution, but found them not. I then returned to the governor to try to discover the cause of their removal, and the probability of their future fate. The old man assured me that he was ignorant of the intention of government to remove the foreigners until that morning, that since I went out he had learned that the prisoners had been sent to Amarapura, but for what purpose he knew not. "I will send off a man immediately," said he, "to see what is to be done with them. You can do nothing more for your husband," continued he. "Take care of yourself." Never before had I suffered so much from fear in traversing the streets of Ava. The last words from the governor, "Take care of yourself," made me suspect that there was some design with which I was unacquainted. I saw, also, he was afraid to have me go into the streets, and advised me to wait until dark, when he would send me in a cart and a man to open the gates. I took 2 or 3 trunks of the most valuable articles, together with the medicine chest, to deposit in the house of the governor, and after committing the house and the premises to our faithful Mung Ing and a Bengali servant, who continued with us, though we were unable to pay his wages, I took leave, as I then thought probable, of our house in Ava forever. The day was dreadfully hot, but we obtained a covered boat, in which we were tolerably comfortable, until within 2 miles of the government house. I then procured a cart, but the violent motion, together with the dreadful heat and dust, made me almost distracted. But what was my disappointment on my arriving at the courthouse, to find that the prisoners had been sent on 2 hours before, and that I must go in that uncomfortable mode 4 miles further, with little Maria in my arms, whom I held all the way from Ava. The cartman refused to go any further, and after waiting an hour in the burning sun, I procured another, and set off for that never-to-be-forgotten place, Ung Pen La. I obtained a guide from the governor, and was conducted directly to the prison yard. But what a scene of wretchedness was presented to my view! The prison was an old, shattered building, without a roof. The fence was entirely destroyed. 8 or 10 Burmese were on top of the building, trying to make something like a shelter with the leaves, while under a little low protection outside of the prison sat the foreigners, chained together, 2 and 2, almost dead with suffering and fatigue. The first words of your brother were, "Why have you come? I hoped you would not follow, for you cannot live here." It was now dark. I had no refreshment for the suffering prisoners, or for myself, as I had expected to procure all that was necessary at the market in Amarapura, and I had no shelter for the night. I asked one of the jailers if I might put up a little bamboo house near the prisoners. He said no, it was not customary. I then begged he would procure me a shelter for the night, when on the morrow I could find some place to live in. He took me to his house, in which there was only 2 small rooms, one in which he and his family lived, the other, which was then half full of grain, he offered to me, and in that filthy little place I spent the next 6 months of wretchedness. I procured some half-boiled water instead of my tea, and, worn out with fatigue, laid myself down on a mat spread over the paddy, and endeavored to obtain a little refreshment from sleep. The next morning your brother gave me the following account of the brutal treatment he had received on being taken out of prison. As soon as I had gone out at the call of the governor, one of the jailers rushed into Mr. J.'s little room, roughly seized him by the arm, pulled him out, stripped off all his clothes, excepting shirt and pantaloons, took his shoes, hat, and all his bedding, tore off his chains, tied a rope round his waist, dragged him to the courthouse, where the other prisoners had previously been taken. They were then tied 2 and 2, and delivered into the hands of Lamine Moon, who went on before them on horseback, while his slaves drove the prisoners, one of the slaves holding the rope which connected 2 of them together. It was in May, one of the hottest months in the year, and 11 o'clock in the day, so that the sun was intolerable indeed. They had proceeded only half a mile, when your brother's feet became blistered, and so great was his agony, even at this early period, that as they were crossing the little river, he longed to throw himself into the water to be free from misery, but the sin attached to such an act alone prevented. They had then 8 miles to walk. The sand and gravel were like burning coals to the feet of the prisoners, which soon became perfectly destitute of skin, and in this wretched state they were goaded on by their unfeeling drivers. Mr. J.'s debilitated state, in consequence of the fever, and having taken no food that morning, rendered him less capable of bearing such hardships than the other prisoners. When about halfway on their journey, as they stopped for water, your brother begged the lamine wound to allow him to ride his horse a mile or two, as he could proceed no farther in that dreadful state. But a scornful, malignant look was all the reply that was made. He then requested Captain Laird, who was tied with him, and who was a strong, healthy man, to allow him to take hold of his shoulder, as he was fast sinking. This the kind-hearted man granted for a mile or two, but then found the additional burden insupportable. Just at that period, Mr. Gouger's Bengali servant came up to them, and seeing the distresses of your brother, took off his headdress, which was made of cloth, tore it in two, gave half to his master and half to Mr. Judson, which he instantly wrapped round his wounded feet. As they were not allowed to rest for even a moment, the servant then offered his shoulder to Mr. J., and was almost carried by him the remainder of the way. The lamine wound, seeing the distressing state of the prisoners, and that one of their number was dead, concluded they should go no farther that night. Otherwise, they would have been driven on until they reached Ung Pen La the same day. An old shed was appointed for their abode during the night, but without even a mat or pillow, or anything to cover them. The curiosity of the lamine wound's wife induced her to make a visit to the prisoners, whose wretchedness considerably excited her compassion, and she ordered some fruit, sugar, and tamarinds for their refreshment. And the next morning rice was prepared for them, and, as poor as it was refreshing to the prisoners, who had been almost destitute of food the day before. Carts were also provided for their conveyance, as none of them were able to walk. All this time the foreigners were entirely ignorant of what was to become of them, and when they arrived at Ung Pen La, and saw the dilapidated state of the prison, they immediately, all as one, concluded that they were there to be burned, agreeably to the report which had previously been in circulation at Ava. They all endeavored to prepare themselves for the awful scene anticipated, and it was not until they saw preparations making for repairing the prison that they had the least doubt that a cruel lingering death awaited them. My arrival was an hour or two after this. The next morning I arose and endeavored to find something like food, but there was no market, and nothing to be procured. One of Dr. Price's friends, however, brought some cold rice and vegetable curry from Amarapura, which, together with a cup of tea from Mr. Lonzago, answered for the breakfast of the prisoners. And for dinner we made a curry of dried salt fish, which a servant of Mr. Gouger had brought. All the money I could command in the world I had brought with me, secreted about my person, so you may judge what our prospects were, in case the war should continue long. But our Heavenly Father was better to us than our fears, for notwithstanding the constant extortions of the jailers, during the whole 6 months we were at Ung Pen La, and the frequent straits to which we were brought, we never really suffered for the want of money, though frequently for want of provisions which were not procurable. Here at this place my personal bodily sufferings commenced. While your brother was confined in the city prison, I had been allowed to remain in our house, in which I had many conveniences left, and my health continued good beyond all expectations. But now I had not a single article of convenience, not even a chair or seat of any kind, excepting a bamboo floor. The very morning after my arrival, Mary Hasseltine was taken with the smallpox the natural way. She, though very young, was the only assistant I had in taking care of little Maria. But she now required all the time I could spare from Mr. Judson, whose fever still continued in prison, and whose feet were so dreadfully mangled that for several days he was unable to move. I knew not what to do, for I could procure no assistance from the neighborhood, or medicine for the sufferers, but was all day long going backwards and forwards from the house to the prison with little Maria in my arms. Sometimes I was greatly relieved by leaving her for an hour, when asleep, by the side of her father, while I returned to the house to look after Mary, whose fever ran so high as to produce delirium. She was so completely covered with the smallpox that there was no distinction in the pustules, and she was in the same little room with myself. I knew Maria would take it. I therefore inoculated her from another child, before Mary's had arrived at such a state to be infectious. At the same time, I inoculated Abby and the jailer's children, who all had it so lightly, as hardly to interrupt their play. But the inoculation in the arm of my poor little Maria did not take. She caught it of Mary, and had it the natural way. She was then only 3 months and a half old, and had been a most healthy child, but it was above 3 months before she perfectly recovered from the effects of this dreadful disorder. You will recollect that I never had the smallpox, but was vaccinated previously to leaving America. In consequence of being for so long a time constantly exposed, I had nearly 100 pustules formed, though no previous symptoms of fever, etc. The jailer's children, having had the smallpox so lightly in consequence of inoculation, my fame was spread all over the village, and every child, young and old, who had not previously had it was brought for inoculation. And although I knew nothing about the disorder or the mode of treating it, I inoculated them all with a needle, and told them to take care of their diet, all the instructions I could give them. Mr. Judson's health was gradually restored, and he found himself much more comfortably suited than when in the city prison. End of chapter 22, part 2. Recording by Jason Justice.
Chapter 22, Part 3 of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Berceau. Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2 by John Foxe, edited by William Byron Forbush. Chapter 22, The Beginnings of American Foreign Missions, Part 3. The prisoners were at first chained 2 and 2, but as soon as the jailers could obtain chains sufficient, they were separated, and each prisoner had but 1 pair. The prison was repaired, a new fence made, and a large, airy shed erected in front of the prison, where the prisoners were allowed to remain during the day, though locked up in the little closed prison at night. All the children recovered from smallpox, but my watchings and fatigue, together with my miserable food and more miserable lodgings, brought on one of the diseases of the country, which is almost always fatal to foreigners. My constitution seemed destroyed, and in a few days I became so weak as to be hardly able to walk to Mr. Judson's prison. In this debilitated state, I set off in a cart for Ava to procure medicines and some suitable food, leaving the cook to supply my place. I reached the house in safety, and for 2 or 3 days the disorder seemed at a stand, after which it attacked me violently that I had no hopes of recovery left, and my anxiety now was to return to Ung Pen Law to die near the prison. It was with the greatest difficulty that I obtained the medicine chest from the governor, and then had no one to administer the medicine. I, however, got at the laudanum, and by taking 2 drops at a time for several hours, it has so far checked the disorder as to enable me to get on board a boat, though so weak that I could not stand, and again set off for Ung Pen Law. The last 4 miles were in that painful conveyance, the cart, and in the midst of the rainy season, when the mud almost buries the oxen. You may form some idea of a Burmese cart when I tell you that their wheels are not constructed like ours, but are simply round, thick planks with a hole in the middle through which a pole that supports the body is thrust. I just reached Ung Pen Law when my strength seemed entirely exhausted. The good native cook came out to help me into the house, but so altered and emaciated was my appearance that the poor fellow burst into tears at the first sight. I crawled on the mat in the little room, to which I was confined for more than 2 months, and never perfectly recovered until I came to the English camp. At this period, when I was unable to take care of myself or look after Mr. Judson, we must both have died had it not been for the faithful and affectionate care of our Bengali cook. A common Bengali cook will do nothing but the simple business of cooking, but he seemed to forget his caste and almost his own wants in his efforts to serve us. He would provide, cook, and carry your brother's food, and then return and take care of me. I have frequently known him not to taste of food until near night, in consequence of having to go so far for wood and water, and in order to have Mr. Judson's dinner ready at the usual hour. He never complained, never asked for his wages, and never for a moment hesitated to go anywhere, or to perform any act we required. I take great pleasure in speaking of the faithful conduct of this servant, who is still with us, and I trust has been well rewarded for his services. Our dear little Maria was the greatest sufferer at this time, my illness depriving her of her usual nourishment, and neither a nurse nor a drop of milk could be procured in the village. By making presents to the jailers, I obtained leave for Mr. Judson to come out of prison and take the emaciated creature around the village to beg a little nourishment from those mothers who had young children. Her cries in the night were heartrending, when it was impossible to supply her wants. I now began to think the very affliction of Job had come upon me. When in health, I could bear the various trials and vicissitudes through which I was called to pass. But to be confined with sickness, and unable to assist those who were so dear to me when in distress, was almost too much for me to bear. And had it not been for the consolations of religion, and an assured conviction that every additional trial was ordered by infinite love and mercy, I must have sunk under my accumulated sufferings. Sometimes our jailers seemed a little softened at our distress, and for several days together allowed Mr. Judson to come to the house, which to me was an unspeakable consolation. Then again they would be as iron-hearted in their demands as though we were free from sufferings and in affluent circumstances. The annoyance, the extortions and oppressions to which we were subject during our 6 months' residence in Ung Pen Law are beyond enumeration or description. The time at length arrived for our release from that detested place, the Ung Pen Law prison. A messenger from our friend, the governor of the north gate of the palace, who was formerly Canton Musa, informed us that an order had been given the evening before in the palace for Mr. Judson's release. On the same evening, an official order arrived, and with a joyful heart I set about preparing for our departure early the following morning. But an unexpected obstacle occurred, which made us fear that I should still be retained as a prisoner. The avaricious jailers, unwilling to lose their prey, insisted that as my name was not included in the order, I should not go. In vain I urged that I was not sent there as a prisoner, and that they had no authority over me. Yet they still determined I should not go, and forbade the villagers from letting me a cart. Mr. Judson was then taken out of prison and brought to the jailer's house, where by promises and threatenings he finally gained their consent, on conditions that we would leave the remaining part of our provisions we had recently received from Ava. It was noon before we were allowed to depart. When we reached Amarapura, Mr. Judson was obliged to follow the guidance of the jailer, who conducted him to the governor of the city. Having made all necessary inquiries, the governor appointed another guard, which conveyed Mr. Judson to the courthouse in Ava, to which place he arrived sometime in the night. I took my own course, procured a boat, and reached our house before dark. My first object the next morning was to go in search of our brother, and I had the mortification to meet him again in prison, though not the death prison. I went immediately to my old friend, the governor of the city, who was now raised to the rank of a Wungi. He informed me that Mr. Judson was to be sent to the Burmese camp to act as translator and interpreter, and that he was put in confinement for a short time only, until his affairs were settled. Early the following morning, I went to this officer again, who told me that Mr. Judson had that moment received 20 ticals from the government, with orders to go immediately on board a boat for Maloun, and that he had given him permission to stop a few moments at the house, it being on his way. I hastened back to the house, where Mr. Judson soon arrived, but was allowed to remain only a short time while I could prepare food and clothing for future use. He was crowded into a little boat where he had not room sufficient to lie down, and where his exposure to the cold, damp nights threw him into a violent fever, which had nearly ended all his sufferings. He arrived at Maloun on the third day, where, ill as he was obliged to enter immediately on the work of translating. He remained at Maloun 6 weeks, suffering as much as he had at any time in prison, excepting that he was not in irons, nor exposed to the insults of those cruel jailers. For the first fortnight after his departure, my anxiety was less than it had been at any time previous since the commencement of our difficulties. I knew the Burmese officers at the camp would feel the value of Mr. Judson's services too much to allow their using any measures threatening his life. I thought his situation also would be much more comfortable than it really was, hence my anxiety was less. But my health, which had never been restored since that violent attack at Ung Pen Law, now daily declined until I was seized with the spotted fever with all its attendant horrors. I knew the nature of the fever from its commencement, and from the shattered state of my constitution, together with the lack of medical attendance, I concluded it must be fatal. The day I was taken, a Burmese nurse came and offered her services for Maria. This circumstance filled me with gratitude and confidence in God, for though I had so long and so constantly made efforts to obtain a person of this description, I had never been able. Yet at the very time I most needed one, and without any exertion, a voluntary offer was made. My fever raged violently and without any intermission. I began to think of settling my worldly affairs and of committing my dear little Maria to the care of the Portuguese woman, when I lost my reason and was insensible to all around me. At this dreadful period, Dr. Price was released from prison, and hearing of my illness, obtained permission to come and see me. He has since told me that my situation was the most distressing he had ever witnessed, and that he did not think I should survive many hours. My hair was shaved, my head and feet covered with blisters, and Dr. Price ordered the Bengali servant who took care of me to endeavor to persuade me to take a little nourishment, which I had obstinately refused for several days. One of the first things I recollect was seeing this faithful servant standing by me, trying to induce me to take a little wine and water. I was in fact so far gone that the Burmese neighbors who had come in to see me expire said, "She is dead, and if the King of Angels should come in, he could not recover her." The fever, I afterwards understood, had run 17 days when the blisters were applied. I now began to recover slowly, but it was more than a month after this before I had strength to stand. While in this weak, debilitated state, the servant who had followed your brother to the Burmese camp came in and informed me that his master had arrived, and was conducted to the courthouse in town. I sent off a Burman to watch the movements of the government, and to ascertain, if possible, in what way Mr. Judson was to be disposed of. He soon returned with the sad intelligence that he saw Mr. Judson go out of the palace yard, accompanied by 2 or 3 Burmans, who conducted him to one of the prisons, and that it was reported in town that he was to be sent back to the Ung Pen Law prison. I was too weak to bear ill tidings of any kind, but a shock as dreadful as this almost annihilated me. For some time I could hardly breathe, but at last gained sufficient composure to dispatch Moon Ing to our friend, the governor of the North Gate, and begged him to make one more effort for the release of Mr. Judson, and prevent his being sent back to the country prison, where I knew he must suffer much, as I could not follow. Moon Ing then went in search of Mr. Judson, and it was nearly dark when he found him in the interior of an obscure prison. I had sent food early in the afternoon, but being unable to find him, The bearer had returned with it, which added another pang to my distresses, as I feared he was already sent to Ung Pen Law. If I ever felt the value and efficacy of prayer, I did at this time. I could not rise from my couch. I could make no efforts to secure my husband. I could only plead with that great and powerful being who has said, "Call upon me in the day of trouble, and I will hear, and thou shalt glorify me," and who made me at this time feel so powerfully this promise that I became quite composed, feeling assured that my prayers would be answered. When Mr. Judson was sent from Malun to Ava, it was within 5 minutes' notice, and without his knowledge of the cause. On his way up the river, he accidentally saw the communication made to government respecting him, which was simply this: "We have no further use for Yu Dathon. We therefore return him to the Golden City." On arriving at the courthouse, there happened to be no one present who was acquainted with Mr. J. The presiding officer inquired from what place he had been sent to Malun. He was answered from Ung Pen Law. "Let him then," said the officer, "be returned thither." When he was delivered to a guard and conducted to the place above mentioned, there to remain until he could be conveyed to Ung Pen Law. In the meantime, the governor of the North Gate presented a petition to the High Court of the Empire, offered himself as Mr. Judson's security, obtained his release, and took him to his house, where he treated him with every possible kindness, and to which I was removed as soon as returning health would allow. It was on a cool moonlight evening in the month of March that, with hearts filled with gratitude to God and overflowing with joy at our prospects, we passed down the Irrawaddy, surrounded by 6 or 8 golden boats and accompanied by all we had on earth. We now, for the first time for more than a year and a half, felt that we were free and no longer subject to the oppressive yoke of the Burmese. And with what sensations of delight on the next morning did I behold the masts of the steamboat, the sure presage of being within the bounds of civilized life. As soon as our boat reached the shore, Brigadier A and another officer came on board, congratulated us on our arrival, and invited us on board the steamboat, where I passed the remainder of the day, while your brother went on to meet the general, who with a detachment of the army had encamped at Yondabu, a few miles farther down the river. Mr. Judson returned in the evening with an invitation from Sir Archibald to come immediately to his quarters, where I was the next morning introduced and received with the greatest kindness by the general, who had a tent pitched for us near his own, took us to his own table, and treated us with the kindness of a father, rather than as strangers of another country. For several days this single idea wholly occupied my mind, that we were out of the power of the Burmese government, and once more under the protection of the English. Our feelings continually dictated expressions like these: "What should we render to the Lord for all his benefits toward us?" The treaty of peace was soon concluded, signed by both parties, and a termination of hostilities publicly declared. We left Yondabu after a fortnight's residence, and safely reached the mission house in Rangoon, after an absence of 2 years and 3 months. Through all this suffering, the precious manuscript of the Burmese New Testament was guarded. It was put into a bag and made into a hard pillow for Dr. Judson's prison. Yet he was forced to be apparently careless about it, lest the Burmans should think it contained something valuable and take it away. But with the assistance of a faithful Burmese convert, the manuscript, representing so many long days of labor, was kept in safety. End quote. At the close of this long and melancholy narrative, we may appropriately introduce the following tribute to the benevolence and talents of Mrs. Judson, written by one of the English prisoners who were confined at Ava with Mr. Judson. It was published in a Calcutta paper after the conclusion of the war. Quote, "Mrs. Judson was the author of those eloquent and forceful appeals to the government which prepared them by degrees for submission to terms of peace, never expected by any who knew the haughtiness and inflexible pride of the Burman court. And while on this subject, the overflowings of grateful feelings on behalf of myself and fellow prisoners compel me to add a tribute of public thanks to that amiable and humane female who, though living at a distance of 2 miles from our prison, without any means of conveyance, and very feeble in health, forgot her own comfort and infirmity, and almost every day visited us, sought out and administered to our wants, and contributed in every way to alleviate our misery. While we were left by the government destitute of food, she, with unwearied perseverance, by some means or another, obtained for us a constant supply. When the tattered state of our clothes evinced the extremity of our distress, she was ever ready to replenish our scanty wardrobe. When the unfeeling avarice of our keepers confined us inside, or made our feet fast in the stocks, she, like a ministering angel, never ceased her applications to the government until she was authorized to communicate to us the grateful news of our enlargement or of a respite from our galling oppressions. Besides all this, it was unquestionably owing, in a chief degree, to the repeated eloquence and forceful appeals of Mrs. Judson that the untutored Burman was finally made willing to secure the welfare and happiness of his country by a sincere peace." End quote. Here is a list of key events in missionary beginnings. 1800, William Carey's first convert was baptized. 1804, the British and Foreign Bible Society was organized. 1805, Henry Martyn sails for India. 1807, Robert Morrison sails for China. 1808, haystack meetings held near Williams College. 1810, the American Board was organized. 1811, the Wesleyans found the Sierra Leone Mission. 1812, the first American Board missionaries sail. 1816, the American Bible Society was organized. Also in 1816, Robert Moffat sails for South Africa. 1818, the London Missionary Society enters Madagascar. 1819, the Methodist Missionary Society was organized. Also in 1819, the American Board opens the Sandwich Islands Mission. Finally, also in 1819, Judson baptizes the first Burmese convert. Here is the epilogue to the original edition. And now to conclude, good Christian readers, this present tractation, not for the lack of matter, but to shorten rather the matter for largeness of the volume. In the meantime, the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ work with thee, gentle reader, in all thy studious readings, and when thou hast faith, so employ thyself to read, that by reading thou mayest learn daily to know that which may profit thy soul, may teach thee experience, may arm thee with patience, and instruct thee in all spiritual knowledge more and more, to thy perfect comfort and salvation in Christ Jesus our Lord, to whom be glory in saecula saeculorum. Amen. End of chapter 22. End of Foxe's Book of Martyrs, Volume 2, edited by William Byron Forbush. Recording by David Berceau, www.davidbercot.com.